Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、159日目です。is day 159, and we're starting with Bunpro today. It's not for another hour and a half before our WaniKani reviews. So let's get into our grammar. Let's see. What? Stronger nuance? Oh, right.
ご飯は残さないで食べろ。
食べろ。Ichidan ends with roll. Not that we'll use this too often. Be okay? Okay. Visual cue. So maybe we do... we use me good for visual cue. Like, ni mieru.
この写真を見ると私たちは家族に見える。
写真を見ると私たちは家族に見える。したくない。したくない時でも、舞台を、舞台を、you have to, literary, with, dang it, Suru. I don't think it's that. What is the potential or the conditional video? Can this negate? Oh no. We can just negate, right? So inakereba? Yeah, that's okay. なければならない。
したくない時でも宿題をしなければならない。
Hang on. Okay. So this one's okay. But what is I need to look for something. What is all right. No. Oh, wait, wrong. Vocabulary. Uh, okay. And then it is All right. That's right. I can't think of one. Dekiru. Okay. Dekiru is the potential for suru. And then the other one is. Oops. Oh, passive, causative. And what was that? Was it sase? Okay. Saserareru. So we have Kiru. The Kiru being the. And then there's Saseru, which is the passive thing, right? And that's just Saseru. Okay. I gotta get these straight. So we got Saseru, Saserareru, right? And then Dekiru. Alright. This one's okay. This is using the negation of suru. And then how was Kireba described? As we learned in the Nacha, right? Kireba may be showing to Nakya. Right, so we have to go back to the no. Yeah, I'm not much sure. Kireba. It's comparing it to. Wait. It's comparing it to the others. Don't know how. What happens if I in. So I often thought of this as the conditional, but that doesn't really explain it. Just look at conditional. Oh, it is the conditional, or at least it's up here. Oh, that's interesting. There's a connection between that. Like shinai, although it is a verb, is a negation of a verb, maybe it's more interesting. So let's say oh, here's the negation. Oh, okay. So it is the if conditional. So it's oh wait, yeah. It is the conditional. So do not if not become. That's interesting. So this is where this is coming from. So I was actually using the negation. That's interesting. Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. I'm trying to figure out all the different parts so that I can find it more memorable. Oh, let's see. Okay. Ocho Sensei. Interesting principle. Ocho Sensei. Sensei wa available. Exist? Like exist Sonkeigo. How do you exist in Sonkeigo? Be or be like, yeah, to be irasha
校長先生はいらっしゃいますか？
Air dryer hair dryer oh that's negative. Did I get you to lend me Sadake or Sadake Kawa Kasa Asa? Oh wait, it is Asadake. Interesting. Ake only. Okay. Us with you. It's inferred on the lending. Oh no. We're gonna say this is probably a for me. Maybe like 買ってもらわない heck くれない I'm still not quite sure how they do or not. Huh. Could you? Oh wait, this isn't. Oh no, it is. Oh no. 貸してin audio, yeah, 貸してもらえない
ヘアドライヤーを貸してもらえない？朝だけ。
先生が話that's no shibe. Oh no. Realize. Oh, what? What the? Oh, no, not realize. I'm using realize. This is Finnish talking. Hanashi owatta. Watta kodo ni. And then this is this mean like when sensei is done talking, like at the time we're done doing this task. Didn't realize that. Okay, negative past progressive. Realizing uses the, like, could we use it? What is another way to say it? Let's try like 미라레를. No, that doesn't actually need. I need an object. Probably. You could notice something. Oh, kigatsuku. Kigatsuku. Oh, how does that work? Negative progressive, so ga ite ita ita ite ita. What negative past tense? Oh, negative past tense. I was doing. So wait, do we do? Oh, we do negative first. なくて right? Right. Yeah, つかなくていた. Yes. So no, negative pass. Oh no. Oh, pass too. So oh no, wait. Oh, the pass has to be no. It'sいない so いないいなかったです。
先生が話し終わったことに気がついていなかったです。
Okay, so let me think about this. The negative pass, and in the progressive, you don't do anything other than setting the progressive, and then you conjugate. That takes some time. 台風で大きな damage. 被害がない。no damage. 被害がない。pray. So, no to align additional. Probably article by you. Yoに乗り1 ton, so 乗りましょう。
台風で大きな被害がないように祈りましょう。
今日はゲーム that's not 後で after sequence
今日はゲームの次に勉強をするつもりだったのに、ゲームで一日が終わった。
今日は公園で友達と遊ぶの？
明日は公園で友達と遊ぶの？
The heck? なんだ Oh, なんだOh, interesting. You like stretch it. Interesting. なんだここには関西風 Wait, 関西風をokonomi. Oh, that's how you do okonomi art. Okonomi and then okonomiyaki. Yeah, yaki. しかないのか。
なんだ、ここには関西風のお好み焼きしかないのか。
どうしたの？また床に、あ、カップを drop. Drop. Not, dang it. 落としちゃったんだ。落とした。Oh, that's the shortened, yeah, for the must. So, cha, yeah, cha is taking place of like, I don't know, ikemas, like, ikenai, all of it, like dewa ikenai, dewa naranai, and then they add da for the emphasis. And then negative, causal, conditional. Clean. What is that? Katatsukeru. Oh no, wait. Oh wait. Oh, that's not right. Is it? No. This is not right. This is something else. I guess this means again? No, mata is again. Hold up. Oh, it's accident. It's the conjugation for accident. Oh, the replacement for shimao. Oh, okay. And then the emphasis. Oh, shimao. And then I'm doing the additional. That makes sense. Oh, that's a weak one. Shimao. And cha. And then why does this happen? I don't understand this part. Happened multiple times. Actually, maybe. Is there like it's another way to do that? You can say it with a drop? No. Oh, maybe it's... No, I don't think so. I thought it might be unique to what it's added to. No, it doesn't affect what it's added to. I have no idea. I don't know where this part comes from. Huh. Interesting. Perhaps it'll become clear in the future. No idea. So this one, now we use the us thing. So let's get Edu. Andつけなれば casual Hmm. Casual. That's the like. How do I do it more forward? But forward. Naito. Oh no, wait. It's just Naito. Yeah, Naito.
母親。どうしたの？息子。また床にカップを落としちゃったんだ。片付けないと。
It's just Naito added to the but or yeah, we can write ikenai or dame. I was dropped. Still no idea on the Gatanda. Areるエネルギーがあるから夏とか夏とか夏からできるからできているものいやからできるできているものとか食べてはダメよ。
アレルギーがあるから、ナッツとかナッツからできているものとか食べてはダメよ。
Holy, that just rolls all in there. 夏からでも夏からできているものとか食べたはダメよ。I don't know, that's gonna be a while.
アレルギーがあるから、ナッツとかナッツからできているものとか食べてはダメよ。
Okay. 手袋1枚しか見つけられない。
手袋を1枚しか見つけられない。
それだな。後で部屋をきれいにしてもらう。きれいにしてもらう。That's an interesting way to do that. Yeah, きれいにして、so like make pretty, make clean. Yeah, the room. Make clean the room. Oh, I see. Because suru. I see. And then doing it for you. So morau. Hokiga. What the whole key? That's a broom. Okay. 大きが必要だと思うよ。
後で部屋をきれいにしてもらう。ほうきが必要だと思うよ。
Okay. Are we at 30? Pretty good. Got something to do in the evening today, so that's pretty good. What was the toughest one? I don't know. I still don't know where the cha comes from. Maybe hold. We still gotta look at. Let's. What happens if I type cha under grammar? Let's try cha under grammar. So this is the thing I thought that was going off of, right? But it does not link. There's no comment on linking. Wait, maybe let's look at examples. No. So let's go back. Is there anything else? Otherwise, I'm gonna chalk it up to you kind of know when, because that's happened before where you kind of fill out where the extra beat is. It can happen. Cha is definitely one of them that have an extra beat, especially when you're going into an emphasis. Doesn't quite, I don't see where it is right off the bat. I can't really explain that. Yeah, and it's not must do. That was the cha off of cause it let happen. Something like let happen. Oh. I just write let. There's not enough, no, not like that. There's not enough wiggle room in the search tool. The search tool is very verbatim. So you actually have to lock in a keyword. None of the... Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's actually kind of a short list. Interesting. I don't think it's too big of a deal at the moment. Yeah, this would be the one, right? Oh, you know? No, I don't think I've ever seen a drop of the into an It could. That could be the reason. Where was our example? Wait. Is this the right? I don't think this is the right entry. Oh no, it should be the right entry. Oh. Wait. No. No. Right, it went straight into the right? So it's not pass, or it's not a conjugation of like changing up cha. Oh yeah, it's not a change up of cha. We'll just chalk it up to maybe this does get shortened. Maybe. When linked with something else. Especially in the ending. That is possible. It is possible. It sounds... Honestly, it sounds better when it's when it doesn't have this extra. What else would it sound like? Chaunda. Chaund. Chaunda. Chaundes. Okay. I'll make a note about that a little later. So let's look at where our. Okay, so we have 31 for tomorrow. Eventually, we're gonna squeeze in some extra practice, grammar practice. Not today. Okay. All right. That's a wrap for today. I got an hour before our WaniKani reviews, so we're gonna move on to HanziHero here. Wrap for Bunpro. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, right? Exchange ideas. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Alright, I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第512天. It is day 512. Okay, let's do our lessons. Our active recall, right?
徐缓，
徐缓. The weak one is 徐. How do we change the E? So what? E surplus. Threw in a bit of loiter. Make sure to take it slow. Everyone getting their sandals on, right? I know how I'm going about it. And Juan is fine. So this is slow plus like leisurely, unhurried. So it gets slow.
徐缓，渺小，
渺小. Miao is the one. Xiao is small, or it could also be linked with like a small like a. Oh, interesting. There's another. There's a miao for second, but xiao just small. So when you have small plus insignificant, it's minute. I'm pretty sure this is minute and then not minute, right? Minute related things. Although just realized I just realized how weird minute is spelled. I wonder how they got minute from. I am minute. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so pretty sure this is minute, as in insignificant minute, as opposed to minute, right? So tiny, negligent, which the weakness here is. I think of more like Sha. This looks more like Sha. Although the right hand, these two characters together have Miao, I think. Where's Miao at? Or it's something. There's a Miao with you. Or is it... Oh. No, here it is. Meow. Oh, it's with female, not eyes. And then meow would be... That's why I brought up seconds. Because these are the related sounds to this character. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So the eyes and the spray is gonna have to provide insignificance.
渺小，蔑视，
蔑视. Mie is the weak one. Shi is to see. Or to look at. And Mie is disdain. So Mie is related to the other Mie, which is to besmirch. And besmirch has blood. Now, it's still weak on its own, though. We have like flowers, net of flowers. Maybe it's more like Mickey getting rid of the disdainful, the disdain the workers have by using a halberd and dropping a bunch of and collecting a bunch of flowers in the net and drop them all around the bathroom or something. Wash the disdain.
蔑视，
How do you look at someone with disdain. Just to loathe or just.
并肩
并肩. Bing is the weak one, which kind of just on its own. It's a foundational. It's a foundational radical. So usually I think of line up, but line up as in the same as like side by side line up. I could add line up to. And then conjoined twins are side by side technically, I suppose. This is the radical for conjoined twin, but I think line up is okay. And then you're lining up shoulder. So this is alongside or shoulder to shoulder side by side.
并肩腼腆
Tian is the weak one. And it was because I'm not sure if I agree with I'm not sure if I'm entirely agreeing with scrumptious. Like I have no idea. I couldn't even confirm it with cross-referencing. So we're just gonna blank that out and use shy as Tian. I'm gonna link with Mian Tian. Mian was the facing, seeing, shyness. And then Tian is Dian. So it has Dian on the right. It becomes Tian, which is tough. That's what makes it tough. Now, what was he doing? He was helping wish for a bunch of things in the list. And then I don't know where I placed moon at. Where did I place the moon? It's at night, I suppose. Oh no, I didn't even place anything at night. Maybe who only comes at night. Brings him a list, a canon, or a list of things that help with his shyness. Huh?
腼腆
That one's questionable. Mian Tian is questionable.
腼腆
Oops, Bing Jian.
徐缓并肩渺小蔑视
Alright, let's get into our reviews. Got a solid 47 minutes. Freebies.
特
Oh, a freebie.
谈
Sandalwood. It's either you know or you don't.
解 判
Oh, probably judge. Alright. What is that? Well, that doesn't work. Okay. We're gonna rewrite. No, there's right. Barn. There's not much Mario in it. Oh. I used Kan because of this. Because of Ernest and Reclaim. They both deal with the leopard. Small cat. Okay. Okay. All right. What the? What? That? Okay, let's go with.
气
I mean, it looks like chi. That's all I got though. Could it be the same? Just another right of. Oh, it is tiptoe. Then what was chi? There are two chis. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's the only chi. Okay, it's the only chi. Oh, okay. I guess that would explain why that's the only one that I can think of. Although tiptoe is not quite it. It's more than tiptoe. Plan is the other. Okay. Well, I'll rely on that.
O.
Yeah. O is O. Yep. Animal with la. Or la? Yeah. Not la. Yeah. This is a turn. Bristles is either la or lia, but this is the only lia. So the animal is the what is you? Or simplify or traditional you. How am I gonna okay. So we just gotta know that it's the doggo, the animal, outside of the other two. Wait, do I have any? Yeah. It's attached to all the hunting stuff. I just noticed this. Oh no. Crude. Oh, a low. Well, wrote it backwards. Crude. It's unique enough.
Wei. Low.
Oh. Jun. Yi. Jun. Not Jun. Jun. Makes me want to type pool. That's not right. Pool. Master. I'm getting two things on the right mixed up. It's specialty versus. So here's the thing. This top part gets simplified, and they end up combining them. They as in when I see these characters, it can be a bit of a mixed bag here. This one. So let's go off caliper. They both have caliper in them. So the difference between John and Chuan, right? Chuan is the one that I'm thinking. But there is a Chuan. So this is Fu. And this is Chuan, right? So special has cicada in it. However, it is these two radicals actually ended up collapsing together and being written like this. Both of these end up collapsing into this one character. And then because of that, where's John? I gotta be. Oh no, wait, John wasn't person. That could help. John is special, but what about turn? Oh, maybe it's entirely. Maybe I'm completely off. It's not. So. Could have sworn. Okay, John is brick, but what is. Oh, it's car. It was car, not person. Gotta make sure. Is it on here? Am I going crazy? Oh, here it is. So we're collectively looking at these, and then the person is master. But this is fool right here. Or can be a fool. Can be a. So we're going over bind, right? Bind. This combination is really tough. And these two, so these two, after a while, they're the same thing now, or in some cases they're the same thing. And drops, like these one stroke up here, this one stroke that can define the thing, is plus or minus between Japanese and Chinese. And anytime you see a drop like this, some characters have them, some characters don't, and it's back and forth. It's not consistently omitted or consistently added. So, yeah, this is a known, at least in my opinion, a known problem. There are a couple more like this. So, if you don't look carefully. And then drops, the thing about drops is they're not preserved in a pattern that works. They all, at least in my opinion, and I always view them as a separate thing. So you don't want to rely. I don't typically rely too much on drop. So it's the person, and basically the reliance is knowing the left radical, the accompanying radical. And the right radical is going to be the sound radical. So in this case, I misread John for fu. Which is master. The person is the master.
Gu.
Oh no. What type of utterance is this? Of course it's mutter. It always fails mutter.
Wu.
Something about the soul. Gonna be realized. Okay. Okay.
Fu.
And then surprisingly, or yeah, this one you usually don't use the left radical as the sound carrier. It's usually the right. But in this case, there's nothing that I have that makes the right carry a sound.
Mao.
However, I'm gonna still link it with cat. Some sort. And then this is an exception,
Viet.
which is probably going to be a vocabulary thing. There's not, there isn't a sound thing to help with this. All the others are law. So far, anyway.
Tu.
That's a, you know it or you don't.
Gu.
This one's okay now because of kanji as well. Kanji overlaps. Oops. Bamboo. It's arrow, right? Or qian. Oh no. Wait. Qian is overlapping with some party. Arrow has, okay, so the blade has the blades. Qian, right? Frugal, this one's probably the toughest. Okay, Lian is the restraint, that's the second toughest. Jian, alkali is okay. And then I was thinking of... Oh, it's not arrow. What am I thinking of? Jian. Alright, Jian for examine. Okay. Sign. Arrow. Oh. Because I was fixated on the bamboo. But didn't have the reed. Again. Qian is the exception for the carrying sound. Although they're all part of the Ian. There are a couple exceptions. Jian is the strongest and Lian is the second. Party. Not the greatest. I think the vocabulary is fine. Yan Ming. Yan Shu. Yan Zheng. Yeah.
Hoang.
That was weird. I'll see how long that lasts. What? What incarnation? These ones are not gonna. I don't think these ones are gonna get better over time. Let's go and look for vocabulary word. Now this one, no identifiers, and it has a read that is not characteristic of either of these. Neither of these are linked with, as far as I know. Like half of a thing. Neither of these characters are associated with T, except for one, which is the stand. So we could use T from the top, and then Mel is like all over. This one's really tough. Also, the definition is not something. We're probably gonna get something like a consort, maybe? We might be able to find consort. Like a royal consort situation. Go look. Maid and concubine. 妾室. Sure, serve. So concubine serve. Interesting. Ji. Oh, Ji Qie. Oh, this is the concubine that I was thinking. Ji, related to like the princess situation. So like we would have like olden time things, concubines. Lower rank. Favored concubine. Oh. Hong Qie. I think... I don't know how dated... This is probably a pretty dated... Yeah, dated words. These are... Most of these dated. I think we'll use this one. It is beauty as well. It's not... It's a... I don't think of it particularly as beauty. But... I think we'll use this. This is also hime. Like hime for princess in Japanese. Hime. Okay. I'm thinking more in a feudal or dynastic period time, like feudal time reference to a concubine. Okay. Still doesn't help that it's Che. I think I rewrote this like 4 times.
Jia.
Hua or oh no, tool for saliva. Okay, so let's make sure I got the Hua is not the same, right? Yeah, it's not the same. It's slightly different. I'm thinking of Hua for clamor. Yeah, so it's a little bit more complicated. It has like flowers and lots and flowers. And then this has your willow. Not that saliva is good to remember.
Zhao. Xie.
Like things like concubine, slave, prostitute, all of those things are really up in there. I feel like a lot of them are also pretty dated. Servant. Oh no. What type of bird are you? What's your I keep thinking it's Hoang of some sort. Hoang. Swan. Because of the river. We did river, right? Interior of... Let me guess. It's just gonna link up with bird. Or it's a... Oh, wow. Honghu? Interesting. Hong variant? Oh. Interesting. Hongyang. Swan and goose put together. Bird species. Honghai. That's a company. Oh. Nope. Chasm, names. Alright. Not the greatest. It does still have bird related things. If I combine swan and goose, does that help? Yin is pretty weak. Let's go add this. Swan goose. We'll relate the swan and goose together. What? Oh, it's probably P. Split.
Xian.
Taken word. Take the word of insulting. Go look for a. I'm gonna say probably zizou. Probably zizou of some sort. What? Excuse me? There's no results for this character. Alright. Looks like we're gonna have to Gonna have to do a cross-reference. Right. A prominent city name. Wait. Oh. Oh, alright. Tofugu. Tofugu is the city, the Japanese city. Shi. About fairs? That's okay. Zhouji. Gold fortune. Or like luck. Gold luck. Just like an auspicious date. Interesting. Well, we can't really add anything. Okay. I haven't considered the idea that there wasn't a dictionary result for some of these. Okay. I think G is pretty good. D for like luck. Refreshing is gonna screw everything up, isn't it? Dang it. I wanted to write the character. The G I'm talking about is this. So, G. Let me see. Yeah, this Koichi, which is if it's consult, right? Consult luck. So you're basically choosing an auspicious date. It reminds me of like weddings, like when you're going to make a big decision, like moving, I don't know, a celebration of some sort. You pick an auspicious date, you consult. But look, weddings is what I think about when they're doing something like this. Hey. I guess we got some freebies to throw in here. We're gonna keep going until it reaches 4 o'clock and then switch to WaniKani. What? This whole thing is a thing? Like lunatic? It is lunatic. But what is this supposed to be? Oh, crazy? Okay. Pedantic. That is a fang, but tooth. Tooth is what they use. Fang is fine. Okay. Alright, we're back. Alright, we're back. What else? Okay. So... YOLO? Wild Soul. Bay. Go against. So... Wall is also go against. Or like... kind of... being against something. Or that's where the mnemonic is, though. And this is why I wrote Wall, because it shares the right character. That's Bay. But we gotta remember that. It's not really go against. The idea is that this character here is what I'm thinking about. Going against things. And Wall is stronger. That's why I chose Wall. But Bay is an exception. So the other bull, these two, this radical carries bull. So I guess rebellious spirit. What I'm gonna have to be thinking about, rebellious spirit. Moon is indicating a body part. It typically indicates a body part. And sometimes anything above the head, right? Anything above the neck is the closest thing, but head also carries age. So like this, while it's still part of the neck, is still part of the head, this is often used as well for parts of the body that relates to the head attachment. It's interesting. Power is the vigorous on this one. This is a body part, neck, and then spirit. So we're gonna have to say go against maybe like rebellious. Rebellious is the thing we're gonna hit on this. Okay. Oh no, that's a misread. What is the pepper? This is, we're going to the electricity plant, dome, and the pepper. So, oh, the other shit. Okay. Oh no. So the thing I was thinking of is Nie, which Nie shares with Xie, and then my mnemonic does have Xie in Nie, but it needs the child. So, and then the child, this is either you know it or you don't because it's proper noun, Xie. Which I would be interested to know if I look up Xie, right? So if I look up Xie, is it just the proper noun? Proper noun, proper noun. Schrodinger was oh, these are gonna be interesting. The either you know it or you don't ones, we're just gonna have to write sentences at some point about one of these people that's interesting. Maybe we'll write about Schrodinger, since I talk about Schrodinger from time to time. I don't recognize... Okay, I recognize some of these, but they're really obscure. I don't get a chance to mention... Okay. Not this district. I don't get to mention that too much. Not the calligrapher. So the closest thing I can think of is Schrodinger, which is interesting. What is that? Xie Ding Schrodinger. Xie Ding Okay. Interesting. Xie Ding So we're probably gonna write about Schrodinger at some point. Add cat to it, you know, just Schrodinger's cat. Xie Ding the Mao, right? Schrodinger's cat. Anyways. Yep. Can't really do much. Yeah. Is a bit better, I suppose. Yeah, it's pretty weak too. All right. Oh, bang. For upper arm, bang. That's a 50.
薛榜
Nope.
邹
Why did I think it's good? Probably this is a swap up swap up sound. And I'm thinking of ge because of kutsu. Kutsu is basically that without this is what I was thinking of for flower, but it has one extra radical, which is good. I was able to resolve this. So these two are related. That's why I would make that mistake. Let's see. Friendly. Friendly is pretty wild. It's not even close. Like I is way outside of 结, he, and ge, and ke, like ke, jie, xie, all of the right, all the stuff. I is just out there. So let's go look at a word. Oh, we do have a word. Amenable. Amiable. Oh, he. That is amenable. So the idea is then we have to think about separating the word. Flowery words. Thing with flowery word. Use a fairy to help with talk to kids. Okay. Alright.
枕 红 纯
Oh no, that's mellow. Oh, honest. Okay. So what is mellow? Mellow wine thing. It's not. It doesn't use shrine. So what did it use? Oh, did it use bottle? Oh, wait. Oh, that is an error. Pretty sure that's an error. Yeah, that's an error. They did not include it. So it is accurate. It is accurate. So it is the same character. But this is where HanziHero has some problems. It's occasional. It's like 1%. Less than 1%. Sometimes the characters are the radicals either choose, they can do a 50-50. These three things is a shrine, and shrine is a radical. So they're supposed to be grouped together. That's why I chose mellow wine as or pour wine or something related to wine as the thing. But it's bottle. Spray is honest. So that's how we're gonna resolve this. We could add a word. Honesty. There's plenty of honesties that are new that don't have a word. We could use something like sincere. Chun. Maybe there's a chun here. Oops. I hit copy. Not Chen. This is Chen. I was thinking like Chen Cheng, or not. These are all names. Oh no, here's one. Chun Ho. Your. Ho. What was Ho? It didn't make me think of purity, so I don't know about using Ho here. Chun Pu. Pu is like servant or simple, plain. Okay. Interesting. I kind of like that. Pu is weak. It's getting clouded by all the other ones like Pu and the other pools. I think we're gonna use this one. because this one is getting clouded by pool, servant, the person. Tree is the symbol. So we'll use that. Lots of places to resolve. I'm trying to resolve character separation too. Now that the major problem I typically have now is whenever, since now we have all of the like a lot of the characters, now it's more like there's major things and the focus is to figure out the contextual. So reads are really strong, and I know exactly if it's typically either 50-50. If it has a even distribution, sometimes it can be a 33, like a third. And then oftentimes it's a 80-20. So whenever you have a character containing thing, like a sound, which is what's awesome, in my opinion, very awesome about Chinese, at least Hanzi. Yeah, most of the time it's 80-20. You're probably gonna have a dominant one, right? A dominant one, and then an exception one. And exception one doesn't mean just one. It could be like 3 exceptions. And what I mean by exceptions, I don't mean separate reads, like in Japanese separate reads. I'm talking about this character is associated with 2 or 4 other sounds. But there's often a primary sound that is associated with. And then a third is when these things are distributed. They're distributed across. So like all 3 of them are fairly spread out. And then the 50-50 is spread out like this, where 1-to-1 between the 2, and there's an exception. So these are usually the scenarios. This is probably the most dominant scenario. This is the second, and this one deals with understanding the meaning. So these are the situations for that. Now there's a smaller percentage, like I would say 10% of characters, where there's not a sound radical, so no sound radical, and one of them is that one we just went over. Wait, no, that's right. Oh no, wait, that doesn't feel right. Okay, it was che, right? Che. Yeah, Tia was this one. Oftentimes these are kind of going to be one of the hardest, despite technically is sorta okay if this ended up being Lee. So this up here is kind of, it's one of these, like, it's one of these up here, like 1-to-1-to-1 characters. So that's what makes this difficult. And this one is like the 1-to-1-to-1. So both of these combined, they have low chance of knowing the read. And then this became an exceptional read. So these ones are always going to be like exceptional reads if you have like low, highly distributed things. So things like radicals like this, right? These, we had another one too. It was, right? So all of these are technically, they're not supposed to be sound carriers. They're categorical carriers. So they are often on the left side or somewhere very commonly repeated to tell you that they're the meaning, they're part of the meaning stuff. So oftentimes you don't stack them in the same. So both of these are meaning related radicals more than they are sound radicals. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now. We're trying to find examples where we can resolve the sound overlap and then focus on the meaning part. So pu, the tree has to be simple. This is pu plus the plain tree. Pu, plain tree. And then the servant is pu plus the person, which is a servant, right? This is a little bit tough. I'm not sure about like, so Chun is a sound carrier, so it is shrine, right? Shrine, but spray and bottle both have something to do with a solution. So I thought of wine before I thought of honest. That's kind of a tough one. Anyways, just thought I expound a little bit on what my thought process is right now. This one is a mistaken identity. I simply did not read closely because the other one is flower. Oops. Wait, is there like a... I think there might actually be 3 strokes here, so... Yeah, so it's between this and this. And those required reading more carefully. So this is...
破
This is an exception, so 20%. So tuo is 20%. It's part of the 20%. Notice how like che would be the default. However, then so we have 3 ches, right? So to give you an example of what I mean, so this would be under the 80-20 rule. So it's not specifically 80-20, but che would be the default read for the character sound, and then the exceptions are the ones you're looking for. And the exceptions are that they are che plus the identifying meaning radical. So you have che as your base, and then when it's concerning the mouth, right, concerning the mouth, you have to understand that the mouth is saliva, so it has to be tuo with the mouth. And then when you're thinking about position or post, like I know this is like post as in post office, right? Or like that type of post, but a post is also position. And hill, we're using hill for here, or a building, which both hill and building will work for a post office, right? So, and then that's how you would attach it to a separate sound. And then shay, shay is asleep. This is I. So that's how I'm organizing it now in my head, like a separate way of organizing, instead of like building towards this, I'm now deconstructing this. So we're deconstructing in a way that deals with the sound and then the associated meaning. So that's a different way to look at characters, so to speak. Especially, in my opinion, when you have enough characters, which I would say if you have more than 2,000 plus characters, that's when I started thinking about characters this way, which is where it kind of clusters a lot of things together. It deals with what characters look like and sound like, and then what their association between the sound and the meaning, as opposed to looking at it like all sound, all meaning, and then doing them serialized. So that's how I'm organizing and overcoming this stuff. So whenever someone needs to distinguish between these, right, the focus is on the meaning character. You're trying to focus on the differentiating, and then using the similarities. This is where I feel when people observe things, at least in my opinion, the people that I've interacted with, they like to ignore things that are similar and only focus on things that are different. This is, in my opinion, not good enough. Personally. Is it good enough? Is it sufficient for them to learn the thing? Yes, I think it is. For me, it's not good enough. Ignoring similarities instead of adding them together, right, is like reading half the character and then not paying attention to the other half. And usually the people that I interact with, they're, in my opinion, chronically online. So to me, people remember things that are chronically online by looking at the differences. This is whenever someone says they're doing analyses, right? When they're analyzing things and they're comparing things, right? They're not, in my opinion, using the English word, they're not analyzing or comparing things. Like the way analyses and comparison exudes. It exudes that you are comparing similarities and differences, not just differences. The word that I would use that most people do online is they are contrasting. They're looking at contrast, not comparison or analysis. In order for analysis, which analysis, in my opinion, is above, it's both comparison and contrast. So when you're doing an analysis, you are required to do both these things, at least in my opinion, in order to be sufficient for analyses. So this is one of my parts that I feel are fairly weak. The weakest thing I can think about whenever someone asks me to read something that they made, or read an essay, or ask for feedback, right? Ask for feedback and like observe them and then ask them questions, right? Is usually I often get like 90% contrast, the stuff that they remember basically, and 10% of it is similarities. And the 10% similarities, it immediately tells you they are ignoring it. Like, oh, that's okay. Like, that's the same. It's the same. Like, oh, that's just the same. I don't have to concern myself. Oh, it's the same. Like, the same meaning it's no big deal. And I find myself occasionally doing that too. Like, I'm not immune to this. When you look at things that are similar, you tend to start to ignore it. So this stuff no longer exists, right? Right. When you think about how crazy that is, when I hear someone studying Chinese and Japanese script, they think that when it's the same, they don't have to worry about it. So if I erase these, right, what do you have left? Like, you have barely any information left. And that's usually when I hear someone says, oh yeah, it looks like that thing, only it's like it's different. I don't know why it's different, right? Even though they focused on the thing that is different, they don't have the thing that is the same, so they can't tell how it's different. And that's usually the thing that I encounter. whenever I ask someone like, "Oh, hey, you've seen this before," and they're like, "Oh, you're right, but I can't tell which one is the same," because they don't actively remember what's the same and how it is different when it's coupled together. So this happens so much more often. The moment I would say someone gets like past the 500 mark, I would say somewhere around 500. The moment the 500, I think Japanese is less like it is less prone to this because there's hiragana. And because of hiragana, you can use technically a lot of the same characters early on and attach hiragana. So when you attach that, like verbs and whatnot, you have less chances that character overlaps. So what I mean by that is whenever I like pull up WaniKani and look at a character, like I'm like, oh, you know what? I wonder how often this part comes up. And when you pull it up, there might be like 2 or 3. There are obviously very common radicals, but those common radicals are very separate. They're like 10 to 1. So common radicals occur, you know which the common radicals are, like things like this. However, the other ones are not. But in Chinese, it's not the same story. It's double. It's 2x. So for Chinese, I would say it would be like a lower threshold. The 500 mark for this is largely because in Japanese, if you have to understand the difference in the hiragana. So it's still similar to this. The strategy is to understand the differences with regards to the same, but they have a lower threshold. And then for Chinese, I would say it's 1,000+ mark. So what is the hiragana part? Like the hiragana is like endings, right? So oftentimes people would look at like the endings, right? And it could be the same character. So it's the same character. I don't actually have a good example off the top of my head. The same character, but it would have 3 different endings. This is what Chinese is doing, in my opinion. It's an analogous form. You have a character, the same character, quote unquote, same character, and it is attached to something different. And you have to know the difference with response to the same character. Now, it looks a bit more compressed this way, so it doesn't read as well. And in Japanese, it's still very convoluted because technically, all of the rules are an indicator. So it's a mechanic, kind of like this. It's a mechanic like this, and you're supposed to understand the differences of these things, which is what Japanese does. Like, oftentimes when you have, you have your e, I, o, u, right? When you're the columns, right? And then you have your rows, which Bunpro keeps calling these rows, these columns, and these are rows. I mean, fair enough. So all of these serves as mechanical sound indicators for their things. Like this column, for example, intersecting down is related to potential. For example, you could say that. And this column going down can be related to negation. And then there's very specific columns like the ma column have different interactions going across. That's kind of how they go about it, in my opinion. So these two things are what I'm doing here. I'm analogously approaching Japanese, what I'm doing in grammar, so on Bunpro. And then now I'm applying a similar strategy. Not that they are identical in their semantics, but the very focus that I'm working on now in the latter end, the advanced end, is to understand the relationship between what is same and what is different. It's not the same as ignoring what is the same and ignoring what you know, which is a personal pet peeve of mine. Whenever someone says, oh, I know it, so it gives them an excuse to ignore it. When you know something, you can build on it. That to me is the whole point of creation and analyses. And it's a personal pet peeve of mine, because when someone tells me they're learning something, it's a one and done process. Like, they don't get, in my opinion, they don't get smarter, quote unquote, smarter from the things they learn. They get stagnant from the things they learn. So, like, when they learn something, they're like, okay, it's always going to be the same now because I know it. So now there's no more value from it. You don't extract more value from the things you learn. You learn and it can only stay that type of thing, which it's like grinding gears for me. This part is what I would call the long-term problem. And it is, I'm going to put problem in a quotation, because it stopped being utilized. What you learn stops being utilized because you think it's the same. It's always the same. You learned it once and now it's always going to be the same, so you never have to learn anything new with it. So you never build on top of it. Just that's it. So for myself, that's what I'm trying to illustrate here personally. When you learn something, and if it's the same, it's consistent, and you know it, use it. Use it to build on top of it. You have to build so that you don't lose it. And also, it creates new value. So that's kind of where we're going. That's the thought process. Anyways, let's get back to it here. All right, so we have saliva, good to go. So it's not Futsu, it's friendly.
I.
Also, you build on top of mistakes. You don't ignore mistakes and reject mistakes. You build on top of it. You shape the mistake. That's how, in my opinion, that is what learning from a mistake involves. Avoiding a mistake and correcting a mistake and then pretending like the mistake won't come up again, ever again, that's not building. You're not learning from the mistake. You're overriding it. The idea is you don't understand the nature of the mistake, how it can be utilized, how it can tell you something. You simply override it and hope that it never comes up again. I think that's kind of one of the other big talking topics. So far, the vast majority of discussions I have when someone tells me they're learning from their mistakes, like they're not afraid to make mistakes because they're learning from it, and then I ask them what they do when they make a mistake, they're avoiding mistakes. They're not learning from mistakes. They're correcting mistakes. Like, what I mean is, they're going to find the correct answer to replace a mistake of which they don't understand why they make the mistake or how they make the mistake in the first place. That's not learning from your mistake. It is correcting your mistake. I agree. If someone says, oh, I just correct my mistakes, as in I find the right answer to replace the mistake that I made, that's fine, right? If they tell me they're learning how to, prevent mistakes or mitigate or increase consistency, that's not the same anymore. You do not increase consistency by ignoring how and why you make a mistake. That mistake persists because, in my opinion, you do not solve or investigate the nature of that mistake. Big asterisk though, your consistency does still technically go up. Not because you made less mistakes per se from understanding the mistakes, you made more correct answers. So your consistency goes up by getting more correct answers. That doesn't mean you got better at learning from a mistake or correcting a mistake, because you did not do that. You didn't perform the process of doing that. So hence why the vast majority of my conversations about how people think they can solve problems, as in, learning from their mistakes and whatnot and improving upon their mistakes, they're not doing that. Whenever they make a new mistake, it's back to the drawing board. Like, okay, so what do? They rewrite it. They pretend like the mistake doesn't happen as long as they keep getting the right answer. And that is the core of, at least in my opinion, the stuff that I work on, or at least I try to demonstrate, maybe indirectly. You don't fix mistakes by looking for the right answer. You don't learn or work with all your experiences by ignoring your experiences. Looking for the right answer is ignoring the mistake that you made. That is ultimately what you're doing. You make an error, you look for an answer. Those two things are rarely ever dependent on each other. You can always know the right answer by being an incredibly deficient problem solver. You can be given the right answer without any learning involved. And some people may say, well, if you learn something, right, foundational, if you learn something, you hope that later on you can create, analyze, compare with all your foundations. Yes, you can. It would involve the things you are avoiding in the first place. And that is acceptable for children because children don't have experiences yet. However, as a child, when you continue to rely on correct answers and people explaining all the correct answers to you, when you become an adult, you're gonna eventually have to encounter how to solve a problem effectively with nuances that no one else could possibly be able to answer adequately, right? Then you learn that, and then that's what I would consider as the maturation of adult thinking. It's one of those things that aren't leveraged anymore, at least in my opinion. It's pretty ironic, I would say. It's a bit ironic in the sense that a lot of people, when they talk about learning a language, they keep emphasizing oh yeah, immersion, learn like you were a kid, be tactile, be forcefully obligated to do that. Yeah, you can do all of that as an adult without literally having to uproot your entire life. Now, the question is, can the adult do that yet? Because if they can't, then of course it's like learning like a child, because you still think and act and do the process like a child. And adults don't really, your life shapes what type of thinking you need or you would want. So here, oftentimes, whenever someone presents a debate, right, or an argument, or maybe some syllogistic logic or rationale that they use, it's very telling. Definitely the root of many things. The idea that same is not important and different is what makes things memorable. You need both for them to be memorable, because without a point of comparison, That's what it's called, right? A point of comparison. You need something that is the same between things in order to appreciate the differences, not one or the other. Which, for the record, that is the major way people make an argument. They make an argument based on contrast. That, and what's even more egregious in my opinion is, since the argument is based on contrast, there's no standardization. No standard. Why do we need a standard? Because that is the quote-unquote point of comparison. If I use this most of the time, this example for language learning, Duolingo sucks because it doesn't have grammar explicitly explained. Like, I don't know, choose your favorite thing. I don't know, insert grammar text. Whichever your favorite grammar source is. This is a point of comparison with no standardization. This is nearly 90% of people's arguments, in my opinion. Whenever someone tries to give me a hot take, they simply say that one has something, right? Like, this has something that this does not. And that is a comparative analysis. That is asinine. That is absolutely asinine. It may work for a child. Like, and I'm not saying being a child is a bad or a good thing. A child is inexperienced. It does not have points of comparison yet. Right? As you're growing older, you are supposed to gain more points of comparison in order to create contrast. In order to see contrast, you have more points of comparison. Like this person's story, this person's story. You've encountered 100 people, there's 100 points of comparison. And it is through the comparison of sames in order to appreciate the differences. But that doesn't, in my opinion, track for how most people evaluate things. They do not evaluate based on a point of comparison. They evaluate by simply seeing if there's 1 or 0. So this product sucks because it has this, it doesn't have this feature. This product is good because it has this feature. That is not how comparisons work. Comparative analyses does not, that's half of it. Maybe even the lesser of the group. So whenever someone says, oh, I do research, for example, online, obviously, implying research online. Like, okay, you're researching online. What's your standard? And someone would say, well, what do you mean standard? What's your control? You told me you're doing research, right? And you're researching online. So what's your standard? What's your control? What are these things? These are points of references or point of comparison. So you're telling me you're doing research, right? You're researching a topic. So what are your points of comparison? What are your standards and what are your controls? How do you know what you're learning is comparable? I think I recently entered a bit of a discussion when someone told me about bad game design. Oh yeah, drama talked about bad game design, and talking about like Witcher 2 specifically, right? And then it was talking about like potion drinking, the absence or presence of potion drinking. And I'm like, but what is the standard? So the way I framed it is I framed it in the sense of convention, in order to provide whether it was intended or not, but it has to have a convention first. So the convention, the infinite wisdom of convention is that, well, it's hard to predict, right? We eventually talked about whether it's quote unquote intended that you can't drink in combat. And because I reframed the focus to a convention, I expected it's like, can you just magically start drinking potions while fighting or something like that? That creates a point of comparison, whether it's absent or present. That creates the point, right? Like the point of comparison. When someone says, oh, you can't drink potions during combat, bad game design. That is, there's no point of comparison. So the suggestion from that argument was that if you can't drink during combat, it's bad. If you can drink during combat, you don't know. Like, it might be good, it might be bad, you have no idea. There's no point of comparison. So that's kind of, and it's not restricted. You know, you can be 20 plus. Like, we're not talking about age dependency too much, but you can go well into your professional career and still fail at doing research, in my opinion, or be deficient at research. And how is this related to all of the stuff that I've been doing? When you're learning something, one of the adult's assets, at least in my opinion, one of the great things about being an adult that, in my opinion, is untapped oftentimes, is comparative analyses. And even beyond that is creation. And these two things are largely exclusive to being young or a kid. Like, you don't do these things as a kid or when you're younger. We're gonna say like mentally younger and like experience-wise younger, right? So when you're as an adult, if you don't have to do comparative analyses, which is typically involved in problem solving, when you have to solve a problem, a novelty problem that requires comparative analyses, then you don't have to develop any of these skills. And you can still be an adult, right? Obviously, you can still be an adult without the capacity to do comparative analyses or creation. And that's kind of my impression that I get. And it's not through hearing them about their language learning or what they know, right? That's confirmation bias, by the way. Whenever someone tells me that they know things, they know, and they're educated, right? They would tell me like, oh, they passed the N4 and they passed the N3 or their HSK 6. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. You know a lot of things, right? And you can confirm that you know a lot of things. Are you educated? Well, that is debatable, because there are people who can clearly know a lot of things and do a lot of things, but they don't necessarily approach it like they're educated. And that's a personal semantic. We're using jargon here. Like, how would I define someone who is educated or intellectually like educated in the sense of they're a scholar? Well, they are inquisitive. They are curious. They continue to try to be open-minded. And I'm not talking about like prejudices and stereotypes and discrimination, although the open-mindedness and narrow-mindedness forms the foundation of those things, like the underlying foundations. An educated person does not ignore things, or they try their best. That doesn't mean human tendency doesn't take over. The human condition is you ignore things that are disinteresting to you, and you filter things based on confirmation, right? If you're looking for something, then you typically ignore all the things you're not looking for. It's focus. That's what focus is. So oftentimes it's a balance and check. However, whenever someone says they're learning something, or they're learned, or learnt, it's a learned, they could know a lot of things. How they explain things to me, in my opinion, and make arguments is going to tell me if they are educated or not. Because that's what's missing, in my opinion. Not that you need it. Missing doesn't mean necessarily it's a bad thing. It also means that you might not need it. You know, you don't need to do comparative analyses if you like to learn by experience, like just hands-on experience. If you're a craftsman, sometimes you don't need to be in that manner. You don't have to predict, extrapolate models in order to develop your skills, right? This happens quite a lot, and I actually use trivial, a little bit more like lighthearted, trivial topics because it's a lot less, it's a lot easier to engage in. So I would deliberately engage in conversations about video games or game design or something that isn't personal, like very personal, because in my opinion, you don't need to go deep into personal things to see if they are approaching decision making and stuff like that. And learning, well, I enjoy learning, so that's in my opinion what is part of the underlying thing about being educated. Educated sounds like a past tense, right? A lot of times when people think educated, that's past tense. We're gonna talk about English now, right? Educated, past tense, as in you have learned something. That's how I feel what people think when they think about educated. When I think about educated, I think of it as more of, shout outs to Japanese, right? It is a progressive, it's a progressive state. So you become educated and you continue to be educated. So, you know, progressive form, right? A progressive state of change. And in order to stay progressively educated is coming out with the motivation for curiosity. You're consistently being curious. So whenever someone says, I learned this, so I would be wasting my time going over it. That is a learned state. The alternative is, oh, I learned this one way and I know it. So now what can I do with it? Again. So you don't have to learn the same thing over and over again. You can encounter the same thing and learn something else with it. You're ever curious about how you can use the things you've learned to continue learning. You are in a progressive state of being educated. Being learned is a static state. So when someone learns something, it can never go beyond the thing they learn because they assume that they have mastered it. That is, in my opinion, the difference between someone who is educated and then all the way down on a number line to uneducated. At least that's how I go about it. And I don't use this term because this is typically a stigma. So I typically use the word scholar like a scholar versus kind of like a I don't want to say like a viber. Probably viber is the closest. A viber approaches learning in an uneducated way, for lack of a better term. We'll just say uneducated, motivated way, and a scholar consistently approaches it as an educated way. They are curious, consistently curious about as much detail as they can, building on all the things that they have. A viber is only interested in the filters that they have. So it's whatever they're observing, whatever they want to observe is the thing that they're going to learn. So if they like Japanese, they're only going to learn the things that they like. They're not going to learn out of curiosity. They're simply going to learn exactly what they like. And how do these differ? This person will give you feedback based on their opinion. This person is more likely going to give you feedback on completion. So overall everything, like most things. So a scholar will see more than a viber. Now, a viber would save time though. And it would require less effort. Hence why vibe coding and vibe learning is a thing. It saves time and it's less effort. A scholar spends more time. It takes more time and more effort, which doesn't sound so attractive. So whenever someone says like, I already know this one way, I don't need to learn another way to engage with it or build upon it, it's like, yeah, you're vibing your way through your learning process. You're only looking at the things you want to look at in order to save time and do as less effort of learning as possible, because both of these correlate with each other. If you want to spend more effort, it's going to take more time. So, and some of the hardest things to do is probably to make one interested in hard things, right? That's the story of the internet. It's hard to make someone want to be interested in something hard, for lack of a better word. It is easier to make someone interested in saving time by doing less. And I'm not talking about the results. So a viber is still results oriented. A scholar is typically process oriented. Not that they're exclusive from each other, they're oriented in that way. Scholars spend far more time concerned with the process of things, and vibers concern themselves with the results, less so the process. That doesn't mean they don't do any of it. They are far more that. And that's why I'm comparing the two. I'm talking about the process right now. It saves time on the process. The process is less effort. It requires less effort for the process You save time for bigger results. So a Viber would want to save time, spend less effort, and produce a disproportionately bigger result. A scholar would have to equate these because the results do not dictate how much they learn from things. The more time and more effort you work with the process, it may or may not produce the results you want, because most of the learning comes from the time and effort you place in the process, not the result. So the result could be great, like, you know, you could discover something incredible, or you could discover something that will only become important 10 or 20 years after you die. That's kind of the idea, right? It's one of the things. Also, if you wanted to separate science a little bit, it's also the dichotomy between basic science and applied science, right? Big deals. And any single person, right, any one person can go between these two and anywhere in between. So I'm not saying that you're a basic science person or an applied science person. It's kind of going to be a mix of both. How you're oriented at any given time is what I'm suggesting about the contrast. And when it comes to language learning, most people apply their language learning, as in apply for the results. And that's the dominant. I'm taking a basic approach to language learning, which is, all right, well, I see these observations. I observe something. Now, what can I do with them? Applied is, here are the results. Now, what do I change? They might sound similar, but not necessarily. It means the world of difference. You use a tool, you look at the results, and then you decide what to do about it. You use a tool, you see what the tool does, so what the process does, and base yourself on what you're going to change. So in both cases, it can be confusing because it sounds like the same thing, but one is process-oriented, one is result-oriented. If you're getting better, if your accuracy is going up, then you don't have to change anything, right? Because the results speak for themselves, aka results speak for themselves. When I see the percentage goes up, I notice that I can improve on what I'm doing to get the percentage goes up, right? So my process will still continue to change despite getting good results. It could get worse as well. Like, as I'm tweaking the process, my results could get worse. Applied is, if it's working, don't change it. Usually, right? If it ain't broke, don't change it. You don't want to like mess with it. You don't want to tinker with it because it could get worse. Typically, in my opinion, whenever someone sits on a good thing, they're not curious whether it could be better, oftentimes, and they're not curious what could make it worse. Now, when I think about things like that, it doesn't, to me, it matters intellectually whether when I change something, it gets worse, because then I know what makes it worse. Not, oh, it's bad, so that's against my results, so let's not change anything. I'm afraid to change anything because it could get worse, right? Like, oh, I could mess things up, and then it would. That's the conversation I have most of the time. When someone says, "Oh, you know, I just stuck to it because I don't want to mess it up. I have a good thing right now going, and I'm afraid to mess it up or change something only to like waste time and whatnot." Applied thinking. Basic is, I'm curious if I change this, and it's like, oh, it got worse. Huh, that's interesting. So in the future, I can at least see what makes things worse and what makes things better because they act as points of comparison. This is confirmation bias. This is comparison. So when you're thinking about changing something and you're saying, oh, what if it gets worse? I don't want to do that. Confirmation bias. You're already, in my opinion, the likelihood of the person I'm talking to is that they only see what they want to see. They only work towards what they want to work towards, but they rarely are able to provide feedback or explain things to another person because you didn't see, experience, or interact with the opposite. So oftentimes whenever someone says, oh yeah, I have advice for you, my friends, like do this because it's going to work for you. I'm like, how do you know what my problems are? Have you had my problems before? Right? It's like, no. I know everyone's problems. And this is what I did to solve those problems. What are they? What are they? The problems that you claim that you know everyone has. What are those problems? Did you have them? Because when someone talks, in my opinion, someone who's a viber talks like that. Someone who's an educated person, a scholar, would not be so bold to think of it that way. Where when you have nothing, all you do is confirm. So whenever someone sees me get something wrong, like for example, I get this one wrong. Right? Someone comes in, they see me get this wrong. It's like, oh, this guy has that problem. That problem. Maybe I should tell them the hack to solving that problem. And I would hear, it's like, oh, hey, that's an interesting hack. It's not the problem I'm having, but if you have 30 minutes or an hour, I could explain to you my thought process behind why I don't think it's that same problem. Your advice is very helpful, right? It can be helpful. I'll keep it in mind. However, this very nature of this problem requires more nuance for me to explain because I'm more interested in the process. So that happens on a regular basis. Whenever someone says, oh yeah, hey, the answer is, you know, insert correct answer because of the following. And I think those who I talk to, especially a particular person I've been referring to, they would anticipate or try to anticipate what I'm doing. And then, you know, after that, 30 minutes later, I would have the opportunity to explain how I was thinking maybe this could be helpful. Thank you for telling me the right answer and how you think about it. But in that 30 minutes, I explained the 3 or 4 things this person did not consider what I was thinking or what I was doing. Like, for example, what I described just now. So going back to all of this, what's the point? You know, someone asks, hey, put the fries in the bag. What's the point of you saying all this? It's because I'm explaining why this is interesting to me, right? Why this is interesting to me. I'm collecting data. I'm looking at comparative analyses. What a person that comes in who I maybe chat with on a regular basis and they just say, oh, it's this and this is the answer, that's literally the opposite of what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm not specifically running and speeding for the answer. I'm going through all the related and comparative analyses because that's how I become more consistent. And one day I could do it quicker, maybe, but probably not as fast as a Viber, right? Like, that's the whole point, right? A person who's a Viber who consistently look at the correct thing will be faster. I'm framing these all in positive ways so that it doesn't look like I'm trying to stigmatize something. Vibers look for correct things in order to get to the answer faster. I was sitting there looking at, right, a scholar. I was looking at all the possibilities that I know so far, like all the things that I know, and I'm going through it, so it's slower. However, the different word that Blaze used when he stopped by the other day, like Lotus used, was thorough. Thoroughness is what I was doing. So I take my time to be thorough. I go over all the possibilities and then look to see if I can make more possibilities. So my observation about Trey, right? About Trey is that the idea of having a sound part radical with a meaning radical as the basis of how I'm relearning or finding another way to build on top of my radical studies is not because someone told me explicitly, like, hey, do it this way so you can you can vibe your way to your victory or something. I'm not doing that. I'm using my observational skills to create new possibilities so I can be more thorough about it, because I no longer am a beginner, right? That separates eventually when someone becomes an intermediate or becomes an expert. They are no longer a viber, at least in my opinion. They're typically in a scholarly ability to want to be ever curious about developing new strategies, new skills, novel comparisons, and it's built on points of comparison. Vibers can continue to selectively narrow and filter what they can do because it's faster, it saves time. So there are things I vibe, like for example, I'm not particularly interested in how I play certain video games, right? I vibe those video games. Like, oh, okay, I will learn not to do that again. I'll use the process of elimination for this puzzle because I personally do not want to sit there and look at all the possible combinations and then try to get it in a rational way or something like that. And then obviously you can mix and match these at times. But generally speaking, that's my major motivation for most of this stuff. It's really interesting how it contrasts with a lot of other ways of thinking right now, especially dominated thinking.
背
Hey.
俊
It's not complete, so it's a person. I was thinking, oh, it's probably handsome. Yeah. So how do I know if it's not complete, it's handsome? It's because this character on the right, this is Jing. Jing. And Jing, it has to deal with a person, right? The act of a person. I thought it was complete by reporting to a person, but instead it's handsome because it's describing a person. Now, Jing is also complete, by the way, because of Jing. So if you look at Jing, you're gonna find complete in here, which is technically the whole two things. It's the whole right side. So I have to look at the whole right side, and I will find complete here. And you might be thinking, oh, why don't you just click on a search bar and complete it? I'm kind of encouraging myself to look at characters. So my actions are intentional here, where I would look at a radical and then I would scroll through a bunch of characters, and I would look at some of the characters that I wouldn't typically look at. So I could go on a search engine, right? This is why Google search and ChatGPT and like super apps are going to, in my opinion, diminish critical thinking skills. They are going to make critical thinking skills deficient by a long shot. largely because when you use something that's aided like that, you only see what you want to see. You only see curated things. You do not see what is possible. You do not see and serendipitously encounter more observable information. To demonstrate, if I type Jing, right? If I type Jing, this will be all I see. If I clicked on a radical and scrolled through the characters, there is an opportunity for me to observe something else. If you're a Viber, you would think of it as that's a waste of time. Just enter a search bar if you know what you're doing, so that you don't have to sift through an entire web, list and not pay attention to anything but the thing you're looking for. That is a Viber. That's what I mean by that. You are specifically saving time by ignoring everything else. So this was the Jing I was talking about. And why is this Jing like the other Jing? Because this right here is a guard, right? Is a guard. And a guard is a person. So the other Jing is a person. So the reason why I did a 50-50 on this is because was the person a guard? Or was the guard a person? And they're both Jing. And the right side, all of this is one thing. Now, it's Jing. That's the sound. All of this is one sound. So it's a Jing with a guard or a person. The guard helped complete something. The person is handsome. So we could make another relationship between this. It's a handsome person that is a guard that helped you complete something. And now I formed a new layer of differentiation, because Jing is now the connecting reference, and Jing involves a handsome person who is also a guard that helps you complete something. And in the future, I will use this stacked mnemonic to differentiate between the two. Right? Again, this is Jing as well. And then the guard, the handsome person that is a guard that helps you complete something, also has a horse for Julius Caesar because it's Jing. And Jing is steed. That's where the other Jing is, which is steed because it has horse. So 3 Jing. A person, a guard, and a horse. So those are the 3. So we look down, and then there's the other Jing, which is off this Jing. The gentleman's Jing, the monarch's Jing. So there, that same principle. It's clustered around the monarch, where now you have the separate things. So like, for example, I don't even have to, like, we can, this is me reviewing, right? So if you look at prefecture, Jing, the monarch, so the monarch, these two things put together. Oops. The below? Oh, it doesn't let me pull out the pen. Well, these two things put together is the monarch. And the monarch is in charge of a building or hill, like a region, a position, right? That's a prefecture. Or county or state if you're doing Japanese, right? And this guy here is part of monarch. So we click on rake and we have monarch, right? And monarch oversees things with the rake. They oversee things with a rake, right? So, and also the monarch demanded that everyone in the infirmary wear skirts. That's where you get the chun, right? Chun. And then the infirmary has a large crowd, which is chun. So these are the double chuns that are off monarch, which is jun, right? And jun. So this is the 1-to-1. These are the 50-50. Oh, this is the 1-1-1. So we have the yi versions, the jun versions, and the chun versions. So all of that is still connected. They go down the rabbit hole. So this one character can lead to all of those thoughts at once. However deep you have to go. So that's kind of how I understand what errors I'm making or what mistakes I'm making, and I'm consciously thinking to myself, which is what I do in Bunpro most of the time right now, where I would read a sentence and I'm thinking 50-50 here, 30% here, what's related to this? So most of the time when I'm like trying to figure something out and trying to learn something, I would talk through it. I would think about it, compare it, look at the notes, cross-referencing. Those are where I would learn the most. And it's very different from someone who says, oh, I'll just come back. Oh, we'll just let it repeat until I remember. Like, well, yeah, that's a vibe. You're vibing. Repetition, memorization, in my opinion, is now quite synonymous with the act of vibing. You do something enough through vibing that you hope intuitively you stop making those mistakes, or you consistently get the right answer so that you don't make that mistake, because you get the right answer, not because you learn from the mistake or know anything about the mistake. I'm fairly confident in this separation, because when I ask someone, hey, how did you fix the mistake? The person said, I just did the same thing. I'm like, what do you mean you did the same thing? Wouldn't that mean you make the same mistake? And they're like, no, with enough practice, it just fixed itself. Okay, that's a vibe. You fixed something, right? And vibe fixed something doesn't necessarily mean you learned something from the mistake. You simply did something so that you vibed out the problem, which is technically fixing the mistake, not learning from the mistake. At least that's in my opinion. It's quite different. Very, very different. Sometimes I often find myself saying to someone when they say, well, that's the wrong way to do things. I'm like, can you explain to me why it's the wrong way to do something? And they would sit there and simply just tell me, well, it's because it's wrong. Can you explain why it's wrong? Because if you don't explain why it's wrong, how can you possibly know it's wrong? And obviously the response is, it's because other people say it's wrong. And I'm like, okay, can you explain why other people think it's wrong? Like, explain that one to me. Because hopefully the people you're learning from are also people capable of critical thinking skills. Because if they can't explain why something is wrong, then you didn't learn anything. You memorized something, right? Like, oh, this is the wrong way to pronounce this thing. Explain to me why it's the wrong way to pronounce it. Like, well, it doesn't sound the same. You're gonna have to explain to me why it doesn't sound the same. And because if you make an argument like, well, it doesn't sound like this, and I'm like, I don't know about you, but people don't sound like people. There's a underlying mechanic that synchronizes the thing. And the funny thing here is whenever someone talks about I don't sound like someone, I can't tell you how often they give me an example and it's a female example. And then my first thought is like, oh, okay. Here's what I'm trying to do. So I tell them what I'm trying to say. It's like, okay, so I understand that the pitch accent for this, or like the tone, for example, in Chinese, the tone that I think I'm trying to say is tone 2. And then the person's like, oh yeah, okay, that's what this person's trying to do. Okay, all right. Now, can you explain to me why my tone 2, since we both know it's tone 2, and the person that you're giving me, the female speaker that you're telling me is pronouncing this in tone 2, can you tell me why my tone 2 or not tone 2, explain to me why it's not tone 2, and also explain to me how if we agree that I'm saying tone 2, how my tone 2 doesn't sound like the example you gave me. That is comparative analyses, because already it turns out that a lot of the time when someone explains to me that my tone is off, is because the people they listen to have a higher pitch, an overall higher pitch. I was literally told one time by this girl who really likes Chinese, like she kept talking about like how vocal fry is cool in the southern accent, and then like comparing, contrasting, and then they kept saying like, oh wow, you say this really weird, why is your tone 1 not high pitch enough? And my first thought is like, why do you think is a higher pitch tone 1? And then they would give me this example of this female speaker whose overall pitch is really high, so their tone 1's pitch is even higher. And I'm like, do you listen to male speakers at all? Like just a variety of male speakers? Because male speakers don't even sound like that. It's like you're trying to tell me that the whole confirmation bias that you have is you're equating everyone to the pitch of a female speaker, in which you can't even explain how tone 1 works with relative to the rest of the pitch. You have no point of comparison is the problem. This person only think of the pitch as a separate thing. Like tone 1 has to be this high. That's not how tones work, in my opinion. It's the relative comparative tone. Where's your neutral tone compared to your tone 1? Because not everyone has the same overall pitch. Like, if that were true, then we would not have alto singers, soprano singers, tenors, bass singers. We would not have those. And yet they can all sing in pitch, right? Because it's relative pitch. That's the idea. I think I've engaged in this conversation more than I can imagine, especially the ones where people would talk about Japanese pitch accent, where they say like, oh yeah, you can't perceive pitch because your pitch doesn't go up and down. And I'm like, what do you mean pitch doesn't go up and down? Are you telling me that when you speak any language, like just any language or any sound you make with your sound, you're not producing a pitch that is relative to each other? Are you telling me there are more people in this world who speak with one pitch the whole time? Now, the difference here is the person who said that, in my opinion, is a person who vibes pitch, as in they vibe most of their perception of pitch. And when I ask them to describe what is relative pitch, like, do you understand relative pitch? Like, if something is high pitch, is it higher than the previous pitch, or are you specifically talking about like an F sharp, right? Like compared to a D flat compared to an F sharp, because the relative pitch is it doesn't matter where the D flat is. And it doesn't matter where the F sharp is. Like, without a point of reference between them, you can't tell if the pitch went up or down. So oftentimes that's how people look at things. They're like, oh, tone 1, it's high pitched. Compared to what? High pitched compared to what? And then someone's like, oh, my ones sound really weird. I'm like, oh yeah? What are you comparing it to? And they're like, what do you mean? What am I comparing it to? Yeah, like, what are you comparing it to? If it's not high enough, what are you comparing it to? Obviously, you need a standard to know what is high enough. And then what is high? Like, is it higher than something else? So hence why whenever I talk about tones, when I talk about tones, I draw this thing, because the neutral tone is what's the standard neutral tone. I usually say chest voice, right? And then head voice is up here, and then stomach is down here. Because without these points of reference, you could say one is up here. You know, one is up here. Like, okay, but if you tell someone one is up there, is like, compared to what? How would they know what is high? Like, what is high tone 1? So that's where that person said, like, oh, this person sounds really weird. Their 1 isn't high like I'm used to. I'm like, yeah, they're also a man, and this person has a very boomy, bassy voice. So how are you framing his 1? Like, his 1 is really high. I don't know what you're talking about, because his bass, this person's bass was very low. Like, their neutral was kind of very low as well. So even the slightest pitch up sounded high to me relative to his neutral, you know, his average pitch. That's kind of what I mean by, if you're listening for a very specific thing and you have no form of comparative analyses, how do you know what to conclude? So, hey, I keep making this mistake. Now I know the right answer. Okay, how are those two related? They're not. And that's the whole point. So when you make a mistake and you look and you have someone give you the right answer, they're no longer connected. They're independent of each other. So when you learn the correct answer, it tells you nothing about your mistake, because they're not related to each other. If you go back, like, here's a big difference. There are scholars, right, who, when they get a wrong answer, they go look at the correct answer, right? Someone gives them the correct answer. Then they figure out how is the correct answer related to the wrong answer, oftentimes finding out it's not related. So they have to figure out how to get from the wrong answer to the correct answer. And that's typically the stuff that whenever I talk to a student, right? Whenever I talk to a student, they think this stuff is boring and it's a waste of time. How do I know it's a waste of time? Now, I'll be a little bit more exact. They feel is a waste of time, and they feel bored. I don't think students are dumb. They know it's probably important. That doesn't stop them from vibing that it's boring and a waste of time. And I know this because when they go and try to do this, they rush and they filter and they skip. So at least 5 different people, when I hear them say, oh, so you got this wrong, right, on your math assignment or something, and then the teacher asked them to go and correct it, right? Go correct it. And I see their correction. It's like, what did you do? All I see is you wrote the right answer down. I'm like, well, that's the right answer. I'm like, but aren't you the least bit curious how your wrong answer is, like, what is the relationship between your wrong answer and the correct answer? It's like, what do you mean? This is, they would do something, step 1, step 2, step 3, and apparently this is where it went wrong, right? And then they have a correct answer that's like 10 steps long that they learned. And what they did was they copy steps 1 through 9. They just copy it. Just like, oh, okay, so if I do this, now I understand. Right? And no, you don't. Like 99, like, maybe not that bold. Maybe over 70% of the time, you don't understand the steps you copied. Because you haven't even formed the connection between 3 and 10. Like, you don't understand how this was a mistake, why you thought this mistake, and how you get from here to here through these steps and back. You don't understand, right? And what does this mean, and how do I know? Because it takes time. And it's boring. And now this is my attempt. How do I fix, how do I help out, right? Like, whenever someone asks me, so what can I offer? I can't offer you the correct answer, by the way. Most of the time when someone asks me, hey, can you help me with this homework? They're asking, can you give me the right answer? Can you explain the right answer? And most of the time, I'm not an expert in any of these. In fact, I forgot a lot of these things because I don't use it, right? So my answer is like, I can't help you with the right answer. Like, I can't give you the right answer. I can't help you with that. I don't know the right answer. What I can offer is how to make this less boring. That is my goal. Like 9 out of 10 times, that is my goal. Because I need to make them interested in understanding how to get to the right answer. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion, what the right answer actually is yet. Like, you kind of want the right answer eventually, right? However, if they don't do this part because they're bored out of their mind, you have to be able to make it less boring. And how do you make it less boring? Talk about all this stuff. This is what I spent the last 2 hours talking about. If you talk about all this stuff, it gives a reason for why this is not a waste of time. Critical thinking is not a waste of time. And it, in my opinion, even more than that, this is a skill that has no cap. And I'm not talking about no cap as in no lying, not lying. This has no cap. There's no skill ceiling, or like there's no artificial ceiling for critical thinking skills. There is an artificial ceiling for memorizing the correct answer. It doesn't go beyond that. There's no without comprehension, the ceiling is its memory. So you either memorize the correct answer, and that's the only function it'll ever serve, right? Hence, going through high school with 4 years of high school and then going through your bachelor's degree, and yet your critical thinking skills did not improve. And then when you enter a professional school, you realize that, oh, all the things you learn, they're only case by case and only useful in that case, and all I can really say is, yeah, I'm not surprised you feel like it's a waste of time. Like, it's a waste of time, in my opinion, to put all your value into memorizing and memorizing facts and memorizing case by case how to do problems, for example. Like, oh, I got, an A student, right? You get an A plus student. You can still get an A plus by memorizing all the answers. It is possible, especially in high school. High school or lower, you can still, and I did this personally. That's how I got through high school. I was a teenager trying to memorize everything. And then when you get to college or professional, we'll just say when you do a professional career, right? When you become a professional, you can't, it will be very, in my opinion, incredibly ambitious to think that you can memorize answers to still get an A plus. At most, you might get a C to pass. You can probably still memorize everything you need to pass. And in my opinion, how do you get someone less bored about this? Is because the sooner you work on critical thinking skills, in my opinion, you wouldn't encounter a scaling problem. This is a scaling problem. Someone who is a viber does not have scaling. And how does a viber thrive then? Use a tool that can scale for them. So hence why, in my opinion, AI is very useful. Because if you don't care about critical thinking skills, if you don't care about needing to solve problems and create ideas and do comparative analyses and having agency over your thought, you don't need those things, right? Hopefully people can be happy that way. I don't have too many people around me in my life that aren't critical thinkers, so it's very hard for me to appreciate, but I can see it. I can see a possibility that someone can go through life very happily using a tool that scales, like AI, for example, super apps in the future, and the super apps is like the new buzzword, super apps, and having targeted algorithms and whatnot to serve the scaling problem. And then you can still be happy. That doesn't mean that your learning capacity and critical thinking skills improve by not doing it, right? So hence why I say, for better or for worse, a tool that scales also means that you're compensating for your lack of scaling skills. Your skills don't scale. And to make high school, at least high school, or maybe college, typically now I'm talking about people with college or college bound or some sort of academic, like self-enrichment, self-study is one of the biggest axioms, in my opinion. An axiom of self-study is that the person who's self-studying has critical thinking skills, or sufficient critical thinking skills. In my opinion, if you do not have sufficient critical thinking skills, eventually a person who starts self-studying will then seek critical thinker, or at least someone who has some element of critical thinking, be it a teacher, right? A person who has to critically think in that nature, like a native speaker. So, like, if you're in an environment that it's obligated for you to do something, it requires critical thinking skills in order to adapt, right? Like moving to Japan, that is conducive to critical thinking skills, is obligating the environment to be the obligation. So you are no longer self-studying in an obligated environment. You are mandatorily challenged to become a critical thinker. How do I know that it's not the same as self-study? Because in self-study, you can fail and not be held accountable. So like you're on the internet and you're self-studying, like, oh, I'm just doing this for a hobby, and then you don't learn anything, right? That's okay. I'll just do something else. Self-study. When you move and uproot your life into an environment that obligates to you, and then when you fail that, you move back. And you have to change your life all over again. Or adapt again to your old life or something, right? Critical is the word when it comes to imposing critical thinking skills. Now, my general idea is I hope that people don't have to wait until their whole livelihood depends on it to want to be a critical thinker, or at least some element of critical thinking, like practice critical thinking. You're not practicing critical thinking because you always have problems to solve. You're practicing critical thinking at the event that problems may come up. So it's very rewardless, as in like when someone who is predicated on results would say, why do I have to practice critical thinking skills if I can just assume that my life, I wouldn't have any problems that I need to solve myself? Easy, right? That's what happens when you spend most of the time on the internet. You know the internet has all sorts of problems, and people have solved all sorts of problems. So the goal is critical thinking skills are optional if the assumption is made that you never have to solve a problem yourself. You can always find someone else who have already done that work for you, aka solving the scaling problem, the scaling of complexity, the scaling of your skills. So when someone relies on that, that also means they tend to be deficient and skill lesser, and that's a trade-off, right? You don't build skills by not doing anything. You do less, you build less skills. So that's kind of the trademark here. And I think most people, when they're learning a language, they're trying to do less, not do more. And what I mean by that is they want to do less process and get more results. It's not the same as doing more process and see the results. Because you don't know. It's not clear. When you do more process, it's going to result in more of what you think. Usually you see the results and then you do more. This one is do less to get more expected results. And that's, in my opinion, what I call the new age learner. Or the modernized learner. And that's part of the equation. Like obviously a scholar, a certain someone who's experienced would do both. They do both. In the new age learner, this is like dominating. It's like 80% of or more of all the stuff. And this is like 20%. And that's where I want to balance it. So I want to tip the scales, because humans, right? A human condition, again, it's related to similarities. Humans are lazy creatures, right? They are lazy creatures that operate on a reward system. Like, what I mean by the human condition is nearly everyone feels this. Maybe to varying degrees. It doesn't necessarily have to take over your life, but generally speaking, humans are lazy creatures and they reward. Like, I would love to be as lazy as possible to reap the highest amount of reward. Like, I want to develop critical thinking skills without having to lift a finger. Absolutely. Like, if someone asks me, what are commonalities between me and another person, despite seeing us doing different things? Like, man, you put many hours into this thing. How could you be a lazy person? I'm like, I'm trying to look for the laziest way of getting this critical thinking. Like that, when I do something, eventually I want to become lazy with it. I want to optimize it, make it faster, make it more intuitive. I go through periods of lazing up things. Lazing is like refinement, right? So in this case, this is what I'm tackling, at least. Trying to incentivize people in developing critical thinking skills, because the bottom line, the sufficiency for critical thinking skills is like non-existent. In my opinion, there is no incentive. This stuff is boring. And to me, confirmational bias, warning, confirmational bias. How do I know this stuff is boring? Well, I've been trying to do this stuff for over 7 years, right? Confirmation bias, over 7 years, and then tack on another 18 years in education to make this stuff more interesting to people. Now, in this 7 years, I have the whole platform, whole Twitch platform and YouTube platform, right? To expose what it's like to work on critical thinking skills on a daily process. How popular is that? It's not. And that's the difference. To this day, there are still people that tell me, well, you're not doing it right. You're not doing it to get views. You're not learning how to hack your way to like using the algorithm to your benefit. It's like the algorithm is the thing that I'm trying to address. So abandoning, like doing the thing, is circumventing the very point I'm trying to make. So it's not my, like, I'm not looking for more viewership. I'm testing whether it produces more viewership. So again, it's about doing more to see what the results are, not doing less because I know it works. So like here, oh yeah, I could definitely just speed run this in the background and then release a 15-minute video about here's the secret to mastering HanziHero in 15 minutes without showing the person, without seeing the person and selecting a viewership for seeing me do this for 500 days straight. That defeats the purpose, in my opinion, of critical thinking skills. Like, to literally see 500 plus videos, me going day in and day out, doing the process, refining my process, and then I still put in those review videos. Like, I still do 100-day reviews, and they're really long too. They're like 3 or 4 hours long. And then and whenever someone asks, I try to give them a 5-minute summary. All those things still exist, but they are not popular because I saw the results of it. It's called social experiments that I usually refer to. I've been working on social experiments for a good 7+ years, and most of the social experiments, I saw the results of the social experiment. I can know a lot of things. In fact, most people think I don't know things because they didn't see me know those things. Like someone told me, hey, you can improve your viewership by putting hashtags in your title. It's like, no kidding. I can observe that too. Right? Like, thank you for your feedback. I understand. It's a shame that you did not capture or understand long enough about what I'm trying to do. And that's the whole point. I now know that most people rarely ever make these connections. And that's there's a difference between being upset about it, right? Like, I still understand the expected result. My running hypotheses is that working on critical thinking skills, daily practice, and consistently showing how laborious but awesome and rewarding it is, like how to stay motivated, how to be enthusiastic as from day one, showing all that doesn't mean anyone cares about it, right? And I can say that now with a certainty because it's not popular. Now, do I want to give it up? Well, I'm not upset about the results, right? It means my running hypothesis is correct. The way to strengthen my hypotheses is to consistently test it against the null hypothesis. So the null hypothesis is that I can make this work. As in, like, I can make this popular, this format popular. And that's where I drive my process. I'm going to consistently try to make this process better if I can. That only reinforces how strong my narrative is. My narrative is that it's incomprehensible how humans no longer perceive time, effort, and thinking in human hours and human months and human communication, ups and downs. They no longer perceive that because it's no longer interesting. There's no incentive on it. So how do I make it more incentivized without uprooting everything that I believe in? Hence why I'm very not upset about the results of 7 years. Some people are like, aren't you upset that no one ever watches your content? It's like, no, because I know that this is likely to happen. What I'm trying to prove is maybe I can figure out some way to work this into something, right? It's not the other way around where someone expects something to happen and then try to go and confirm it, and if they fail, they're upset. Like, for example, someone could say, oh, I'm a really good gamer, and then because they're a really good gamer, right, the results is that they're a really good gamer. So they put out their video. If they put out their video, since they're a good gamer, then it must be a good video. And good videos get lots of views, right? And they go and do this for maybe, I'm going to give them like a month, at least a month. And then they put out these videos and turns out no views. Or a not good amount of views. Then whose problem is it, right? It's their problem. But no, it's not going to be their problem. They're going to say it's the system's problem. Like, well, you don't even have enough experience to even know if it's a system's problem. In fact, you spent so much time focusing on confirming your hypotheses that you can't even evaluate the system. This is a vibe. You're a good gamer. You vibe that you're a good gamer. And you vibed what is a good video. And you expected a specific result. And it didn't happen. So the problem is not you. You are not the problem. Right? Sometimes you might not actually be the problem. You don't know. Because you have no point of reference. You assume you're good. So therefore your videos are good. And therefore you should have. That's not what I did. I spent 7 years. I tested a social experiment. And I tried the best to negate what I thought. Like, if I'm really good at learning, you would think that people care about being really good at learning. Well, am I really good at learning? That was the question I asked myself. So when I asked myself, oh, I think I'm a good learner, right? That's my hypothesis. I'm a good learner. So naturally, I need to figure out, am I a good learner? How do I test that? Here we are. And the results are telling me, right? The results are telling me I'm good enough. As in, when I'm doing this, I have specific results. Even though I'm focusing on the process, I constantly want to improve the way I'm learning. So I'm taking in new information, right? I've never done SRS before, right? This is the first time. This is the first time for like WaniKani and HanziHero on my first time using SRS. And my SRS interactions are probably not very similar to a lot of people right now. Not anymore anyways. And it turns out I'm good enough. I can produce results much like a lot of other people. But that's good enough. The question is, how can I do better? Right? And then in that process, I also learned that it's not popular. So my motivations for all of this is not in its popularity, but because I was observing using Twitch and YouTube that trying to be good enough with SRS, which is something I have never done before, is also not popular. It's very not popular. Like, is that good or bad? It would be bad if I was testing if it was popular, right? Like if my goal was, oh yeah, I'm a good learner, so I should become popular one day because people like to learn. That's a presumption. Do I believe people like to learn? So when someone says, all right, well, you're a good learner and people like to learn, right? My hypothesis was wrong, actually. Most people don't like to learn. So far, the current results right now in my social experiment is the vast majority of people do not like learning. They do not enjoy learning. It is boring, it is laborious, it takes time, and usually most people try their best to learn the least amount of things in everything. Like, how do you beat a game? The least amount of learning to beat a game. And if you're gonna cherry pick, right? I know someone's gonna cherry pick and say, well, I love learning everything about my favorite game. That's minimizing learning. You only picked your favorite game to learn everything about it. That is the whole point of my thesis, my social testing. In fact, if you're curious what all of this amounts to, is I've been teasing this for a while. It's going to become a book. The whole idea is all of this stuff is going to be a book at some point. Whether I want to publish it or not, I'm probably just going to like write it as a social experiment as well. Let's go write a book about all the null hypothesis testing that I've done, because people don't like learning. And if they don't learn, they typically don't participate in critical thinking skills. Where do they get most of their critical thinking skills? When it matters. And when does it matter? When their livelihood of not learning is a problem. So it's a vicious cycle. What comes first? Well, they're not learners. People don't like learning. And when they want to learn, when do they learn? When they have a life problem. And that life problem triggers either a sink or swim response to critical thinking skills. And to get the critical thinking skills, the life problem has to exceed a threshold in order to develop critical thinking skills. Otherwise, they go back to not learning. And one way to circumvent critical thinking skills is hope that the life problem has a correct answer online, so then they can go back to not learning. That is the current routine. So what is that? Dieting, fitness, sleep hygiene, poor decision making. The word poor is because the person believes, not me, I'm not saying they have poor decision making. they believe the choices that they make lead to poor results consistently. So it's to get the person to realize that their decision making is what leads to the poor results. So they know that part. How do they fix it is by looking for the correct answer. So when someone says, I'm really depressed and bored, they go and listen to someone else who is bored and depressed, not how or why they are bored and depressed, and look for it based on how and why they understand their boredom and depression. They go look for someone who has the same results, as in the same symptoms. Symptoms and results do not explain necessarily the process in which it happens. So it gets to that point where, oh, hey, this person is depressed and they did this. All right, I'm going to go do that because I don't like learning. And when they do it, it comes out to be the wrong answer. So then they go and look for the correct answer again. Notice how I didn't say anything about learning from mistakes, because when a not learner goes and look for the correct answer and it fails, they do not go use what they learn from failing to compare it to a correct answer. They simply go to another correct answer, quote unquote correct answer, based on some simplified results, and continue to not learn anything. And this is, in my opinion, the cycle of language learning as well. Someone can quit, resume, start over multiple times on a task over many years. And still, by the way, still feel like they are wasting time, right? Wasting time. But it's because they didn't find the solution yet. As opposed to being the problem themselves. Right? Like it's a mix. It's both. The odds of succeeding by looking and finding the solution versus figuring it out and combining them is astronomical, at least in my opinion, or at least significant over the course of someone's life. So if you are consistently looking to find the solution to an ever increasing critical problem over your lifetime, the scalability is a problem. Scalability is a problem for now, though, because arguably technology, a bunch of people, a billion, multi-trillion-dollar industry is suggesting that they're going to solve the scalability problem of humanity by creating a model that will scale with the ever complexity of your life problems. And this is where I've been asked multiple times, aren't you afraid that you will be replaced by AI? Like with the thing that I do, the thing that I care about, will it be replaced by AI? Well, it would be honestly, if it does, that's cool. I mean, it also means that there will be less unhappy people, and maybe more humans overall will be happy. Is it likely to happen in my lifetime? The answer is probably no. I'll probably die thinking hopefully die of natural causes, thinking that they're still working on the scalability problem of human complexity, right? Of human life problems. Because right now, if you really want to challenge the current model about the scalability problem, anytime a human question is posited for a solution to the existing model, despite the advent of quantum computing or mass race for compute, right? questions like housing crisis, starvation, equality, discrimination, cultural adversity, all those answers does not address the scalability problem yet. And I'm not talking about scalability problem from an objective point of view. Like, oh, hey, there are these so many people in the world, so if you divide all the human resources in this way, this would be the natural conclusion to solve resource problems. Like, that doesn't solve the resource problems when considering the scalability of human problems, right? How do you solve the housing crisis? Take all the possible output of housing and then divide it by the world population and then distribute it that way. That would solve the housing crisis. That does not scale human problems, right? So that's kind of where we're at. When people talk to me about solving human problems, they approach it like it's copywritten from an AI model, for better or for worse. So I literally had this comment made to me before by 2 or 3 people. I asked them, so why did you choose the major, or why did you choose these colleges? I asked ChatGPT. I'm like, okay, so after you asked ChatGPT to list these colleges, did you look into the colleges to ask yourself what is it that you chose them? And then they would tell me all the criteria that was objectively evaluated when they asked ChatGPT. That's kind of the level of critical thinking that I'm working with. The idea is, I mean, I don't have to work with it, right? I could simply sit back and do what others can do, basically create a model that removes agency and critical thinking skills from your customers, from your clients, and then you sit back and know that you are also a lazy person and you want to lower the level of critical thinking skills so you don't have to critically think more than your clientele. Like, what I mean is, you don't have to think extra hard about your decision making if your clientele can't think for themselves anyways. And now we're in the dubious moral and ethical dilemma of, when is it crossing a line? When is it crossing a line that you produce a product to make it so that you can control your clientele and you are the one that only have to do a smidge more critical thinking than your entire millions and billions of clients? Because if your clients are none the wiser, then you don't have to work as hard. You simply have to work harder than your clients. So that's kind of where I'm at when it comes to a hot take. One of the applications of my narrative about all of this, like SRS and language learning, is that there is a line that I wouldn't cross. And the line that I typically wouldn't cross is the moment that I decide that I can no longer think beyond the tool that I'm using. If you are no longer thinking beyond the tool and understanding how the tool is working, then you cease to learn things. You are typically memorizing and recognizing things without comprehension. And that's often how I feel when I talk to people about their favorite video games, about their favorite TV shows, about their favorite splits routine for their fitness program. It is rarely a consequence of comprehension. It is often a symptom of repetition and memorization. It's like, and habits, like blind habit formation. So whenever someone is so terrified at creating a bad habit, I know that that is one of the first red flags for indicating someone who has no agency over their critical thinking skills, because they can't solve the problem of a bad habit. Hence the the scariness and fear of creating a bad habit, because you clearly don't want to solve the bad habit or anything that's suboptimal. So whenever someone goes and do something online, they typically want to start with the optimal solution so that they never have to learn something else, right? Or be interested in learning something else. Honestly, nowadays, it's kind of fantastic, at least for me, curious when someone tells me they have the best app, how many holes I can push and punch through that app. Because an app doesn't get better by saying it's the best. An app gets better when you can demonstrate what you can do beyond that app, not what it's lacking. That is a whole different story. When someone says something like, oh, I've used app A, I used app A, and now I'm testing app B. And then you're like, well, app A has these features and app B has two and not the other. That's not thinking. That's not the same as thinking. You have to explain what are the pros and cons of having and not having it. And then how that contributes and alters the interaction between the things they have and not have. That is comparative analyses. Things are not strictly good or bad without context. At least in my opinion, most things. There are certain things that I would concede for people, like maybe stealing, is without context, it's still bad. Like I totally agree. There are certain things in this world that are bad and good without context, right? Like unconditionally, bad and good. Fair enough, right? Fair enough. And even then, I don't want to cross anyone's bubbles or anything. Even then, it's subjective. Because good and bad are inherently subjective. So when you're thinking about what's good and bad for you and what's making you happy and depressed, we're no longer in the realm of objectivity. At least strictly in the realm of objectivity. However, the internet could convince you otherwise. It could convince you that this is the best app. So if you have the best app, feel free. I would take the challenge. I mean, like, it's curious. I love to be proven incorrect. I would love to one day someone tells me they have the best tool imaginable, which clearly that's what Anthropic and Nvidia and stuff would try to convince you otherwise, or Microsoft with Copilot and stuff. That's currently what they're trying to do. And then there are still plenty of critical thinkers out there who would consistently try to punch holes into it, right? And that's how their product improves, at least in my opinion. That's how humanity improves. That's not to say that the vast majority of people I meet think like that. They actually think the opposite. The vast majority of people I meet operate on confirmation bias. When there are enough people who say something is the best, they believe it's the best. And they rarely challenge it. They use it, and if it doesn't work, they simply say the problem is them, probably, because a lot of people, or the problem is the system. Not whether how they can fix it, how they can change it, the interaction between two, that stuff is not important. It's either they're the problem or the system is the problem. And that's it. Like, that's the result. Like, Duolingo didn't work because it sucks. Okay? And you're not part of the problem. Fine. Now what do you do about it? It's like, don't use Duolingo. That is how you solve the solution. I'm like, okay, then don't use Duolingo. And then they would move on to like WaniKani, and then like, oh, WaniKani only works up to level 30. I'm like, okay. So how do you solve the problem? Only work up to level 30. Okay, where do you go from there? Like, use the next app. I'm like, okay, so you haven't learned the idea that Duolingo is an app. WaniKani is kind of an app. There are so many similarities between Duolingo and WaniKani that you have used despite you thinking that Duolingo sucks and WaniKani doesn't. And then there are so many things that are absent that you can compare to the things that are present in order to inform your next decision about your next app. So most of the similarities are irrelevant, right? The corresponding things are irrelevant. There's no critical thinking involved, right? It's a binary decision. Constantly a binary decision based on results. I think my hot take here is how do you do a litmus test? What is a litmus test for this thing? Pick up a research article. And how do you know what a research article is? It will have an introduction, a methods, results, and conclusion, right? It doesn't have to be from a scientific journal. It can be anything that has an intro, method, results, conclusion, a litmus test. And it can be in any field. Hopefully it's a field that you're interested in. And ask yourself, are you enthralled by the methods? If you are not, then likely you're here. This is the shortest way I can describe it without going into like the thought process on how this is a litmus test. But generally speaking, pick your field of interest, right? Have some sort of research thing that includes an introduction, a methods, results, and conclusion. And if your interest, when you tell yourself, what are you interested in? And you say these things, then this is you. Likely this is you. This would be my litmus test. Whenever I ask someone to explain something to me, I'm hoping that I get something with methodology and an explanation of the methodology. If they do not, then they're a viber. They vibe whatever their expertise is, because they are predicated on their results, which explains very little to me on how things work. And because they can't explain how things work and what they do about it, my skepticism, I'm not saying they don't know, I'm skeptical. They would have to convince me that they understand the meaning of their results and their conclusion by relating it back to what they did, what the methods that they did. So that's not the same as saying, hey, CI works, do CI. I'm like, okay, explain to me your methodology and what you qualify as CI. Give me an introduction, tell me your methodology, and then how that methodology qualifies as comprehensible input. That's at minimum. So if you're unable to do that, then I'm not talking to someone who has critical thinking skills. And what is critical thinking skills necessary for? Providing advice to someone else. For myself personally, you might be thinking, oh, that must be a really tall bar. It's like there are wonderful content creators who speak and disseminate information like critical thinkers. And those are the people who I listen to, who I draw inspiration from. And the ones that don't, I watch them for entertainment. They're case studies. As in, I don't take constructive feedback from them or take advice build upon. I observe them as case studies. So like the stuff that I'm talking about here, where someone does this and that, I need to understand those things exist too. Like people who don't use critical thinking skills exist. So I observe them. But when it comes to appropriateness, right, appropriateness of taking advice, I typically do not take advice from someone who can't integrate my problems with their experience to explain how I can improve myself. That is something that requires a level of critical thinking. So when you're getting advice from someone, right, when you're asking to trust someone and whatnot, yes, you can definitely trust them to serendipitously shotgun methods out and maybe one of them will work. That is a choice you make. Typically, I would lean away from that. I don't typically take advice when someone says, oh yeah, this is the best. this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. And then when, 6 months down the road, I would ask them, so what have you learned? Like, okay, so you've done that. So what else are you going to do? And nothing changes. Not a critical thinker. That's another big red flag. When someone goes and plans like a 2 or 3 year plan and they are learning a lot about something, and then over 6 months they would do something and they're like, oh, everything's still going according to plan. It's like, wow, that is all right. I'm glad to hear that everything is going according to plan. Like, nothing has changed. You've learned a lot of things in 6 months. Nothing has changed whatsoever about your plan. Like, nothing at all. That to me is someone that I would want to hear from and see how it works out, because there's something to be learned there. I wouldn't take advice from the person. Personally. Take it, like, with all due respect. Imagine taking advice from someone who takes in information, only the information that they want, and continue to follow the track without adjusting to the new information that's going in. Imagine talking to someone like that when you're trying to share your problems and develop a working solution with them. Will they simply embrace their own ideas and continue to confirm their own ideas without taking you into consideration, right? Because any information you introduce is not germane or relevant to the course of thinking that they have. Now, that is an extreme case when it comes to life problems, right? So I'm not saying there are actually humans out there who, when obligation, right? I already said environment, right? Obligation creates critical thinking opportunities. We're not talking about life and death situations. However, there are situations where that happens without fail for someone who lacks critical thinking skills. Anything that's trivial, your hobbies, what you ate last night, what type of movies you like, what you can do as an activity for vacation, all of those things are trivial. And then trivial things introduce an excuse to be narrow-minded with another human being. And that's what I don't gravitate towards. So I don't typically share a lot of time with people who are basically inflexible, right? There was a time when someone asked me, like, oh, so what kind of person would be your partner, right? Like, people ask me about, do I have a companion, right? Like a partner, or a significant other, and they often ask, like, so what do you look for in a partner? And the word I used to say, or continue to say, is agreeability. That's really built upon the idea that flexibility and critical thinking is required to be agreeable when you're having a relationship with another human being. So answers change with experience. So you and the partner are now together. You have to integrate and develop new strategies, new compromises, and new ideas together. So if you met someone and the friend is like, oh yeah, I like this movie because I know I'm going to like it. That sounds great. I hope you end up liking the movie. Can we be long-term friends in relationships? No, we can't. Because I can never be part of that. At least in my opinion. Right? I either like the movie and expect to like the movie with you by coincidence. Right? By coincidence. Then we can be friends. Only for that instance. Until you run out of things that are coincidence. So, for those who like to spin the wheel based on that, I'm probably not your guy, right? Whenever I think about it, that's how Gen Z become friends. Like, the current world we live in, which I'm not part of, like the current dating world or something like that, the most active youngsters, right? They are Gen Z, right? And Gen Z, how Gen Z people become friends is you have to be serendipitously, narrow-mindedly same. And how do you do that? Well, you certainly don't find out yourself. You go online and select yourself into it, your separate echo chambers. So an AI or like AI assisted algorithm can point you statistically to where you will find someone who will have the same interest as you do, the same desires, the same, hopefully, science, quote unquote science. I'm using it very loosely because some people literally tell me behavioral science is predictable due to using the internet as an example. Like you could group people based on their preference and their data tracking in order to assure them that when they get together as a relationship, right, like when they communicate together, that they would be happy together. So like cue the sieve yourself to a chronic Reddit user who only reads these 10 subreddits, and compatibility, the whole idea of matching on compatibility, observable compatibility has predated the internet, right? That's how matchmaking works. You match on as many liked compatibility things as possible, and now we solved the quote unquote the scalability problem. Now we have an infrastructure to do that. The internet, the algorithm, AI, those are the things that can associate that. So naturally you would think, right, that solves the human problem, the scalability problem. Now humans are always having good relationships with each other. Right? People can learn languages without ever problems because an algorithm will match you to the best tools to solve these problems. Interesting. Like, at the face of so much observable evidence that the complexity of human critical problem solving skills, at like so much apparent evidence, it is still wildly poetic that humans are still able to convince themselves that their problems can be solely solved by using extrapolation from observable and trackable objective data. Like, that requires that humans are completely rational and objective, which is oxymoronic. It's a paradox because then you're no longer describing a human, right? So is that going to happen in our lifetime? I don't know. It would be really, really interesting if I live long enough to find out that you can algorithmically track enough data in order to statistically circumvent all of the human scalability problems, like relationships, lying, deceit, greed, lust, passion, your vices, all of those things. But for now, right? For now, I don't see that scalability problem being solved. And honestly, it starts with language. You don't have to literally do those things to see transferable or cross-sectional skill development that requires how to interact with someone. Think about this. If you think you suck, like I'm saying, like if you're asking yourself, I hate learning, what are the chances you're going to have a good relationship with someone? Like, I genuinely, like, so if you think, like for me, if I sit here and say, man, I can't improve on my learning because I just suck at learning everything. I suck at learning languages. I suck at learning math. I don't think math is interesting. I hate physics. Like, I hate the things I need to survive on my own. So naturally, I'm going to enter a contract with another person, right? A contract with another person, be it through love, passion, rationality, contract. And then suddenly I would magically be able to learn, critically think, and do all of that in order to preserve my relationship. You hope that would happen, which can happen. It really does. It can happen. That's the critical, the critical sufficient hardness, right? Right, critical thinking skills. Or having a child, critical thinking skills is involved. Now the question is, what are the odds if a person already does that? Like, if you already learn like that from high school, from college, from your life's events, your adversity, all of that, before engaging or even while engaging with another human being, in my opinion, it's incredibly significant. People who are successful at relationships versus people like with their ability to critically solve in other places, then in my opinion, I don't have any like hardcore data, so gotta take this with a grain of salt. The narrative tracks, like it sounds like a logical narrative where someone who is actively consistently a critical thinker is more likely to be successful in a relationship with more people versus someone who thinks one track, right? One track mind, confirmation bias. That's kind of my incentive for most people. Whenever someone says, oh, well, I have trouble making friends, that's usually, by the way, all of these are, I'm going to call these coincidental. I'm not going to even say they're correlating, although I have very strong anecdotal evidence that they do correlate, possibly not causal, strong enough to be causal because it would require human experimentation and whatnot. But the idea is it's strongly correlating, largely coincidental, that the vast majority of people, when I talk to them and they have problems with learning a language, right, or self-study, or have low self-esteem, they are correlated or coincidental with poor critical thinking skills, poor problem-solving skills, lack of process-oriented thinking, right, very young, inexperienced, possibly sheltered, and also someone who's refractory to inquisition and curiosity. So all those are coincidental, you know, correlating if you want to be a little stronger, but they're coincidental. So how do I know this is true in a correlating fashion? I talk to most people like that, and they have yet to refute me. As in, when I hear someone who says they're going off to college soon, and then I ask a couple of questions, and then I test all the correlations that I'm aware of, all of those things typically 9 out of 10 times stay true. Like, and that's how I converse. That's how I cut the grease until they slap me in the face and say, no, that's not true, right? Like when someone says, oh, I'm trying to graduate with better grades, it's like, oh, do you also have problems making friends? And then you might be thinking, oh, well, this is that, I forgot what the phenomenon is called. I'm saying something very general that everyone has problems with, like everyone has problems making friends. Obviously, that's not a big leap. It's like, yes, we start there. Then I start describing the nature of the process that they feel are the difficult parts of making friends. And then I use that process, trouble of making friends, to correlate and associate with how they're treating the way they're learning math, science. Like, if you don't think math and science is interesting because you're interested in observing the process of your relationship with that, how are you going to make friends? And again, these are correlations, but you can practice those. Like, if you can solve your own problems and your relationships with things that you have to take in new information, adapt to them, solve those problems, you're more likely to be able to at least have some place to start when you're making a new friend, like when you have a problem. And that's where most of that comes from. Or when someone says, hey, can I pick your brain? I have this problem with a current friend of mine, and they would describe it, you know, in a way. And what they would describe is they would describe what exactly happened. Like, they would account for what exactly happened. They rarely describe what their motivations are for what happened, as in the nature of what happened. Like, hey, why do you think your friend did this? Like, well, they did it. I didn't ask them. I didn't know. I'm like, okay, so what do you think, or how do you infer that they did it? And then can you ask them if you're correct? Like, have you tried to present what you think they did, the nature of what they did? Because that is critical thinking skills. When you make a mistake, you have to understand the nature and why you made a mistake in order to improve upon it. So these are the things that we go into. And it's without fail, at least most of the time. I've yet to have someone who says something like, "Oh man, you're way off base, man. I love socializing. I love when people argue with me so that we can solve potential problems to improve the future of our relationship." I have yet to hear things like that very often. When I was younger, slightly younger, not that much younger, and I was surrounded by colleagues, usually that's the conversation we get. It's like, oh, so we have a conflict of interest. Here's an opportunity to develop a more compromising, a more overall resourceful solution to that, as opposed to, oh, that's a conflict of interest. I don't want to deal with this. I'm leaving now. Like, oh, we can't agree to disagree. I'm leaving now. That's the typical conversation I typically have. Like, oh, I failed to do this, so therefore I'm going to discard this information and then try and start over. Humans don't start over. Whether you think it does or not, in my opinion, intuition doesn't allow you to start over. At the baseline thing, you don't have do-overs. And dear me, if someone tells me, well, you can if you get amnesia, and I'm like, I wouldn't wish people to have amnesia just to start over, right? But you can force yourself to forget. That's also sure. Like, many times people at least try to use compartmentalization in order to adjust to a new thing. Like, for example, learning Chinese by forgetting English. It's like, okay, fair enough. You can definitely do that if you want. I personally do not prefer that. Anyways, let's go back to this. That's a thought. It's one of the thoughts that I have on a daily basis. All of that stuff, it comes up every time I learn a language, like every day, honestly. Oops. Okay. Dang it. So the right character is the dominant. That big group right there. And it's dealing with C. I want to write like... Oh, it's not Meng. It's Ming. Okay. To close the eyes. I wasn't sure if it was the English man. Oh, no, wait. I screwed up. That's Mario. It's Mickey. That's the problem. Meng has something similar. It's eyes, but it's with Meng. So Meng is the net flowers. This one. This is the one I'm thinking of. Meng, as opposed to Ming. So deceive, but the mnemonics overlap because it's dealing about closing one's eyes. So this deals with closing the eyes to deceive someone. And then Ming. And then there's another Ming. The right hand is Ming. Or Ming in general. And what was that? Let me think. Or maybe not. Let's try crown. Crown is pretty selective. Okay, so there isn't one, which makes this very identifiable. So let's make this stronger. Oh no, here it is. Here's Ming, the dark. Yeah, this is the Ming I'm talking about. They're both related. Let's get to relate them. Actually, let's go and find a word for this. Let's do a word for this. Dictionary search. Is it eyes? No, it's not eyes. 冥想. So close eyes and contemplate. To think deeply. That's kind of neat. I like this. Let's use this. Close eyes and think. Deep thinking.
Hoang.
Okay.
明其
Or rugged. Fair. Some part of me wants to write 是 right away because of left. But it's a red foreman. Not pacify. Sure, okay. It's pardon. Pardon. Oh, I think I typed jie because it was pacify, which is blue, not red. Pretty sure. How does that work? There's no quick way of doing this. So, yes. Not yet. Young. Not young. Yen. It's Jing. It's Jing to pacify. Yeah, it's the blue guard. The blue guard as opposed to the red foreman. Sure. Let's go find a word for this. Maybe like forgive? Oh, in order. That's actually pretty good. Oh, to forgive. Interesting. To pardon a criminal, an offender. Or to excuse. Yeah, pardon and excuse. 赦免. 赦免. Ah, shit. Oh, okay. A general pardon. Overall pardon. Let's go with this. I like this. A pardon order is good. All of these are really good. Let's do amnesty or pardon. That's like a pardon order. Okay. Oh, that's Han for snore. Yo.
憨 P虚
Not again. Wait. No. No. Ko. Let's go find. Wait. Ko the bandit. Oh, the roving bandit. No Ko. It's a branch. Box of branches. Gonna have to think about coming up with a archetype for Kermit. I think Kermit is a really weak one. All the Ko's are pretty weak. Button is the other Ko at the moment. There's nothing that identifies him. And this is completely unique. There aren't anything that looks remotely like. Let's add another word to this. What's another word for bandit? Maybe like Kobang or Koto or Koqiang. Maybe it would be crazy if it's like J-Ko or something like that. There's quite a lot of characters that deal with like thievery and whatnot. Huh, Korang. Robin Steele? I like that. Oh, there's Cao Ko. Cao Ko is okay. Liu Ko is the one that we have. Liu Ko is the one that we have. Cornered. Interesting. Xiong Ko. Really? It's kind of like starving out a bandit, like a poor bandit, a cornered enemy, like kind of a pity or lower, like they're strapped for resources. I like this one. No, this one's I mean, Cao Ko is pretty cool. This one's good. Rang is chaotic. It's actually one of the weaker ones. Interesting. So no other steal. There's no, they didn't add any other form of stealing. Okay. Or even a person. Using forms of people. And like weakness. Like having weakness or evil. Like xiong for evil. Or vile. There's none of that either. What do we have here? Oh, oh no, that's Xian is everyone. It's only the thing below. But that's not the bamboo blowgun is Jiang, which is admonishment. Okay. Okay. Those are our relationships right now.
Hoang, Yo,
I think this is an actual tree. I don't remember what type of tree it is. Oh no! It's it could be pomegranate. Oh, it's not pomegranate. Pomelo. It's okay. That's a work in progress. We have to guess what type of a pomegranate. Which one's pomegranate? It might be Liu. Yeah, I don't know what a pomegranate is. It could be Liu or Li. Basically, right now, there's a tree next to pomegranate, or like, yeah, next to pomegranate, and then I'm combining a Li or Liu in this character, and that's kind of how the Chinese, like, that's how Chinese characters form for like proper nouns. So it's a tree. I don't think it's a flower. There's a chance it might be a flower. And then you can combine it with a Li or a Liu. I'm thinking it's a Li or a Liu. That's right there. So there are multiple Li's I could use, and there are multiple Liu's I could use for like the character or replacement. That's kind of because my mnemonic has something to do with the bakery. Oh, so it can't be Lee. So it's not Lee. It's got to be like Liol or something with an O. Something with an O. It's in the bakery. The pomegranate. How does this work? Red, Arden,
社
and then what was the critter? Ling, right? Ling. Amnesty. Pomelo. Every time I'm face palming for Pomelo is because Fictitious mentioned Pomelo. That's how I'm supposed to remember this, and I failed. It's only after the fact that I remember the Pomelo thing. Oh no, it's owl. Spirit, yeah, so it's owl. Owl for remorse. Okay. This one's okay. And it's the person. So then the person is
我
the what? I don't think it's... Yeah, it's a different read for this one. Probably way. Tuna. Yeah. And there's no... this one is probably an alternative read for... way. I went with Yo because of Yo. But this guy is not promiscuous. I mean Yao, there is Yao, but Yao requires the X. So this character is whack. It's one of those low. So we have to know the mnemonic.
鱼
It's black. But I don't think it's yeah. It's on. Yeah, that's on. Yeah, is the alternative. Oh no. I messed up. Ying. I meant to say Ying. So on. We gotta think about the dark part. Which is still black, actually. Should have thought about that. Which is dim. This is dim. So dark and black and dark, which is dim. That's kind of unfortunate.
扣
What do we use for bandit? Korang. What? Oh, it's the other one. Ah. Alright, this one I doubt. I think this one is either you know it or you don't. I doubt this one's gonna have something other than onomatopoeia or something. Oh! Gaga. Or, oh yeah, they're all onomatopoeias, yeah. So these are all gonna be onomatopoeias. Although, I kind of like this one. Gaji. Ji is weak for creek. So, Gaji is kind of cute. Let's throw that in. Ooh. Gala. Oh, Gala. Garan. Screech of a sun stop. Yeah, no, that's gonna be tough. So we're gonna do this. G is weak too. I imagine all the onomatopoeias will go together. So like clang, all the bangs, right? Pung, pung. What is another bang? Cool. I think all the like the mutters and whispers like gu, nyang. Ga is weak, and I typed yeah. Yeah is just yeah, and I don't gotta figure out. I think it's off the I, which it's not great. I is not that great, but is it yeah? Okay, so that's where's yeah? Oh, yes, hill. It has hill in it. Don't remember the rest. There's also your. Your is another one. I don't have yeah here. Yeah, it's hill and ears, not eyes. So here we can kind of use something. I think down here, this is g. I think that's what I've been doing. G, and then pretty sure like the halberd is a g. Yeah, g. It's a flip on g. How is that not a thing? Is that not really a thing? Ground, drop, and eye, or ground and nose, or self. Yeah, I think we're gonna use self here. It's just ga though. I don't know how that's gonna help. Did I use self? Okay, they exclude nose. That's weird. Nose and ground versus eye and drop. Drop is a little better. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, I used Gondor, didn't I? Gondor. Okay.
真
I forgot Gondor. Disappointing. Tiger Stripe. Oh, it's Bao. Biao. Different place. Different person. Actually, maybe we get Tiger Strike combined with Wu. Yao Xiu. Tiger Stripe and body. Oh no, not body. Rest. Wait. Oh, it's so weird. Yao Han. Tiger Stripe and Yao Ma. Yao Meng to develop the mind. Yao Fang. All in husky. I'm trying to get a... I don't think Tiger Stripe is... It's not quite the essence of Tiger Stripe. Wrath? Tiger Stripe and Rest. Formidable. I like this. Let's use this one. Bold is slightly weak, the Han. So we could make an argument with Eye of the Tiger situation, right? If you take Tiger Stripe and Bold, you get like formidable and plucky and something like wearing Tiger Stripes, I suppose. Bold wearing Tiger Stripes. You got Biao.
嘎
No. E, and it's just P. I think that's just P.
标
Oh no, that's Japanese. What is this one? Yao? Chinese is Yao, not Yo. Old.
没
Darn you. What type of tree is this? Is it lentil? Lentil. Either you know it or you don't. I really doubt there's gonna be something maybe like chimney? What is chimney? Or a fireplace? Hua? Hua? Hua Mei? Or maybe like a stove? It could be chimney. What is that? Chong? Men Mei? The lintel of a door? Gao Mei? That's an alternative. Hung Mei? Oh, horizontal. Lintel. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. A lintel, I had to learn this because I don't know what a lintel is. It's the top part of a fireplace. Like that thing that hangs out of like a fireplace. I'm not sure how promiscuous that is. Like, could it describe anything that hangs out of a container? So, or like a fireplace like thing. So I was thinking like stove. Stove can be fireplace related, or a furnace could be a fireplace related thing. So this one's weird. And then this one's of a door, so it's the overhang thing of a door. So I'm guessing it's promiscuous in some way, figurative, family, social status. Anyways, I learned this was an English word that I had to learn. Yeah, it's a type of beam that spans. Oh, okay, it's any opening. It's any opening. So porch. Yeah, fair enough. Horizontal helps though. It describes the.
踏
Well, this one is either you know it or you don't.
解
Eyelash. Oh, 斜, not 斜, 斜.
斜报 P
Either you know or you don't. Makes me want a D, just D, as opposed to D and T. It's a flip, you know, on the hoof. All right, let's go and add one for this. Maybe like jiao. T jiao. T jiao is probably one of them. what is another thing for like a hoof? 蹄脚 would be like a hoof foot. 蹄子 I guess a hoof. Can you do that with body part? Yeah, you probably can. It could be like 蹄嘴. No, not 蹄嘴. No, 蹄脚 would be the one that I would think. Oh, a hoof print though. 蹄印, yeah, and then there's 蹄子. And then 偶蹄. Artiodactyl. I'm guessing that is a dinosaur because of the dactyl. I actually have no idea. 铁蹄, iron hoof. Oh, that's interesting. Of the oppressor, kind of like a iron fist, or like a, you know, like a tyrannical. 猪, oh, 猪蹄, pig trotters could be good. We're gonna probably use pig trotters because 猪 is a little weak. Just looking at 猪 makes me concerned. All right. So 猪蹄.
尾 滩
This one's really tough. It's a collapse.
提 摇
Yeah, this is yo in Japanese. Whoops. All right, I think this is where we're gonna stop for today, because I went on a yapathon, of course, yappity. Oh, we ended up with 5 lessons again. Somehow it has ended up with 5 each time. Just fair enough. All right. Now let's go over the 10 that we have today for active recall. Bing Zhu? No, not Bing Zhu. Bing Jian. Side by side. And let's just write just the pinging. This is gonna get too long. Bing Jian, side by side or shoulder to shoulder. Mian Tian, Mian Tian, shy. Reminding myself of which one is the weaker character. Xu Huan. Oh, yeah, Xu Huan. Xu Huan. Miao Xiao. Okay. Mian Shi. Mian Shi. Okay. Ci Xing. Female. 全服 to curl up. Sure, ma. What's more than berate or scald? Curse. Whoa. Oh, I can't see. Poor bee. Shabby. That one's tough. Sisu. Sisu. Rustling. Rustling noise. Onomatopoeia. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, share, discuss, you know, talk about what makes you think, you know, what inspires you, thoughts that come to mind. Today I spent over maybe 3.5 hours talking about some of the stuff that comes to mind when I'm learning language. It's what keeps me motivated. So it sounds like I was meandering and connecting wild things, but that's what is important to me. Like, learning a language is all of these things. Like, learning a language, access critical thinking skills. Critical thinking skills is the skill that I'm training. It's what makes learning fantastic, at least in my opinion. I guess I should have ended on this kind of potential remark. Is nearly most of my goals now, when it comes to, like, if someone asks me, like, why am I streaming this, or why am I sharing these things, it's for posterity, because I genuinely believe in another 2 or 3 years, this would be the premium. The premium is critical thinking skills. Like, what oversees other things is, at least in my opinion. Obviously, this is subject to change, as maybe ethics, morality, things that I can't anticipate, like emergent things I can't anticipate. However, for the time being, the current narrative is that the stuff that I've been recording for the last 2.5 years, and then even all my experiences with streaming 7 years ago, these are the antidotes. What keeps me motivated to learn, regardless of what I'm learning. Now, I've already talked about all my incentives and motivations to learning a language and why Chinese and Japanese and all that. That's surface level. That's one of the appreciable levels that I think the vast majority of my interactions would answer. Now, the stuff that I ruminate about and talk about in large narratives and sweeping hand motions and anecdotes and metaphors, those are the things that keep me motivated. They connect every fiber of my being, like my entire soon-to-be 40 years of life. I'm effectively cultivating all of the things that are most important to me. Critical thinking skills, seeing people happy, right? Seeing people happy, using their critical thinking skills to seek what they want, know what they want, how to make compromises. Learning a language is a litmus test. It's a content-rich pursuit that elicits all these. Having a career, having a profession to seek towards, and that profession being a widely difficult, diverse task, that is, in my opinion, underlies all the things that give life lessons. And those life lessons, one of them is critical thinking skills. If you, in my opinion, throw that away or never had it in the first place, right? Yet That's kind of my mantra, the thing that I want to inculcate. It's an untapped resource, oftentimes circumvented by some of the most classical human conditions, and that's laziness, because humans must conserve energy for maximum profits. So low effort, high results, right? Efficiency, sometimes people call it laziness, sometimes people call it efficiency, right? Laziness is more of a negative thing because laziness may not be efficient. Sometimes laziness is specifically low effort that does not return big results. And then efficiency is when it returns big results with low effort. At least that's kind of how the semantics. So efficiency is the positive version of laziness. However, to me, there is a lot of parallels to draw. Efficiency is laziness with high results, right? So those are the type of pragmatic thinking or different way of thinking, right? Different semantics, different approaches that I will continue to do. Like, how do I learn this? How do I do this? Like, effectively, I'm still doing the same thing. Like, what I mean is when someone thinks about the results, right? The results of what I'm doing here is basically still memorizing vocabulary, right? I'm still memorizing vocabulary. The goal is still to retain vocabulary words and know their characters. That's what a person that I'm addressing, that hypothetical person I'm addressing, is someone who is very likely to experience problems of compromise, narrow-mindedness, confirmation bias, particularly long-standing problems that they either accept or tolerate. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying they're going to inevitably chronically depressed or something like that. The idea is they correlate very strongly. And again, I would soften the word to coincidence. At the moment, the vast majority of the way I talk to people have yet... I consistently try to find a new way to challenge my notion. Like, maybe there's another way to explain this. It can't simply just be critical thinking skills, right? So then I go and do that. And then somehow I come back to critical thinking. So you could call it a personal bias. It would be awesome maybe 2 or 3 years down the line, I start writing all of this down and then share it with people, and then some people who are interested, they might come with a rebuttal or a counter argument, and then I can verify or compromise or edit my narrative. For the time being, it is very difficult to find a counterexample to the basis of lacking agency in your life. And a lot of the agency that's lacking is coming from the inability to solve one's own problem without the heavy dependence on someone else who does not share, or it's not apparent that they share your same problems. Like, whenever I ask someone, they have a problem with studying language, and they say, oh, I have the same problem that everyone else has. Like, oh yeah? What is that? And they would describe it without ever describing how it is their problem. Like, oh, yeah, I'm an English speaker, so I'm having a hard time with Japanese because all English speakers have problems with Japanese. That's what I mean. Like, well, that doesn't describe what your problem is. So your problem is being you. Or is it your problem is that everyone else is like you because you presume that when they say they have a problem with Japanese, it's the same exact problem that you have because you identify as an English speaker. That, to me, is what screams laziness. It is efficient to categorize yourself and then use that as an explainer. It is inefficient, but extremely heavy on critical thinking when you can explain why English speakers have problems with learning Japanese and Chinese and how and why this applies to you when comparing with a hypothetical average human being that is an English speaker who happen to averagely find Japanese and Chinese difficult. Remember that the average human being does not exist. It is a statistical average based on a population of people. When you think about any one person, like if you're talking to me and ask me, I'm an English speaker, do I have problems with learning Japanese and Chinese, and do I have the same problems that you do? The likelihood is yes and no. It's not, I'm an average person, you're an average person, so therefore we're the same. That is rarely ever the case. That is the cognitive dissonance between statistics, the average population, like the average hypothetical population, versus any individual human being, right? So the idea is you have to incentivize yourself to care about your problems. That's where I constantly welcome learn a language, follow along if you're interested, follow along. You're more than welcome to come on by Yap, exchange your experiences, exchange ideas, discuss, and encourage each other, motivate each other to care about your learning experience. It's not I don't think it's the same. Caring, saying like, accepting and saying, oh, everyone has this problem, so it's okay. I don't think that's caring. I think that's simply tolerance and low effort of avoidance. Like, oh, everyone grows old. Okay. That doesn't mean you have to be upset like you have to be, deterministic about it. Maybe your old experience can be a little different. Like, well, everyone on average gets old. It's like, well, yeah, everyone gets old. I get that. What is your old like? Right? What is your learning experience like? At least in my opinion, that gives a bit of agency. And agency feels good. At least in my opinion, it feels good. You can sort of feel like you're doing things on your own terms. And then when you finally improve or find a solution or encourage each other, there's, at least in my opinion, tend to be a catharsis from ownership. Like, oh, how did you learn Chinese? Well, let me describe to you how I learned Chinese. And then someone will say, well, that sounds like this person's method. And I'm like, I have no idea who that person is. But if it is coincidentally like that person's method, that person's onto something, because I came up, I ended up doing the same thing or a similar thing. That's fine with me. I mean, I literally had accused of drawing a red panda. And I'm like, yeah, I imagine there are other people who like red panda. So, like, if I drew a red panda, the odds are possible that someone else drew a red panda. So this person like, dude, why are you copying this guy's artwork? And it's like, I have no idea who you're talking about. And then they share with me, it's like, yeah, I have no idea who that is. I don't even play Minecraft. Right? Like, I don't participate in Minecraft anything most of the time. I know of Minecraft. So those are open situations. And this is very similar to that. You don't take averages to represent any one human being. The collectiveness of your problems and your goals and stuff will require critical thinking, problem solving skills. So hopefully that leaves for some potential. Like, educate yourself about yourself. Be interested in your life, right? Be interested in thinking about yourself. If you think investing in your own self is a waste of time, how can anything else be not a waste of time? In my opinion, like, take it with a grain of salt. I actually find most of my time more rewarding when I spend it on other people. So I'm at a point where, yeah, I could kind of agree that it's kind of a waste of time doing things for yourself. Like, what I mean is, like, I don't really care if I become popular. I don't really care if I make a lot of money. I simply want to spend my time hoping to build something and write something so that it could maybe help even one person. feel good about themselves, or like encourage them to say, well, you might not change the world, or you might feel insignificant when you consider the vastness of the internet's hand-picked hyperbolic representation of human perfection. Or we can have a chat and we can talk about the things you can do to feel good about the agency that you have over your life. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So on that note, until next time, guys, right? I still got one WaniKani to do. It won't take too long. So for now, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'll be back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and we'll have like a 15 to 20 minutes WaniKani session left. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、506日目です。Is day 506. Actually forgot that. Today I was gonna cover Neverwinter, so we'll have to do that after this. Looks like we don't have a 0 day tomorrow. We have a bunch of items from a different level. So we'll do that tomorrow. It's not until for another hour and a half. We're just gonna complete this. Shouldn't take too long. Like 15 minutes-ish. Let's get to it here.
Soba.
But,
だるい。粗悪。千。
愉快。
愉快。
起伏。重鎮。
循環。
治癒。繁盛。憂慮。鎮圧。
累進。
鎮痛剤。街灯。
旦那。
元旦。
亮太。
赤灰。
一旦。
そや。
Sounds like the other way.
傍観。
呆れる。
素朴。
怠け者。
無報酬
気品荒い累積
愚か
呃，哦，強。哦哦，潜伏。お
おろ
ろそか
そか。
愛とならさらをなおさら
なおさら
香港のんち
エイト
輪郭
幽
幽
谷
谷沈める
不妊
伏せる
せる
抹殺栓抜き
真髄
憂える鎮魂来賓奉納
お没
傍受なおかつ弥生これ真髄
捕虜
も
もちろん
奉公。栃木県。
国賓。国賓。What the?
国賓。
賓。え
庶民的。
幸福。
佳作。虜。
累計。奉仕。
伏線。追悼。
惜しむ。
癒着。
癒着。
伏兵。
歌謡曲。
歌謡曲。
新報。それる。
抹消。賓客。
尿。骨髄。一末。
憂鬱。抹茶。
Alright. Kanji time, kanji time. Okie dokie. Aku, beat, you, still, I, manager, Yaku, lonely, o, so, go, give, bone, mediocre, Ouya ouya, respect, Aku, confused, Koku, brain, yo, hill, hey, evil, Aku, sheep, you, destitute. Mitsu, the light. Kaku, bind. That's it. Control. Again, cord. Jitsu. Suffocate. Pull. Blood. That's it. In addition, pull, cord, Shin, gentleman, yo, commonplace, yasu, peaceful, ka, esteem, gaku, squeeze, go, butterfly, i, tombstone, i, military officer, lean, old, sho, artisan, yo, no, haru, haru, far away, i, wisdom, and shiba, brushwood. Alright, that is our wrap for WaniKani today. We have one stack for tomorrow, and then we're back to leveling up. Okay. Alright, folks. The wrap. Gonna watch this here. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, exchange ideas, experiences, discuss, right? Until next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch briefly, and I'll be back to cover Neverwinter. Week 4 of Neverwinter. Be right back. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. It is week 4 of 5 for our coverage of Inviting Gold for Module 33 of Neverwinter Online. I pretty much said most of my bits for the within the first 3 weeks. We are truncating our schedule further to half the time. And checking the Discord, it seems like the discontent in discourse is relatively the same. Another week passed, another patch came out, like a set of patches, and a bunch of things were implemented and a bunch of things didn't. And it seems like a lot of it, at the moment, there's some increased traffic on the balancing of things or making things easier or harder. And there's usually like 2 really big groups. One, everything is too easy, which oftentimes it comes from the perspective of what are normal players. And typically the people who think that the content is too easy and it doesn't need to be nerfed or reduced because they need to come up with harder things, the normal players are all the legacy players. And then there's the alternative, the other gap, because there's a huge gap between the 2 sets of normal players, which is based on confirmation bias. So the other normal player are those who are coming back or returning players or new players where the content is inaccessible or like unrewarding and progressively not a smooth transition or bridge between the 2, right? And those are the normal players as well, technically, in their own right. Now, which one is the majority? The vast majority is typically, when you take normal, it's represented by the majority. So the majority fits the former more than the latter, which is, it's not necessarily about the new players and the returning players. It's about the players who think that everything is too easy. There's no need, you need to make the content harder and whatnot. And at the same time, they're in contrast with each other. The ones who think, oh, this is boring, all the content is too easy, and then they are thinking about needing new loot and whatnot. Those people providing those feedback are also effectively suggesting feedback that prevents the other group from growing, which is attracting new players and returning players, because it becomes more and more inaccessible. So what do you do in the reverse if you're talking about returning players and new players, right? And they're saying, oh, you should make it more accessible. But if you make the stuff more accessible, then the older players, the legacy players, will represent the majority of the players, will think it's too easy and they're spending too much time trying to make things more accessible, lazier, and less rewarding. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Generally speaking, there are technically solutions between both of these, and it works in a lot of other games, especially games that I play. It'll be curious to see what their solutions are. I don't really particularly lean either direction. If I really want to play the too easy content, then I'll play the too easy content. If I want if there are content too hard, if I really want it, you could make it work, right? There is no denying that both of these perspectives exist in this game. The idea is there's technically no clear transparency or vision on whether which is important to them, and it's communicated in that way. It, in my opinion, is consistently half measures. And with all that said, the discontent is still universal between whatever you consider as normal players, both the legacy players and new and registered players. One thing that they, like nearly everyone, agree on is that the current leadership or the current designing choice is there's no respect for time. Time is incredibly disrespectful. Whether the content is too easy, too hard, etc., that is exacerbated by the lack of regulation and fair time allocation for acquiring whatever it is that is too easy to acquire or too hard to acquire, which is time. The playtime is astronomical, and that's still the random discontent. There is acknowledgement that the bridge doesn't exist and the gap is bigger. You know, mid players, like newish players versus old players, the gap just keeps increasing, which is unapologetic in its way, because those who have the most voice are those who think everything is too easy, and then those who don't have a voice, who are kind of a focus of business practices, that can alienate the too easy category. So that's kind of one of those things. Value of time is definitely universally agreed. The gap between accessibility for new and returning players versus end game players, so like middle game players and end game players, that gap continues to increase. That is universal. It doesn't matter if you think it's easy or not, or too easy, the gap is still widening, right? So there's no bridge between those two, creating the dichotomy, the polarizing divisiveness of anything Cryptic does. And then the loot cycle, unreasonable, especially in the recent set of modules. It kept escalating to the point it's crossed the line, right? That's universal. And then there's also the universal of like balancing. That's a typical, in my opinion, bis nature quality consequence of the Neverwinter system. This is not something that is inherently the center point of like other live service games. It's typically whatever is horizontally invested. You collect, you invest, your account value feels like it goes up. This one, there's a churning. You're constantly replacing and rehashing and iterating, and that is fatiguing both anyone at the moment, on top of the disagreeable rates of acquisition. So that's kind of those universal stuff at the moment. I don't think this is going to change within this module, so I'll leave it to rest. Today we're basically seeing if they wrote anything for milestone 3, which I anticipate they didn't write anything, because every other milestone, there's only like 2 milestones of actual things now. Milestone 1, or like the beginning of the campaign. Milestone 2 is the new thing, and then milestone 4, I guess, that sets up the dungeon, right? And that's actually 3 things. I typically do not count the beginning, the intro into the thing. So 3 things. We'll say 3 things. And this is the every other week. So this is milestone 3, which I doubt there's going to be anything. If there is, we'll see it here. And then we'll try to pick up a dungeon queue, or probably do a random... I don't know if they removed it or something. We'll look at the queue system and then wait for like 15 minutes to see if we can get into a Joensgar, right? And Joensgar dungeon. I have not run Joensgar, not even once, despite like being idle a bit, but haven't run a Joensgar. Maybe we'll run a Joensgar. It's highly doubtful at this point by the time I stop covering it, so maybe in module 34. Personally, I think the whole idea of a half module is not my cup of tea, largely because when they choose to do something experimental, I can be wrong in the future, hopefully I am. When they do something experimental, it's even more budgeted and less apologetic than the full module. Like, full module is safe across the board. Crank up the playtime, anything to increase playtime. But when they have half modules, it's basically just that with even less commitment to design exploration. So like Slaughterhouse was the last 2 half modules, and they doubled down on increasing the playtime at the expense of any form of experimentation, in my opinion. I think that experimentation was not so much an experimentation, but more on how to increase the lull period between modules, at least personally. So that's kind of the thing. This is going to be a relatively short stream because we have our weekly turn-ins. So we'll probably just turn them in, wait for a dungeon, maybe queue up for a random dungeon and see it lands on it. I'm not even sure if it's in queue anymore. There's a bunch of people who said remove it from queue, and I think somewhere in the patch notes it was removed from one of the queues. We'll see which queue it is. Like, I think the advanced version, or like whatever, however they tuned it, was removed from the advanced dungeon queue. I'm not sure about the random dungeon queue, the non-advanced dungeon queue. And yeah, that's about all to say. There's really little to nothing to... I don't have much to say this time around. I progressively have less and less to say about Neverwinter Online. It's not that there's something interesting to say, simply most of the discourse is repeated, and I don't want to like belabor the point. The laboring point is either this game is too easy or it's too hard, and there's no bridge between too hard and too easy. And meanwhile, all of that is guised in an artificial playtime inflation, which makes addressing the too easy, too hard thing, it preserves that. Basically, if you request in a problem that both parties have, which you need a lot of time to do either, it keeps the status quo. So the things that are too hard for people who find it too hard, and then the people who find it too easy, it continues to be easy, that continues to exacerbate. So right now, the old leadership that came back, that is made anew again, I think the universal consensus to address is the idea of creating more and more valuation of players' time. Whether it's easy or hard, the bottom line is if you make something hard, it is still going to be a negative response because of how long and devalued time is. Personally, I think the elitism with things being too hard and too easy is the too easy part is because of safe, conventional, constant repeating of the same system. Since the system remains familiar, there's less and less learning happening, which is what I focus on. I tend to focus on learning potential and critical, thinking and problem-solving skills. When you stick with a system and continue to churn the same system, it, regardless of how you swap it, change it, modify it, the core of the system is where the ease comes from. It's the familiarity. So you either choose to embrace and unapologetically rectify and reform the system, like the subsystems or even the core system, like they did back in Undermountain. Rarely is it going to ease up or rescale or spin the wheel again. All right, well, let's get back into it. I think ultimately we're going to fail to find a queue, but we'll see. So let's see if there's dialogue. I really doubt it. Find out. Do I see a... I do not. I do not see a... Oh, no, wait. No, yeah, I do not. I see a gray grayed out
We've
thing.
a task for you.
Oh no, there is something. Let's find out.
A while back, someone awakened a stag. He'd been living with us as part of the community. When the invasion began, we lost track of him. I had hoped he had fled into the wild, maybe gone south. But he's gone mad. Responsible for some of the attack. Make it quick. I don't want him to suffer.
Okay, so there was something to those wandering stags. So there is something written here. Let's go and put down the stag. Presumably, maybe corruption. The current dialogue of corruption. Yep. Instant dismount. That's the name of whoever designed the mobs. Instant dismount. I don't think that should be a thing, personally, because of the constant travel time back and forth. Oh, guess we can take out any of these? Yeah. It's a big stag. Imagine having a stag this big. Okay. Alright. And we're just gonna TP back because mobs are disagreeably dismounting. When most of the mobs are range, they immediately dismount you in that way too.
Stay warm. I had asked Inora if he could be saved. I wanted him saved, but she told me he was too far gone. Holes in the mind. Nothing to be done. Go check on Hans and Irsa. They better have something for us by now.
Okay. Promising, promising. Wait, this is week 4, right? Yeah, it's week 4. Okay.
These temperatures are interfering with my work, and it's only going to get worse. I have news. Progress on the translation has been ongoing, and I managed to acquire some information. We've confirmation that the giants that lived here encountered something similar to what we're going through now.
Okay.
For them, it was far more insidious, where some giants were no longer in control of their own minds. They were being influenced, called to do something. What that was, no idea. The writing is incomplete, but I know there's more to be found at a specific cave not far from here.
Intriguing. Go and see what we discover about the giants. Eventually this will tie into Scar somehow. Again, I have no idea what's in Scar. I imagine there's a corrupted giant of some sort. There is a high chance I may never play Scar until, like, not even by the next module. Largely because of my fading interest in how they're designing the necessities or requirements of getting into a dungeon. It's still relying on the idea of having other players, right? Because MMO, right? But the thing is, having that requires that there be players around the clock. In this case, my time zone particularly do not permit that to happen. Wait, another player can be in this instance too? Interesting. Oh, I just walked across that. Some parkouring, I see. Hmm? Casual parkouring. Wait. Read the magic scroll? I don't see him. Wait. Do we go back here? Oh goodness. Appreciate the parkouring, I suppose. Ah! Alright, we got it.
Can we take a break?
Read the magic scroll is optional. Wait. I didn't see a magic scroll. Can we go backwards? Is this backwards compatible? Rip. Oh, this one? I didn't quite, it didn't do it, okay.
Are you certain this is the place?
I guess we'll get explained what's in it.
Alright, my belly, and I intend to keep it.
Alright, Hans. What happened to
Remember
the giants?
take it- You've got it. If it was hidden away, then it must be important, right? Give me a moment. They were digging, compelled to dig further into the ice. No mention for what, but those who were lucid felt the need to seal their own settlement to prevent the influence from getting out. With the warming weather, the ice melted, the ruins revealed. I fear the only way to find out once and for all what this could be is within the ruins themselves. I'll talk to Inglefred and Enora about this. Leave it to me. Ah, right. Forgot myself there. One more thing. Irsa recovered a stone of warning. Could be useful.
I imagine Jonscar is the ruins that you might be referring to. Okay. Alright.
It's never ending, but we have to endure. By Lathander's light, we'll make it through. Hans looks worried. What did... Never mind. I'll find out later. Right now, I need your help with something.
Okay.
When the village was first built, shamans had laid out several stones of warning.
I think I've seen them.
Winter buried most of them, but we just spotted one, likely recently thawed. If you can check if it still works, I think I can convince Hegir to spare some people to retrieve it. Have it stationed somewhere closer to warn us of further attacks.
Okay, maybe it's not those things. Those like gigantic things. I thought it might be those. Doesn't quite fit the description. Semi-friendly. Oh, no. Not the same thing. Alright. Touch the stone, huh?
Beware, beware, the troll comes, shedding pestilence, poisoned, sullied, spoiled, creeping, crawling carrion in the mind. It spreads the will like a parasite. Harm, hurt, hatred, cruel and callous. It slumbers in the dark.
Follow the sound. Oh, hi. Goblins. I said trolls. Follow the sound, you say. Why am I... Okay. I like the use of sound. And The bird thing was pretty cute too. Alright. Am I trying to... oh. Maybe I'm supposed to interact with... Is this supposed to be this guy? Oh yeah. Okay. Alright. Oh, we pacified the troll.
All Regis is here to save the day. What did you help?
Okay.
Blessed be! It works! I'm a bit concerned that it spoke directly into your mind like that. With how things are at the moment, I'd prefer maybe a sense or a feeling rather than words. Some days it's hard to figure out what belongs to me and what doesn't. I'll handle the rest for now. You might want to see what's wrong with Inglefrid, though. She looks angry.
Fair enough. Inglefrid.
The well is where we store extra ice for drinking. Most of us keep our own stock in the cellar at home. Since we can't look back, I sent some people to the well. It's a straight shot there and back. We've never had an issue before. Something's changed.
Okay. I guess we're gonna go find out what has changed. Okay. Okie dokie. So 3 out of 4 milestones. I'll take it. I don't know why they skipped the second one this summer. Oh, this whale. Hey. We're in the middle of town, huh? Oh. 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 I didn't even realize there's something underneath. That's interesting. Huh. Alright, we're supposed to find some missing people. Instead of a bunch of spooters everywhere. Oh, here's one. I didn't even realize you can go down here. There's a name mob over there. So... that's a cute place to hide a name mob. Where are you guys? Okay. Is this making me colder over time? No? Okie dokie. beat the spider? Like these guys or that one over there? I'm guessing it's this. Okay. Okie dokie. They didn't make it.
Those squad creatures, I'll get us through this mess.
They didn't make it. Can't go for it. They didn't make it.
Monsters in the well. More things to worry about. And now Hans wants to send someone to the ruins. Yes, he filled me in. Look, recently when we send people out, things go wrong. My messengers are dying. My expeditioners are dying. I can't even send people to fetch water without something trying to eat them. If anyone goes into the ruins themselves, they're dead. I can't. Just give me time. Irsa came by. Says she has need of you again.
Well, that is certainly frustrating. Here's
Hero, take a look at this. Hegeir fished this up a while ago. It's not uncommon to fish up the occasional Netherese artifact around here. Luskan traders in Targos are always on the lookout for them. We think it might have something to do with mind domination. Considering what's going on and what Hans told me, I feel uneasy about this, but could you test it out? We need to know.
Test it out? How? I'm not volunteering for that. Oh, use the strange artifact and see what it can do. Where? Where are you taking me? To the locals? Okay. Yeah, we gotta find a guinea pig for this. Excuse me. Who's our guinea pig? Those guys are friendly. These guys are not friendly. Gotta prevent line of sight there. Oh. Oh. Just a random troll on the ground. Okay. Sure. Friendly. Oh. Hey. I'm a troll. Fight trolls with... Okay, but how? So this reminds me of one of the soul harvests where you become a golem. Okay. That is janky. That is very janky. Alright. Got our momentary moonlight as a troll. You don't get to say that too often and really mean unironically a troll. Okay. Wait. Going to Irsa.
Our
Alright.
suspicions are correct. This artifact can take over the mind of another. We cannot let this fall into the hands of anyone else. I know that as a last resort, we may need to use it, though it is against my faith. However, I trust you. You've given me no reason to believe otherwise. So with that, keep it safe. By
Try
the way,
to take over the
Ingrid has come
world.
to a decision. Saw her pacing the docks in thought, and we've spoken. I knew you'd be the one to go. I know you'll
yep.
be fine, but Nora and I will do what we can to help from here. Please, come back safe.
Yeah, so that's the Jotun scar. Fair enough.
You're going to the ruins. It's insane, but that merchant Craig said if anyone can survive going down there, it's you. Forgive me. I was afraid. I hesitated. I didn't want to be the one to send the hero of Neverwinter into certain death. Not after we've lost so many. At least you won't be alone. In spirit. Good luck. Find out what you can.
In
I pray
spirit.
this will give us answers.
Alright, and then we have to access it through the queue. Oh, does that mean there's nothing for... Whoops. There's nothing for the 4th milestone? Okay, so we're at 25, right? Oh, we have to enter the Jotun scar, alright. We just have to enter it, right? Is that all they're asking? Did they just say heavy spoilers up ahead? I mean, you gotta be kidding me, right? Let's just enter it like this. It just says enter, so I'm just gonna enter and then leave. I guess the spoiler is because milestone 4 is supposed to explain the Jotun scar thing before doing the Jotun scar thing. So let's just enter on a private queue. Still waiting on the map. This is the first time the map is being loaded, so I imagine that's what's taking the time. Let's see if it triggers the... Ooh, this looks cool. And now I'm going to leave. Let's see if that procs the... Nope. I actually have to do it. So we'll leave this up. It's interesting. Usually entering the queue is on the 4th milestone. Now to get the other 70, 75, we already did weekly stuff. So like weekly stuff carried. So the heroic encounter gives us 25. The name encounters, which happened. Apparently when people are cycling in name encounters between the heroic encounters and then the encroaching frost. So I actually ended up getting credit for that. So we can turn in our repeatables, actually. Which ones can we turn in? The heroic encounters.
Life out here was
It's 25. I think this is the activity ones.
good.
So that's another 25. I don't like the repeatables overall in this module as well. And then this one is the...
They're able to tolerate the cold. Nothing about this
Yeah,
is
the
normal.
name encounters.
You have
Oh, no,
Viet.
wait. Just kidding. That's the
Hello,
frosting.
hero. Nora and I are ready.
We can relive the frost, or we can turn in the name encounters over. Which, you know what? We'll save this for... Oh, I should have saved the active. Yeah, we'll save this to turn in next time. Let's go do the flooded future, right? That's a quick one we can do. I genuinely, at the moment, it might be just because of the way the repeatables are dispersed in this module. I do not like doing the either. Oh, I totally forgot. Sorry, I still had my brown noise running in the background.
That is good. I will guide you. Seek the Irsa of this moment.
Gotta learn to avoid. Yep, instant dismount. Whoever designed that is a they know they're being annoying, in my opinion. They're deliberately doing that. Equipping all the mobs with like an instant range attack upon detection, just to dismount people from running by everything. They know what they're doing. I personally am not a fan. And then doing that for all the mobs in the overworld as well, like the campaign map. Artificially increasing time, yeah, like that. No reason to be mounting in the first place then. Like, watch, they're just gonna instantly... Oh, not that group was fine. And some of them are friendly, which is good. Just deliberately equipping the vast majority of large mobs with an AoE attack, or like a non-AoE, a range attack, so it instantly dismounts you. Or a pole maneuver. Some of them have pole maneuvers that instantly dismount you. Just to make it more annoying. Increase the travel time. And then this obviously is also another way, having to light the bonfire.
Draws near. A final obstacle.
Oh, and we already tried doing the optional thing last week. Doesn't really incredibly change. Oh, maybe it does. That did less than I thought. Maybe. Other than that, it's basically that other side of the arena. You get immunity to the encroaching frost effect on the other side of the arena. But you could just stay on this side of the arena. It would be too interesting if they made that encroaching frost like move around the arena. But I'm in a way, I suppose this may be their way of demonstrating the visual effects for the dungeon. I imagine like this bubble thing is a thing. In one of the heroic encounters is also a storm color. I think the storm color heroic encounter has this bit there. And then the encroaching frost has this bit. Is it an interesting, fun mechanic? It's okay. It's kind of an eyesore in a way because it does obscure a lot of things. The encroaching frost obscures a lot of things, like vision-wise. Which, technically, that's kind of what it's intended to be. This track is awesome. I really like this musical track. I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance to hear what Jodenskar's track is. We'll try. I like the music here. There's like 3 tracks. There's also the screen selection track. So the character selection has a track. The campaign map has a track, and then this one's really good. It's a shame, like I said this, like I sound like a broken record at this way. It's a shame it's so overshadowed by its overuse, like how stretched thin everything else is. And just the overall weight. Everything seems to be such a weight. Again, my hot take is solo dungeons. Solo advanced, solo masters version. And you play multiple roles. And that's the quality of life that I would go for at this point. Because it's effectively a solo game when there aren't player base at your time zone. It's a consistent stopgap to growth, and you can still make content. Actually, it's probably a little bit arguably easier to scale balanced content to a single player's aptitude than the dynamics of a multiplayer thing. And then you can still keep multiplayer things together.
Bring what you found to Hans and Irsa.
Like, heroic encounters are still a multi-thing. You can still have multi-dungeon, right? Like, live service games have generally those who are unable to, if their quality of life where, okay, the player base is shrinking. So how do you increase the player base while trying to still push for group content? You're required to challenge the single player as much as the multiplayer. So then the single player has reason to be around in order for multiplayer things to occur. So I would even play into their tier system, where, again, I'm not an advocate for their tier system. Tier system is the very reason why there's a dichotomy between people who think things are too easy and people think things are too hard. The things that are too hard are not the same thing as the things that are too easy. Right? They don't overlap. Hard is because there's no people. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to new players and returning players. People. Easy is because there are people, and the dungeon themselves, those people make those things easy. So like there's a pre-selection. Now, single player dungeons with multiplayer leaderboards would be something to marry the two. People will have, like the players, both old and new, can definitively decide who is the best individually. And then they can bring them together and synergistically see who can produce the best party. So to me, single player and maybe 3-player Trinity dungeons are the tier system that they're looking for. 1, 3, 5 tier system, not normal, advanced, master. Now, in an ideal world, you could have normal, advanced, master of 1, 3, and 5. There's no stretch of the imagination. I don't even have to stretch to know that if they come up with a module that introduces a single player dungeon, right? We'll call them dungeon by default, but it's more like single, like the nomenclature in Neverwinter is if you're doing it as a solo player, it's no longer a dungeon, right? Dungeons require more than a specific number of player beyond one, and then a trial or a raid requires something bigger than a party. So whatever the single player dungeon is called, that single player dungeon would be probably the most played thing. And because they can probably inflate the time too. If they inflate the time on single player, that means the single players would, like the players at any given time will have something to do. Versus, and it can be productively used to play dungeons and trials as opposed to segregating them. Like campaigns, like this stuff, campaigns is often a second-class citizen. It's like, oh, you don't have people who want to run dungeons, so you're doing campaign stuff. It's like, well, you could be doing dungeons as well at the same time and make it a competitive process. You can put a leaderboard on single dungeons. That is probably arguably one of the most straightforward performance checks you can have. You rule out the idea of like, oh, it's because of your party or because of your role. You can rule that out. single player, and there are precedents for most of these things, and separate performance views, separate role views. You can gauge them. At least that's my hot take. Is it going to happen? I personally think that Cryptic and the majority of the player base are incredibly complacent, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If the core ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep tweaking it until it's more of the same core stuff. Like, that's a really polished wheel, and then you keep polishing it. It's an exercise in diminished return, which naturally reflects in its time requirements, right? At least in my opinion. I think the normal player, the majority player who holds to dogma, they themselves are reflected in the developers. They deserve each other, is what I mean. Like, the irony, at least in my opinion, is that despite them saying they're out of touch with each other, I feel like they are more in touch with each other. Simply two groups that are incredibly stubborn and stuck in their own perception of what they want, with a lack of communication between the two. I'm not in that way, so I can't really say how much I agree with either group or if they are in fact different. My take on this is, if you want to cater to people arguing and constantly bickering about what is hard and what is easy, make the player themselves, the singular player, prove that something is too easy or too hard by challenging them in that way. It can also solve the argument of who's a better player, because there's quite a lot of big heads around going around saying, I'm a better healer, I'm a better tank, I'm a better DPS, which class is better. That can also be demonstrated in a single dungeon, a single player dungeon. And easier to balance, arguably, because player dynamics is no longer in play. Like, party dynamics is no longer in play. Designing bosses and set pieces will become more intimate. Using that, I'm not saying replace dungeons, like 5-player dungeons and 10. You can use that performance review as a way to definitively communicate through game design how to evaluate and moving forward in designing party dungeons, because each aspect will be monitored. Like, you can even collect data through your game design, like how many people ran as a tank, how many people did the tank branch, did the healing branch, did the DPS branch of your dungeon. The idea is it can inform both the player and the developer through the design of the game, where there is enough to do, enough to create. Right now, the dungeon requirement of 5 players at a specific time can't even be met, let alone having to go through 2 modules, thinking that it was a fantastic idea to make 2 trials back to back because they were so excited about trials. I think that part was very much out of touch, and not out of touch with the normal players. I think the attitude of the normal players of constantly trying to refine an aging system as opposed to promoting a complete system overhaul to make things challenging again, that is on the same wheelhouse. I see the developers not differentiating too much from someone who thinks, oh, it should get harder. Get harder by changing the system. If you change the system, it's hard. If you don't change the system and keep polishing it, it will still be very familiar. So, Module 13, Undermountain, overhaul, change the fundamentals of the combat system again. Will they do that? I would be really shocked if they did that anytime soon. Largely because that would also give what some critics say this game is getting too easy, to turning, oh, I know we said the game was too easy, but we didn't say change the system. The system that I liked. It's like, well, the system that you liked is why the game is easy. You're not learning anything. Like yeah, you can argue like sure they added new mechanics and stuff, but the idea is that yes, the mechanics change. However, it's a variant of an existing system. That is still going to be less challenging than switching it all up. Like for example, in live service games, other live service games, they introduce an event that is an entirely different convention, and then they rotate again and it's an entirely different convention. I don't think Neverwinter design historically ever does that. Like Slaughterhouse is a variance. It's a variance of the same system, right? There's rarely ever a large variance in module things. Like, how do you interact with this game? It's still the same thing, like very familiar, and you can only do so much with that, at least in my opinion. We'll see. I do feel that this discourse is it's required, it's necessary, and it leads for excitement for me personally in the future. Because the more discourse, the more discontent, what have you, it can produce an encouragement or incentive to say, hey, you guys asked for it. How do we make the game harder? We're just going to change everything. And then that whole period will quote unquote revitalize the game. I think Undermountain was a revitalizing point where everyone had to adjust again to the new thing. And then that was the last time there was a big overhaul. Like, there is this discussion existing in the Discord, and a returning player or some players had to ask, when was the last time that happened? That's how long it's been since there was a willingness to be refresh for new players and returning players, because then it would no longer play like that period. Also telling the established normal elitists of saying, oh, you wanted something difficult, so we're just gonna remove all your legacy skill and do it all over again. And I imagine some of them will say like, oh, I hate this because I like the stuff that I got used to. It's like, well, you wanted something more difficult, so doing something you're not used to would be a great learning experience. At least that's how I would take it. Not that I'm saying that would be the best course of action. It would be a course of action to achieve some of the results or criticisms of the game. I don't need Neverwinter. Like, I'm not here to need Neverwinter to change or be easier or harder. I actually prefer to listen to story and lore and then cross-reference it with the next Dungeons and Dragons movie or something like that, or other Dungeons and Dragons related properties. That's what I do. Like, I enjoy that part. The odds of that being the selling point of Neverwinter is non-existent, in my opinion. Absolutely 100% floored if the next module is completely a story campaign with no dungeons, no trials, simply stories and fun and activities based on the Neverwinter or the D&D lore. Like, that's kind of like preposterous, because it's going against, it's spitting at the identity of an MMORPG. So that's my take. So I'm not here to say, oh yeah, this game should do exactly what I wanted to do. I'm genuinely curious how they're gonna move forward and rectify or maybe pacify, mitigate, negotiate the discourse between the loud minority. Is this game too easy? Most video games, here's a hot take, most video games and things you choose to do are always too easy. Like, that's a super hot take. Most of the things you choose to do are already too easy because you choose to do them. And that's what video games are about. So some people might prefer something more challenging. Well, don't play a video game and go do something you don't want to do. That might be a great challenging thing, perhaps. And it can be very rewarding. At least, like, if that is your major concern. If someone keeps saying, like, oh yeah, like, it's gotta be hard, it's gotta be brutal. Job. If that is, like, the argument you're making, like, you can only enjoy something if it's brutally hard or hard at the expense of everyone else who arguably don't play video games for that nature, like front and center. If that is the case, go do something you don't want to do. That would be great, rewarding, far more rewarding than Neverwinter, at least, or a video game. Now, if there was a balanced approach, obviously there are far more other pressing matters, like increasing enjoyment, player retention, catharsis, entertainment. Those are probably far more along the lines of a video game concern than if it's challenging enough for some person who thinks that being challenging is the reason for them to play a video game. Well, if that is the case, again, go to the gym, get into the best shape of your life, learn another language, write a book. There are quite a lot of other things that fulfill that urge for difficulty. At least that's how I would be very direct about it. I think what most people say when they say the game is too easy is often referring to they want a very specific difficulty that address their very specific needs that do not take into consideration most of the time everyone else's concern. However, that doesn't stop this person from referring to themselves like they are representative of normal players. The word normal gets thrown around all the time when it is a very narrow, myopic, and generalized truth that they're trying to say. Oh yeah, us normal players. You know, normal in what sense? Normal, you mean like a player who logs in every single day to play? I fulfill that role, and I disagree. So that's kind of the thing. And if you want a challenging task to do, try to learn what normal is and explain what normal is by actually interacting with all the people that this particular person is saying they represent. Because that's a really hard task. It's not easy to make a game easy and hard that will please everyone. So I'm trying to be fair here, right? The one that thinks it's easy, like, oh, it's just that things are too easy, you just have to make it harder. That is hard. It's easy for someone who doesn't interact with people. Like the developers, which no fault to that person because it's really hard to interact with the developers anyways. And interacting with everyone around, right? They just label people like, oh, hey, normal players. Okay, so what's a normal player? Someone who plays regularly, or someone who plays sparingly because they just farm the heck out of something and they know how to make, you know, like beat a dungeon. There are lots of normal players. Without qualifying what a normal player is and saying it so readily like you think you have the solution, it's more like I. Use the word I, right? I think I'm a normal player, and I think dungeons are too easy. And it's not the same as saying we think dungeons are too easy. We, as normal players, which includes me, want these things. And my first thought is like, who the heck is we? Because I'm certainly not part of that we. And I still agree with him. The stuff is probably too easy for the normal player this person's referring to. Generally speaking, though, categorization like that screams ethnocentricity, egotistical, and a narcissist. And that to me, when I see a developer, or like when I think about a developer and a publisher, the last person that they would want to precariously listen to is someone who speaks and overreaches their authority. So, you know, you have someone who types like, oh, I know how to represent all these people. I know what they want. They want what I want. And my first thought is, that's a big pass. Getting feedback from someone like that would ultimately mean you are more likely to alienate more people than fulfill that person's requests. At least that's what I would say, as politely as I can, to someone who would suggest that they represent a group without demonstrating that they represent a group. They rarely ever talk about what the group wants. They talk about what they want. It happens a lot. That's the general discourse most of the time when it comes to feedback. It's we as a group, not I as in I'm taking responsibility for what I say. I'm generally backed up by some invisible group. That's not really unique to Neverwinter, by the way. This type of discussion, in my opinion, is not unique to Neverwinter in the least bit. I think this is a fairly appropriately generalized form of debate that doesn't necessarily promote critical thinking in the internet space. You can confirm enough people by seeing what you want to see and then referring to yourself in the third person as a group to give like some feeling of weight and authenticity, or, you know, authority. And yet I sit here and read their comments and I'm like, I have no idea who a normal player is. Like, I thought someone who plays regularly know sufficiently about the game would be considered a normal player, but clearly I'm not a normal player. I wonder what's a not normal player that isn't able to do the extraordinary things. Like, that's a kind of a weird thought, where the normal player is the player that thinks everything is easy, but the things that they think are easy are inaccessible by arguably a equally as large, maybe a slightly smaller majority. So you are not a normal player, at least I think, and that's really odd. It's a crazy one. Anyways,
It's never ending.
so let's throw this in. And we got our 100, right? So we grab this 200k Astral Diamond one-time retrieval. And now we are gonna go to P. Actually, yeah, we have to go to P too. I would love to listen to the music while waiting for a queue, but you can't change PE's music, so we're gonna listen to this, I suppose. And then we're gonna look if anyone's doing the quest fulfillment, because I imagine some people are gonna do the quest fulfillment for Scar, which is to do it on normal or any difficulty, really. I'll give it 10 minutes. It's 8:50 right now, or it was 8:50. At 9 p.m. we'll enter a random queue and see if we can land on Scar or something. So as I was entering, someone already said looking for 4 more Scar any for quest. Right. Let's see if there are other peeps. we could do an RTQ. Not that RTQs are part of the task. We are okay. I'm just reading the chat. It's interesting to see in chat that it's either a tank or DPS that are missing, and healers are the ones that don't get asked the role of healing. Not unexpected. Still interesting. I personally, for myself, I don't quite enjoy tanking anymore. Largely because of developer design. Intentional developer design makes tanking incredibly of a lesser experience. And if you're going to have a lesser experience, the really unfortunate truth is, if that lesser experience is going to happen, you might as well heal and not tank. So that's why that's one of the underlying consensus of tanking. Tanking is incredibly muted. And then on top of that, most tanks are melee. And melee, there's one universal is a disparity between melee anti-melee mechanics over range mechanics. So if you're playing a paladin, you get all of it. So there's not much to say about that one. Alright, so there isn't a Jotun Scar. Oh, wait. Okay. Here we go. Hopefully they don't require experience, right? So this is gonna be the first time. We'll talk about Jotun Scar. Neat. I wonder if I need anything for this. Probably not. Okay. So we have one melee guy. I'm gonna keep track of the melee guy just to check. Like, there is still concern. It's a consistent concern between melee and range. Alright, we're gonna play by ear. Presumably this is so easy that people complain about how easy it is. Presumably. We'll see. Alright, so we got a hallway.
Kill the intruders. The rest of you, dig.
Okay. You can mount. Ow. Oh, one complaint right now that is very legitimate in this dungeon is we're gonna have to
leave their bones for kindling. Kindling.
We have to keep track is the indicators, the ground indicators are a problem. Apparently you can't see some of the ground indicators, like clipping through the ground and whatnot. So that's something that I'll keep track of. Who's new? Let's just write me. Someone already asked who's new. Because of like the indicator of, oh, there's a new player in this instance. X can help with calls. X can help, alright. Sure. I mean, you say so. Someone said they're getting someone to call. I guess I'll find out what they're calling for. Maybe it's a new mechanic. Calls FPR trolls. Calls for trolls. Oh. Oh. I guess there are spawning points, perhaps. They chose a what? Who's Hex the Warlock? Interesting. I'm seeing if I can cleanse with the DPS. Oh. So I need cleanse, huh? Okay. So presumably I need to cleanse someone. So we'll slot in cleanse. Okay. Well, hello there. I see some, that was some yellow thing. Oh. Yeah, so you want to cleanse? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh, so that's what the cleanse. I see. Cleanse as in cleanse your stacks with the lantern things. Okay, so I don't know if I can cleanse the stack myself with like a cleanse. Don't know yet. Okay. I don't know how he got like whomped there, but alright. Yeah, melee, man. Feels bad for melee. Where's the next? I'm frozen. That sucks. Okay, alright. Yeah, melee. That sucks for melee. Oh my goodness. Is there a reason the tank just insta died? Or is that like a mechanic? Oh man. I want to see how long they can survive. Ow. Oh. Wait, was that it? Interesting. Ow. Is that the end of the...
Persistent little creatures. Kill them. The deed must not be disrupted.
Neat.
Hey, don't call me Flapjack for nothing.
Well, there you go. It looks like it's very lenient. Like, super lenient. You can dodge tank your way to victory. Seems. Can't. The tank does what the tank wants at this point. Everyone's getting one shot because the tank wants to run the whole thing, I guess. Oh, that is a ice rune if I've ever seen one. Okay. Whoa. This is interesting. Whoa. Is this iced? What was happening? Okay. Alright, that doesn't have a 360. Alright. Ow. Oh, he's gone. Dude, what is... I feel like our tank... I think that the tank is like having a... There's some special sauce with this tank. Alright. Anyways, alright, so we go here. Neat. Oh my gosh. That dude evaporated. Okay, I guess this melts the ice or something. Open up! Okay. All the echoing screams. So we did the first boss. It seems pretty alright. I guess you had to kind of like juggle the basilisk in a manner. It kind of looks like you need to juggle the basilisk and then you have to cleanse your frost before you perma-die.
And I will grant you your feast.
Yeah, so you want to cleanse your stacks before you perma-die as the boss, as the tank, I suppose, and as well as every other member. But the tank probably had so many stacks, and they thought they had enough time for the cleanse. I don't know if you can cleanse using a cleanse, like a paladin cleanse. I should try that to see if it works on the tank. That would be... it's a pretty decent workaround. To remember the days of Trobriand in Undermountain where you can cleanse the chain, the positive charge, or the discharge. So they didn't say anything in this one, so I'm guessing play by ear, stay out of the red. Ooh, you look cool. Alright. Okay, looks like a vault. A bit of vault. Okay, so there's trolls. Sure. I don't know about the stacks, so... Oh. He's jumping. Oh, to cure the stacks, okay. I see. This warlock is great. Like, they're hopping in advance. Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely not melee friendly. So we go and stand near these things at some point. To get rid of the stacks. And then the cone effects are... Yikes. And then they have to juggle mobs, the troll mobs. Okay. Okay, I can see how the tank is trying to like position themselves away in the middle of the wall so that the cone and the spread is limited to a certain way, but they also have to run towards the closest gully like here. So you have to be careful of the tank spinning the boss around because they need to cleanse. So you have to get wary of the cone swap. So you would need to know when he's gonna do the cone attack and then run towards the gutter thing and then run back like in between the attacks. And melee, yikes, man. I'm guessing it's 10 stacks is when you get OTK'd, possibly. Yeah, so now you want to stay over here because the tank has to cleanse, so we'll just go to the other one, like over here. Oh, I missed twice. Oh no. Ow. I was hoping that light up by now, but it's not lighting up. Okay. 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 Oh man, yeah, that's rough on the tank. Oh! Pretty sure it's this one. It's coming up. Yep. So technically the tank only has 2 places in this setup. Leave one closest to, yeah. So that's what we're trying to do. So you have to stay away from the cone. So that one shouldn't stand there where they're standing right now. Yeah. Yeah, like what that guy just did. And that guy. And then now the tank swaps sides. That's interesting. I wonder what's happening here. That's very unfortunate. This boss has a lot of HP. Either that or oh, rip. The guy had too many stacks. Can't reach. Man. I mean, as much as I want to see this boss over and over again, this takes a really long time. Like, my question is, right? When is it that the boss just has too much HP? As opposed to, like, having something interesting happen. Come on, you can make it! Run! Nice. This is very, yeah, very melee. Very unfriendly. I'm basically standing on top of the cage just to remind which one is up. That's at least I can do that. So they can just spin around their camera and see which one. I know it's pretty obvious, but sometimes you like get really caught up in the moment and it can be very difficult. So I'm simply standing next to the things. Which I could probably do in the first battle as well. It's slightly out of range. Just slightly. My friend, come! Come, guy! Oh no, I think our Blade Master is losing track. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Okay, wait, I can test. I can test this. Let's do Cleansing Touch. No, I can't cleanse it. Okay. Wait, maybe I can? I think I can. Hang on. No, I can't. I can't cleanse it. Yeah. Never mind. Can't cleanse the, No, you can't cleanse the frost. What is this shield part? Oh! Interesting. Ow. Ow. Okay, let's just, I guess we were saying. Only use cleanse if I'm using. You will kill tank every time. Only use cleanse when you're using. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. As opposed to using it on the outside. I think being on the outside is still fine. There's no way the tank can even get to the outside the way the person is doing it. Like the 2 and 2 strategy. That's fine. And there will be 2 cone attacks in between me using the cleanse, yeah. And I can't cleanse it either. Interesting. I think the boss has too much health in advance, personally. And what I mean is, it's not like it's a game of attrition. You just keep repeating the same thing. So there's only so much you want to repeat because of, like, repeating boss patterns. It's not like the boss is phasing or anything. It simply has a lot of HP. Now, you could argue, oh, then it's just a TPS. The DPS has to DPS harder, right? Yeah, I guess you can make an argument for that too. I mean, I have no way of defending DPS because I'm not one of the DPS ones. In terms of healing, I would say it's slightly out of range the way they're going about it right now. Like, healing the tank is slightly out of range of your primary skills. So you have to stand a bit closer. And so he say, oh my gosh. That guy took a base swipe. So he says use a cleanse when the tank uses. That's fine. So we basically just sync. It really sucks for the Blade Master though. Yeah, so the guy's typing here, which is nice of them. Someone already got wrecked because of cleanse. I guess, do we reset? It was a lot faster this time though, which is nice. Oh, I'm about to die too. I'm trying to see if only using... Huh. Yeah, I think you have to cleanse. Like with the tank. Not like keep it separate. Yeah, let's just okay.
Who is angry? When Wu gets angry, evil gets hurt.
So maybe just go with the tank? Huh. I don't know what they're deciding, but swapping, like not waiting or like waiting out at a distance, your tanks, the stack still exceeds like don't know how the tank is doing it. But waiting for just 2 spots is, I don't think it's sufficient. Or it's cutting it close. Is the problem. Like I was at 20 stacks, just relying on waiting for the 2 of the things to show up. So I was just curious. Now I'm just gonna cleanse whenever the tank does and whenever the range does. So, because I don't want to be in that situation. That guy doesn't watch his back cone. I don't know if it's invisible or not. Okay, so apparently some things don't cleanse. Sometimes it doesn't cleanse. I don't know. I think it worked. I'm looking at all their stacks. The way they're doing it is so interesting. I'm just gonna touch this when I can. Oh, that didn't cleanse me. Oh, this doesn't cleanse. Oh, no, it did. It did. You have to stand in it for longer than anticipated. Rip. Oh. I don't see the indicator for that particular attack. Is it anywhere? Or do we have to like... Yeah, I don't... What are you supposed to do about the shield part? Are you supposed to DPS the shield down so that he doesn't do the burst thing? Is that a DPS check? Or like a DPS burst check, basically. You have to take down the shield. The tank is encouraging. The tank said, y'all can do this. Just stay together and cleanse. Yeah. Almost. Big side closest to us and other two go opposite side. Oh. So they're splitting the DPS. Always go in one direction. So like go... They're splitting the trolls. So... Getting the ad control. He assigned the person who's dealing the most damage to one side and the other two to the other side. Oh. It's large. They're about the same, except for the melee has to run back and forth. Yeah, this is really melee unfriendly. Unless the tank does a cycle on the outside. That's kind of what I would tend to do, but then the trolls would spawn. I wonder what happens when the troll, like, bumps into the boss. I'm guessing he's choosing the middle of the room because you don't want the trolls to touch the boss for some reason. So you can't, like, rotate. You can't rotate the boss on the outside, which could be another way to go about it. This is neat, sort of. I still think the boss has too much health. For advance. I mean, you can crank the boss's health as much as you want for masters, but I'm not entirely sure about it. Also, get combat advantage rewards. I still don't know how you... Oh my goodness, dude. Don't run around too much. The wizard is definitely on top of things. And then the warlock is trying to type and whatnot at the same time. Somehow the blade master is taking a hit when there's no indicator for it, so I have no idea what's the deal with that. Hurry! My friends! I've got my artifacts. And then the roar is the command for the new mob. I think the blade master can just stick on the boss, and in the two range they're about the same, so they should be able to take care of it and leave the blade master glued. I'm genuinely curious what's hitting the blade master though. Occasionally the blade master takes like a 100% attack and you can't really tell what it, yeah, like that. Like what is hitting the dude? Oh, rip. He got caught in the cone. Oh. Tank died. No, the cleanse didn't happen, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Something about the tank getting too many stacks. AD first, then boss. Yeah. Oh, the blade master left. Yeah, it is so... You've died to that attack so many times. Apparently you can see his right arm. Oh, his right arm. Okay. Do something just before he does. You haven't been able to figure out watching it while playing, though? Okay. Yeah, like, I don't see what's hitting the melee. That sucks. That really does suck for a melee person. Like, no idea. The guy is just taking pot shots. And I don't think it's his problem. You just got here, you're well. What technique am I using? It looks like the tank decided to keep the guy on one side of the screen. Heal, can you call the cleanse? Sure. Okay. The tank is keeping the boss on one side and then using the two crates close to him, and then the DPS is doing one side, and then the ads are being split between the two. This is actually my first time, so I'm just looking at what they're doing. It's interesting. The first boss, the tank died of stacks, and then you just killing all ADs or killing all ADs or shield burst. Shield burst. Or killing all ads. They're taking out the ads. The first boss, the tank died, and then they just dodge tanked the whole thing while giving away. That'll be a long fight. Oh, is that why the fight is long? Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, it's a really long fight. Like, it's not like the boss fight is entertaining after the first like 20 minutes of the same cycle over and over again. So it feels horrible for the Blade Master. Like, I genuinely felt the Blade Master's pain as they were running back and forth between things. I can definitely see why there is some discourse on the Discord about melees. The first boss was okay. The arena was fairly small, but this one, like, if the strategy that they're gonna go with the tank, it stinks. If DPS is okay, you stay on boss. Yeah, that's basically what I was gonna say. Yeah, right. Like, they didn't communicate. Like, this is a pickup group, so they didn't communicate. I would have suggested that the Blade Master just stay on the boss, because the two are split. The two that are at top are they're pretty much even. If you took the Blade Master not having to run around, they're pretty much even. So they had enough for the trolls. I guess we have a ranger now, so that goes. I'm trying to record Yoden Scar at least once. Then second set of mobs, kill them and cleanse early, then go to the mobs before they spawn to ensure kills, otherwise everyone gets skulls. Yeah. That seems like that's what that is. Sounds like that's exactly what is being observed. Someone needs to take a bathroom break, so I'll wait for that. For the record, I'm not really looking for an explanation. Can you see leaderboard? For the record, I'm not looking for an explanation of the dungeon mechanic. That kind of defeats the whole purpose. Playing the dungeon. Like, I don't do the, hey, we're gonna have everything in there. That's okay. I've played this game for a very long time. Yeah, I played, like, it's okay. This is as exciting as it gets nowadays. If you know what I mean. Like, seeing the things happen is as exciting as it can get. Your days from 10 years? Yeah, I've been, my character is from beta. Yeah, this is as exciting as it gets, which is like, oh, hey, these guys are fine. Like, the tank asked, who's new here? the tank said, "Who's new here?" And I'm like, "Me." And then the tank was fine, so the tank just asked to do certain things. So I'm like, "All right, well, we'll just play it by that." Otherwise, typically people just sit here and explain the whole thing to me. Like, all right, I mean, fair enough. So it's okay. Like, you can. I understand how exciting it is to share strategies and whatnot. But hopefully I get to see all of it before my like coverage or like this thing is. It's cool to see OP heal point of view. You haven't played the role since Old Paragons. Funny story. I didn't play a paladin in the Old Paragons, so it's kind of humorous to not even know what the Old Paragons were like. I play paladin now is because you fill in heal or tank, and then it allows me to look at the DPS. So most of the time healing allows me to look at the DPS, and then maybe on a blue moon that I play a pain giver, it would be nice to see it. So it does feel like the comments about melee friendly is kind of warranted. It really isn't melee friendly. I mean, over these 10 plus years, it's fairly obvious that hasn't changed. Although the old stuff, like the really old stuff, melees are kind of just invincible. Like they're dump truck, they're like cyber trucks. So hang on, I gotta oops, I have to type something, so I'm gonna be calling out the cleanse, so we'll see which cleanse it is. The tank has to decide which direction are you going? Okay. Alt was great for melee. Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, that is a fair point. So the tank, what you call it, the wizard asked me to call out the cleanse, so that's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. Whenever I'm tabbing. Okay, that was weird. I thought I got hit by that. I couldn't even see it. Oh, that was a little early. My bad. I think it's 2 sets of mobs, yeah. Okay. I'm keeping track of like the timing with the stacks, so then I don't have to worry about how long it takes. I'm basically just looking at my stack counter for the timer. which is right in the middle of my screen. It's around 14. 14, 15. Hopefully the ranger is okay. The ranger is dead. Oh, yep. The ranger pushed too hard. Oh wait, I didn't call out for them, unfortunately. What are their stacks at? I think the warlock might bite the dust here. Or I might. Oh, no. Warlock is cutting it too close. Uh-oh. We're just gonna have to take this one. It has to be here. Because one of them's gonna go down. You have to take it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I was keeping track of the warlock's stacks. It was too long. Okay. Too far away. So the ranger did not take the one thing. That's okay. You know, I know y'all can do this. There's like a split second. You can technically wait until your stacks are 19. If you cut it close and you do 19, you can do it in one rotation. But you have to cut it at 19. If you cut it at 14 or 15 stacks, you would have to hit both of them. Every 14 or 15 stacks. That ranger was like half a second off. They hit 24 stacks the moment the thing lit up. Like a split second before. Which, it's because we cleansed too soon. So they stayed in the circle for a second later when they were originally cleansing the first time. They could make one whole cycle without it. I mean, I wouldn't play it that way. That sounds like pretty wild. Hello? Oh, here it is. Yeah, the heal range is right out of range. It's crazy. Okay. Alright, so now I'm more oriented. Okay. I'm doing it like 2 seconds earlier. I don't know if I need to do it any earlier than that. I could wait one second later. I don't want to make the guys anxious, basically. Okay. It looks good. Kind of look like a well-oiled machine. Am I a fan of permadeath stuff? I don't know. I think the heavy reliance on like permadeath stacking is kind of a new age thing at this point. At least I can do this now, though. So that's kind of a neat extra task. I do like my task. Although the screen indicator is already good enough, honestly. The frost indicator on the screen. Oh no. Hello? Oh, wow, that was close. The heck? That was really close. Questionable. You're saying this is the slow way. Hey, come. Alright. I was a little worried about the warlock there. Just a little wee bit worried. So I guess he doesn't phase? No. Doesn't look like anything changed after like the 50% mark. Maybe there might be something that changes in the 20% mark? Possibly. Come, my friends. Come huddle by the blue fire of whatever. Hello? Okay. So he's even out of Hand of Divinity range from that position. I need to pay attention to their artifacts. I don't exactly know when they're using it. I don't know, I'm just gonna throw this out. I saw the frog, but that was a little late. Whenever I see the frog, it's like, you missed your artifact window. Oh. Nice.
Useless.
Well played.
All of you are useless. Unworthy of the Destroyer.
Neat. Clap. I still think the boss has too much HP. Because you kind of the thing about HP is you're not trying to prolong the boss largely because of attrition, but the boss didn't really like, it's not like the boss was matriculating or phasing. Okay, so there is a caveat to here though. Maybe it's just the advanced version. So the thing that I have to keep in mind is the boss's HP might be scaled in a manner because the master version, right? The master version might have a second phase, but that boss did not have a second phase. The first boss did not have a second phase either. And there was a time, you know, there's a really long established time that the boss would phase at 50%, and usually at 20% there's like some sort of, I don't know, check or hyper close-knit like rush to like a DPS rush or a durability rush or a healing rush in the end. But the first boss and second boss of this dungeon did not have any second phases. Despite having quite a lot of HP, there's a chance that the master's mechanic is where the warrant for the large HP, I don't know. Oh.
Witness me.
Interesting. That was very short. It's just 3 corridors. You'll know about hypo? No. Or, like, how hypo works? Or you mean this hypo? I don't. I will have arrows and circles, yeah. Uh-huh. You want me to be with you during hypo? You can give me full shield and I can solo, or you have to stack with me. Alright. Alright. I'll probably do both. Yeah, so it's a hypo thing. That's fine. I wonder if I can survive it. That's a better question. If you stack a gold circle, goes on ground and you both have to get in different circles. Okay, if you stack a gold circle, goes on ground, you both have to get in different circles. A single arrow with poison needs to be taken from you. Okay, so single arrows avoid, or needs to be taken from me. A single arrow with poison needs to be taken from me. Okay, so I'll have my eyes peeled for the hypo. Something about getting into 2 different circles of gold. So that's probably the frost, encroaching frost thing. I don't know what they mean by a single arrow with poison. Maybe I stand in front of it? We'll see. This sounds involved. Neat. Very neat. Alright. So and we have to cleanse in this one too? Yeah. I imagine the gold circle was the cleanse part. So let's see. Alright. I want to see this. Oh, he is infected as all get out. Oh, that's a big boy. Oh. Oh, that's the poison. I see. Single arrow poison. I see. I see. Different circles. Oh wait, is that the cleanse too? That might be the cleanse. Can I survive this? I can survive this. Oh boy. Neat. Neat. Very neat. I didn't see what hit me there. Huh. Oh, is that permafrost? Oh, wait. Do we hide behind these? Single arrow. I see that. Okay. I figured they're like line of. Okay. Oh, okay. We're just gonna reset. So there's definitely Hallister's blast going around because there's ice pillars. So that's what hit. Interesting. I wonder what deposits the ice pillars. Right, after that hypo, you'll see some yellow circles, right? Stand in one until it's gone. Yeah, that's the cleanse, right? So we still have to do the cleanse or we die. Yeah, fair enough. And then, oh, you have to stand in it the whole time. I see. There are some ice pillars that kind of remind me of, you know, the blast, the wind blast. I imagine that's... I didn't see any pillars then. Okay. So he's saying stand in the circle. We'll do that. Interesting. It's very involved. There's like a lot of things going around. Or full shield you and I'll solo either way. Okay. Fair enough. I don't think it's... It kind of looks like a sensory overload, in my opinion, for... If you're like not ready or if you're not used to seeing all these indicators, there are definitely a new indicator. The arrow, the single arrow poison circle thing is a new indicator. That's interesting. And that's probably the thing he's referring to. Have to take one of them. A single arrow needs to be taken from you. Yeah, so I have to... Maybe I'll do it or something. And then there are 3 grills on the ground. Yeah. Oh, and that's the depositing. Okay. Alright, cool. This music, though. Honestly, I'm just gonna take it with him. Oh, you have to stand on those circles. Ah. So you have to stand icy. That's what they mean. Okay. On those little tiny gold circles. Oh, that's awkward. And then, do you have to stand behind these pillars or not? You probably have to, right? Or, oh, the tank has to guard. Okay. Intriguing. It's fine. He can take the hypo, right? Yeah. I'll just full shield him. Get in the circle! Oh no. What? Okay. So, alright. Is this like... Oh, this is the... Don't get in circles if you solo. Oh, don't get in circle if you solo. Okay. If you stack with me on hypo, get in one. Oh, if not, don't. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. A reverse mechanic. Intriguing. Neat. So taking the hypo together, you need to get into the gold circle to maybe like if taking the hypo has a benefit to it, the following, maybe it gets you take reduced damage after taking the hypo. So if everyone's like taking the hypo, they have to get into a circle. Interesting. It's kind of like a reverse hypo. That's neat. Probably, I like that. That's pretty cool. The totem thing. When you break the ice off totems, take them out. Oh, phase will come with ads. Oh, I see. So they have to charge, probably he has to charge the boss into the totem, and then they can remove the totem before the... It kind of reminds me of like a Valindra thing where you have to get rid of the totem, the stuff before the ad spawn. Neat. The music is fantastic. Now I'm gonna try to observe what the tank is doing because I'm most likely going to end up tanking, using the tanking role as well, so... I see. So he's solo tanking the hypo. Obviously, this is not ideal for masters, but we'll go with it now. Hypo mechanics are okay. Yeah, so he's trying to charge it, and then you get rid of the tank, and then we stay in the... So it's not a ice blast situation. And then you want to get out of the path of the totem because the tank is going to run the thing into the totem. I could probably run a lay on hands in this situation. So I can probably just lay on hands the dude immediately after the hypo for the time being. But I don't expect this. Masters, you have to share the hypo, so... But this wouldn't be too much of an adjustment. Hypos are not the craziest adjustment. I think the tank has the most fun in this fight. The heck, man. Tank's having all the fun. Also spinning the boss around and getting your other members deleted from the map is pretty funny though. That's a possibility here. Okay, here's the ad section. Okay. That guy is too far away. You're too far away, dude.
Witness me, Vaprak.
Lots of obscurity, man. My screen. That is a cleave if I've ever seen one. Oh! Ow. Oh, rip. This does look properly epic. Oh, rip. I got whacked. It didn't cleanse. Must have missed a cleanse. Somewhere. I don't know where I missed the cleanse. Got swept up in all the epic music and the in all the like the blizzard effects and stuff. Interesting. Neato. Well, sucks. I mean, really fun. It's definitely something to look at. It's kind of a looker. The boss is a looker. Maybe I might am getting some frost stacks from somewhere. Maybe like standing in the vortexes creating like those swirly things. I might be getting some excess stacks from somewhere else, so I better keep an eye out on, because it didn't look like I missed a cleanse opportunity. It didn't look like I had a cleanse opportunity. So maybe some of the vortexing and stuff, there's a chance. That's a weird totem. That is a very weird totem. I'm glad I get to show this. I really wasn't expecting to be able to show this and like listen to the music and all that stuff before, like, because next week is the last week. I wasn't gonna cover 10 weeks of this like I normally do. So it's nice that we got an opportunity. The pillars? The totem actually, oh no. Oh, yikes. I was gonna say the totem actually breaks the line of sight, like the cursor's line of sight. I just saw it happen because they're solid things. Oh, that's awkward.
For Vaprak, for the Destroyer!
Oh. Then it's probably gonna be here. Oh, neat. The thing actually lets up. The storm lets up. Where's there a cleanse? Oh, here it is. Okay. I couldn't do it. Too far. Yeah, he was trapped in the corner. the hand of divinity could not reach him. I was not able to get close enough, too far in the corner. This was fun. Okay. Is that dodgeable? I wonder. How'd the group up? Easy clap. Oh. Oh, because it's warm. I see. Interesting. Alright. Guess that's a wrap. Alright. For the rangers going to bed. Neat. I guess we've pretty much seen all of this stuff. So yeah, the tank has to move around consistently on the crates. Do I like the hypo mechanic? I like the hypo into the reverse hypo mechanic. I wonder, it would be great if that was rewarded with something. I imagine there's not much beyond that. For the advanced version anyway. Five minutes break toilet. I could use a toilet break too. Possibly. So the giant does block line of sight as well for the lay on hand. It's just that hypo? I don't think so.
Roll for initiative.
Alright. We found another ranger. Rangers. Alright. This is definitely a proper way to experience the dungeon running experience. UX bind. Oh, they're two. Oh, they're inspecting like mounts and companions. I imagine they mean two like spine companions. Sworn these show up. They don't show up. They don't show up on the bar. There's a guy still in the bathroom. Are you? Nice. That's interesting. I wonder what he's running for. Ooh. Interesting. I didn't prepare any overload things for this, so... Okie dokie. Oh, do I have Raptor? Yeah, I have Raptor. Bill 2x spine. X spine. Oh yeah, I do see a 2x spine.
I hope you like jamming too.
Okay. No 2x spine left. Alright. Eventually. Don't both change. Okay, so the guy said 2x spine, and then both the players who had spine, they both changed at the same time. Or like they both changed. Okay. And now one of them has to change back, so. Alright. Oh, there we go. Alright. Sounds good. Okie dokie. XU spine? Wait, what do you mean? Osmo is using spine. You guys are AFK? And now we're back to 2 spines. Wow. I'm debating. Yeah, like this guy is like really toxic. I know it's not like I have a courtesy curtain on this, but this guy is really toxic. Like he's telling the other members to switch, so the members switch, right? Then they switched, and then he told someone else to switch. So then he switched again. And this guy is legitimately just saying, man, you guys must be dumb or something. It's like, no wonder it took you so long to get to this point. And then start calling everyone like drunk and AFK and stuff. Even though everyone's switching out of courtesy of switching because this person keeps demanding something be switched. Like, I don't know if it's a language barrier. Right? Maybe it's a language barrier, but the way this guy uses English is clearly not a language barrier because they use words like drugged up and stuff. Like colloquial English. This person's using colloquial English. So, I have no idea, but I was very tempted. Like, this guy's so narcissistic about being the person. Like, dude, you're part of the problem. You have poor communication skills. When 4 people are being courteous to each other, and the person is insulting the group.
For Vabrak! For the Destroyer!
It's not the group, it's the person. What the? We had to share that hypo. I wasn't sure if that down would lower his HP too far. Oh, so you share the poison, huh? Do you share the poison? I feel like you share the poison. Yeah. It seems like the one guy shares the poison. Oh, ow. Oops. Oh, okay. You do share the poison. Fair enough. Needed to confirm.
Witness me, Vaprak.
Dang it. Can we get a cleanse, please? Is this gonna show up or what? I had to take the cleanse. I don't think the hypo and the reverse hypo is a problem. It does seem like there's a bit of a trust issue here. Oh wait. Are you not supposed to after poisoning? Okay. Huh. Is he gonna get his stacks or what? Oh no. I think he got it.
Witness me, Vaprak.
Gotta share this. There was no time to shield him. Oh. Oh, dang it. That was my bad. I wasn't sure if I were stepped in or not. Oh, okay. Oh, goodness, that cone. All right, we did it. Okay, hooray! Clap, clap. All right, let's see what we get. No weapons. What is this? Another weapon. Oh, hey, something we could use. You haven't played this game in so long? Fair enough. Fair enough. Can I? Nope. Neat. See, it's still alive? Yeah, still alive. So that was the first. There we go. GG. Alright. So, we did get to record, at least. We got to record the Advance Yoden Scar. So nice. Squeezed it in before the last week. So next week is the last week. I think overall it's a lot of fun. The last boss is a lot more engaging than the first and second one. Although I kind of see what they're, upon reflection, I kind of see what they were going for. They were building up. So the first boss is the most, like, it's building on the mechanic. So I like that. I think it makes a lot more, it flows a lot more nowadays because I enjoy how they kept building up. So the first boss had the showing of the frost mechanic, right? The encroaching frost mechanic. And then the gold circles to cleanse. And then the rest is fairly routine. You have your attack cycle and the Basilisk. The Basilisk was thrown in for the kind of the Spell Plague situation. Spell Plague, Basilisk seems to hang around and you don't want to get paralyzed in it. And then you cleanse it. And it's a smaller arena. Then in the second boss, they expand the arena and introduce the crates as opposed to the stationary things. And then it's a larger arena with 2 sets of ads coming from different directions, right? And then the boss has a larger cone of attack. And then the final boss is even bigger than that. It's an even bigger arena, only now it's stacked on top where you have the totem mechanic, the hypo and the reverse hypo, which I was doing. It's not a big deal. I think the tank was very precarious. So the tank moves expecting someone not to go to him. So that's kind of the poison mechanic, the poison arrow mechanic is a little confusing. I think it's not dodgeable by me, but I think it's dodgeable by the DPS, and I think that's what they were referring to. That's no longer going to be dodgeable in the future. The patch, there was a patch notes about something being dodgeable on the last boss, right? And someone else who was an OP, like a paladin heal perspective, they mentioned that there's no way to dodge it, right? And I think that was the poison thing. The poison arrow thing was the thing that wasn't dodgeable because you have to guard. You can't dodge out of it. And it looks like when I was looking at the DPS, they're able to dodge the thing. However, in the patch notes, it was said that they're removing that. And the follow-up to the patch notes is they failed to implement it. So I don't know if that includes advancing. I think that's the thing that was being dodged. So you do have to take the poison, so to speak. And apparently the poison spreads. Maybe that's how I'm like, there's a chance I'm inappropriately interpreting it. Or you're supposed to spend, like maybe you're supposed to spread the poison between 2 members and then the other member takes it to the other member. I don't know. I don't think it's that complicated. Like it can lead to that complex. It would be cool if that's how you do it. Where the first person gets poisoned, right? They get poison marker arrow and they have to give it to another person. And that other person needs to give it to, that would be kind of neat. That's kind of in the wheelhouse of my, like, enjoyment of mechanics. But I don't think that's the case. I think the poison is meant to be avoided. So the person takes the poison stack and they have to survive, which the healer then, it's a heal check on the poison thing. Otherwise, if you spread the poison, more people will have the poison in the following thing. So like if the whole team stacks on top of each other on the poison, then all 3 of them will get another poison, a follow-up poison. Maybe. That one was unclear, but it was really fun. Again, I don't necessarily think if someone played this game for a very long time, which I'm not saying they did, like most people do, it's rarely ever overwhelming. Like, despite looking at most of the things, and despite being a grounded paladin, right? A paladin is grounded, period. When you get frost, right? When frost slows your movement down and then you can't dodge out, there's no iframes, and you're kind of screwed. And you're always needing to move. But the tank, you can kind of see how the tank moves. I usually tank most of the time. And you can see that the tank is moving in a way that they don't necessarily trust the other players. Especially when the tank consistently tries to move away from me with the hypo. And I specifically said, like, I could do both. Like, we can put a full shield on you and do the hypo, because now we know the reverse hypo. The reverse hypo is pretty neat. I really like the new mechanic, the reverse hypo. It would be, in my opinion, a lot more interesting in the future if the mechanic is like hypo mechanic, but the more efficient the hypo mechanic is into the reverse hypo, the more damage or more injured, like it'd be incentivized. It would be really awesome, at least in my opinion, that when they introduce new mechanics in the future, the new mechanics also have a reward process for executing the mechanic well. So like a scaling mechanic. So say, all right, well, some people would say, okay, hypo, pick the minimum number of people that need to be in the hypo so the rest don't have to worry about it. And then when you reverse hypo, it looked like when you get hypoed, the number of circles kind of, it looked like it was 1-to-1 with the people in the hypo, because the one time the tank had the only hypo, the circle only corresponded to 1. But it would be great if, as opposed to minimizing the number of people that need to run to the hypo, which is a natural tendency, right? Like, the natural tendency is that the tank, if they can tank the hypo, they would do it alone. That's the natural tendency. If the tank can't do it alone, it would be the healer and the tank, right? And then the girthiest DPS. However, it usually goes up. Like, the more members you have, the safer it is. Now, the reverse hypo, that's really neat, because you might be able to reward and condition new mechanics by balancing out the risk rewards for executing in an efficient group movement. Like, if you had 4 reverse hypos, it somehow makes the boss fight go quicker. Versus, like, so the idea is when there's an interesting mechanic like that, I think incentivizing that something goes faster by executing a complicated movement is, I haven't even considered that for some time, like a response. Like, in my opinion, it's not very often that the developers try to, without saying too much, I already talked about the whole big thing about, oh, the advanced players or the end game players and their like closed group think the game is really too easy, right? And then we have random pickup groups, which is what we demonstrated today. We cycled out a bunch of people. The tank was the seasoned player as well as the warlock. I think the 3 that stuck were seasoned players, like their experience. I was inexperienced, and then we cycled through a blade master and 2 rangers, right? Despite that, there wasn't any particular thing that I would say, dang, when you see it once, you're like, I have no idea what's going on. So to me, I think now this is with my lens bias, right? This is from a perspective of someone who don't watch YouTube videos and explicitness and have been playing the game for a substantial amount of time. That's not to say that people who think it's too hard, right? Those who are new and maybe returning, who may not necessarily have seen those things over and over again, they might need some leeway. So that's where this division is happening, this huge gap between instilling new mechanics or a change up in notation and mechanics versus the people who said it's way too easy because everything's been seen before, which I agree, honestly. Like, when I did that dungeon, the first boss was basically jerry-rigged by dodge tanking in the end, which is a very common thing to see. If you're the healer, you're basically so used to seeing someone dodge into a hill. So like I usually heal where they dodge to. It happens a lot. Scrambling. The first boss was fun because it was scrambling. The second boss, that's just arduously long. So it would be, like, to me, that's where incentive mechanics would be awesome. Like, for example, a bonus for everyone gathering in one circle on the second boss. That would be kind of neat. Where, like, the more people gathering in a single circle, it empowers them and speeds up the boss takedown. That would be really neat. Or having everyone in the gold circle while the tank has to bring the boss to the gold circle. That would incentivize melee over range to balance out the in my opinion, the second boss is really unfriendly to melee. The third boss is kind of okay. The first boss is small arena. Like, for example, if to encourage the second boss mechanic to, like, make it so that the group has equal contribution, whether you're melee or range, is the idea that it reminds me of Vault. I have Vault all in my head, like Vault of the Stars. The gold circle is often the vulnerability circle, right? That was the idea. So it would be cool for the second boss where the tank is responsible for dragging the boss to one of the cleansing circles. That incentivizes learning that the cleansing circle is an incentive to be in. So then when on top of that, you can incentivize its effectiveness by having more players in the circle, including the boss in the circle. So the boss can get a debuff from being in the gold circle. That's the tank's bonus for being a good tank, right? You don't have to use the mechanic. It's incentivized to use the mechanic. So I think that's a great way to go into building habits for mechanics. If you want to speed up a takedown, you have to efficiently do it, but not harshly punished in a manner that makes the person not care to want to do it in the first place, to minimize effort. So, like, things like that would be a really cool design in the future, where the tank would drag the boss to a gold circle, and the gold circle amplifies its debuff if there are more players in it. So then it wouldn't be like, you have, hey, can we get 3 range DPS? And the range DPS just stays really, really far away from the boss, right? There's no incentive. Like, even if they're close, it's still the same damage as they're far away, so to speak, right? And then you're running the risk of being in the boss's cone or something like that. I think things like that would be awesome. And in my opinion, it was very inspired. The reverse hypo is really great idea. I hope that they take this into the future where, like, okay, well, how confident do you feel? We could execute an expert maneuver with everyone to speed things up, or we can play it mid-safe, have like half the group commit to it, because there's a risk reward. If you get the hypo, but you miss the reverse hypo, there's a higher risk reward. If the reverse hypo, the more people that are in the reverse hypo, I don't even know what it's called. I think it's just called a thaw, a hypo and thaw. Maybe hypo and hyper, but it thaws the hypo on you basically, and because it looks like sun-esque heat situation, I get it. It would be great if there was an incentive in that way. I think that opens up really great possibilities. The final boss, fantastic. I'm not sure about the eye-sharing blizzard thing. Obfuscating your vision is not the greatest way to increase like difficulty or like creating overwhelming senses. I get it that a way to increase the level of difficulty is to create more saturation, right? Saturation, throw in a few more vortices, and then throw in a few more arrows, and then let's throw in like a couple more arrow effects to be overwhelmingly difficult. Personally, I can see that being a really big stopgap for people who play the game. Like visually, that can be a problem, and it can be off-putting for the sake of like people with sensory overload situations. I can't really speak to that. I typically do look at things, a lot of things at the same time, so I'm fairly comfortable with seeing like 16 things going on or like 16 indicators on the screen while I'm thinking about the next move. Like after one run, right? After 1 or 2 runs, I've already noticed sufficiently, and I think that gives credence to the people who design the dungeons. I think the markers and stuff are very clear. Now, what's not consistent sometimes is sometimes I don't think the markers really show up really well, but when they do, they're great. And then the whole Blizzard thing kind of obscures the thing, so it can feel a little cheap, right? It's fantastic. I had a really fun blast. Now here's the down. Now I'm gonna do a counterexample. I wouldn't want to do that 300 to 400 times just to see something, like just to see a piece of gear. Like that's way besides the point, right? Like this is where the sour part comes in about this game's design because of the live service model. That was really fun the first time, you know, someone says like, oh, just follow this guy or just this guy. I'm like, I have no idea what they're talking about. You go in, it's all good, right? A couple times, great. But that effort is no longer incentivized. Like the idea, the very nature that those guys were willing to wipe a couple times and then do it, wipe a couple times and do it, and then cycle through 3 people, that is unprecedented nowadays. It's like 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. Like the Blade Master was about average. You do like 2 or 3 runs and it's gone. They're gone. Above average, actually. 1 wipe, the person would leave. 2 wipes, that's pretty impressive. 3 wipes, they're standing in the long haul, sort of 50-50. 4 wipes, they're in it to the end, and that is great. There was communication, although the guy that dropped in really weirdly toxic, and they were the one that screwed up in the end, which is ironic. They screwed up at the end. So I don't know about that. That was unnecessary. I was really close to like I mean, I do my like fill in the I brought up this. I know it doesn't really mean all that much to other people, but for myself, I brought up like the report thing, and I was gonna write something. I was gonna write the, you know, I do that in my opinion. In the end, it all worked out, so fair enough. I really liked it. It was enjoyable. I think it can be more. It can definitely be more. Having new mechanics have an incentive for executing a complex maneuver as an incentive, not as a punishment. Like, I think so many things is not rewarded for team play. Like, it's either you fail a mechanic and you wipe, versus you are you succeed in a mechanic, but it's less punishing. Like, that's, I didn't realize how much of that, I just now was inspired to realize that, yeah, most of the dungeon runs and trial is the execution of a mechanic is either you get punished more or punished less for an execution of an advanced mechanic or like a group mechanic. But there is rarely a situation, I can think of a couple though, where the group is rewarded for excellent mechanics. Like excellent execution of the mechanics to alleviate. I can think of one, you mean off the my head, Infernal Citadel. Infernal Citadel was, I did enjoy Infernal Citadel quite a lot, despite all the bugs and whatnot. Obviously that's a broken record at this point since I've been playing through all those bugs in this game. But generally all 3 of the bosses, there was a brutal punishment for not obeying the mechanics, right? There's a lesser punishment for mediocre obeying the mechanic, and then there's an excellent reward for executing the best mechanic. Like for example, the last boss where you stack on all five, stacking on a panel versus like splitting up in half. So there's a degree of execution, and I think that would be a great way to incentivize adoption of mechanics. And whoever decided that, hey, hypo sucks, like people are bad at hypo, like that, when I say people, I'm talking about the hypothetical average person, so I'm not talking about any one person. Hopefully no one took that personally, because hypo happens. The one white, when the tank said it's just because of that hypo, and my first thought is like, it's not because of that hypo. Like that's what hypo does to players, because he walked out of range. I didn't frame it in that way. I said I was out of range. So when I was holding Hand of Divinity, right, in the thawing circle, when I was cleansing and holding Hand of Divinity, he kept backing into a corner. So the moment the hypo went off, the shield went down, the shield timed out, the overshield went down, and my Hand of Divinity did not reach. That happened several times. And so instead, for the last run, the run that took forever because the ranger was being overly toxic, in my opinion, openly toxic, despite, you know, we were successful and we did it, I just stuck with the tank. Like, if I see the tank get hypo, I'm just going to do the hypo mechanic. And then the reverse hypo. Like, instead of trying to predict which direction he's going to go or something, I should have just stuck with the tank, because tanks can walk out of range of a healer, especially a paladin healer, because you're holding down Hand of Divinity. At least that's how I do it, right? So I needed to adjust. Instead of using Hand of Divinity really far away and trying to maximize my range, which was what I was doing in the second boss, I stayed well within range, and just expect, like, if the hypo comes up and I don't have Hand of Divinity up, like charged up, I simply take the hypo with them. Like, that was the idea. Usually, in my opinion, this is my personal bias, I usually keep line of sight of my healer when I'm a tank at all times, because running out of range, it's a lose-lose situation. The healer scrambles to place themselves in danger, and the tank has to move further. So that's my personal take on it, and that's what I meant by it. Really felt like, while the tank knew that the tank was a very nice person, they were like saying, hey, you guys can do it, like, I believe in you guys and all that. That was really, really nice of the tank. However, the tank moved like they didn't trust me, because I was new, or like I said, I didn't know this. Like, what do you mean? Because they asked, like, hey, do you know the hypo mechanic? I'm like how it works? Or do you mean this hypo is special? And it was special, because there was a follow-up reverse thing, which was neat. And that was like the first time it happened, he had to explain it. It's like, oh, so you're not supposed to get in if you're solo hypoing. I'm like, oh, that's really neat. So for myself, that was the highlight. That's such a great idea. Whoever did that was like, kudos to you, because hypo sucks. Like, people suck at hypo. Now, if you can incentivize a follow-up, that would be like cherry on top, in my opinion. Right now, it's a punish. Like, if you take the hypo and you miss the reverse mechanic, right, the follow-up mechanic, then you get punished for it. I think it would be awesome if, instead of using negative reinforcement to create elevated mechanics, there may also require an incentive, not only a negative reinforcement, but a positive proactive movement, right? That would be great. Like, something like when you cleanse, if you cleanse at a certain time, you get a bonus for cleansing in that cycle. So like, for example, if you manage to cleanse below 10 stacks, you get a buff. If you manage to cleanse between 10 and 24, nothing happens. And then the timer, the way the timer works is it's going to fluctuate between a small... This is kind of like perfect guarding, or in fighting games where you can just guard, right? You just frame the guard, aka perfect guard, or you can preempt guard, which is a block, and then you can parry, which is prior the beginning and the end cycle. So I know this sounds a little bit complicated. In action, it will be intuitive because it's a scale. If you cleanse early, as in you're vigilant, and you cleanse early to the maximum event, like the maximum efficiency, you are rewarded with a faster takedown. The boss's mechanics not going to change, and the length of the boss will change, but that doesn't mean that the person is learning more mechanics, right? In endurance and attrition is the worst, in my opinion, one of the least engaging intellectually type of boss fight. Attrition, just wear the player down because of boss length, not novelty in mechanics and knowledge. So the idea is it would be cool to have a mechanic where it incentivizes being more efficient, like on your A game, a normal window, a window in which it negates, so you're avoiding the negative reinforcement, right? The negative punishment. And then there's failure. So that means that 24 and plus is death, right? 15 to 24 is normal, and then 10 to 15 is a slight buff. And then you can't achieve anything earlier because that would also be outside of failure. Because if you cleanse too soon, you can still punish for being too soon. So that's kind of a resolution that I feel is missing, in my opinion, in Neverwinter. You are not rewarded for executing efficiency. It's not tailored or scaled. So the player are either only incentivized to do the minimum, which is, I've talked about this a lot in language learning. Like when you're learning a language or when you're practicing baseball or something, oftentimes people think of the ideal case as the maximum or the projected. So like, hey, I'm going to study for 2 hours. So you only study for 2 hours. Or, hey, I'm only going to do these chapters in the homework. And you only do those chapters in the homework. If you do any less, you fail. Neverwinter design. If you do more, you get nothing. Neverwinter design. Like, that's what I feel is missing right now. There's no range. Like, oh, if you do 10, for example, if you do all of your assignment, that's average. That's what's expected of you. If you do extra, you get extra credit. And if you can consistently do extra, you get even more extra credit, right? And then if you do worse, you get less punishment. As in, you get a punishment, but it's a lesser punishment. And if you really mess up, like you're just ignoring the whole thing, brutal punishment. And that's already done, right? That's already done. Permadeath, they already do stacks and permadeath for the end. Like brutal punishment, mitigated punishment, and ideal. That's the only range Neverwinter, in my opinion, for as long as I remembered the intent of the design. I'm not saying you can't make an argument. I already made an argument for Infernal Citadel where you can get... I don't think it was intended though. Like the intent is often the boss is there to punish you. So the mechanics are either you execute it and you get no incentive to want to execute it better than the usual, other than scaling up the boss and making a master edition where they hit harder and stuff, so you have to enforce it. And at the master is like cap, it's always the ideal. And then everything else is how much level of punishment can you ignore, basically. And that's kind of the behavior of Neverwinter. How much of the punishment can you circumvent? When the game gets too easy, it also means you're circumventing the most number of punishment. Like in Advance, what is the incentive? Make your tank Get a tank that can soak up and ignore a couple mechanics. Get enough DPS to ignore a couple of mechanics. That is the offshoot of having a system that is only predicated on negative reinforcement. And I know I'm talking about a video game right now, but like, however, most of my time is not playing the aspect of being successful in a video game. It's the aspect of being consistent in doing something, building skills, life lessons, routine. That this system is not habit forming. It is only wagered on negativity. Negative reinforcement is terrifyingly effective for the amount of effort. So it's low effort effectiveness. High effort effectiveness that goes beyond habit formation, like life lessons, is positive reinforcement. So what is a positive reinforcement and feedback? When you do something even better than the developer anticipated, you are rewarded for it. However, that only happens in Neverwinter, where like the developer didn't intend for something to work. The players developed something that it was not even intended, and it broke the developer's design. Then the developer nerfed that and remove that accolade instead of building on top of it. So for example, here's positive reinforcement. Hey, they kind of broke our boss. And then the developer would think of, oh, you know what? That's really clever. Let's go build something on top of it to make it more difficult. Not, hey guys, I know you guys discovered like a way to like completely break our boss, so we're just gonna prevent you from doing it again so that you can play the boss the way we intended. That is negative reinforcement. That is taking something away. Like, oh, hey guys, I know you guys learned how to like spin the boss and exploit our thing. We built something on top. Now you can't do it, but you can still try to do it, but we're building on top. We saw what you did, really cheeky. Go ahead and do that. Now we're gonna add a mechanic on top that makes that dangerous. That to me is positive reinforcement. You're challenging each other to do better. Like for example, one of the bosses, right? You can keep spinning the boss. If you have enough movement speed, you can just spin the boss and the boss never executes its attack and it just dies, right? It's still there. I'll let you use your imagining. There are some that might not be there anymore, or like you can keep a specific distance and the boss never acts, right? Instead, secretly it's like, hey guys, we patched something. Instead of removing it, like say, oh, we noticed that you guys do this. We're gonna add a new mechanic on top of the boss. Now the boss, when the boss hasn't act in so much, it will like pick a target and introduce a new mechanic to like punish the people, like more like instead of punishing, but outfox them. So then you get to decide, okay, well, what clever way are they gonna do now? Are they gonna persist? That to me is more of a positive reinforcement. You're proactively challenging the emergence of your player playing against your boss. It's different from taking something away. So to me, right now, one of the biggest things that I see in the dungeon design that is not great is anytime something fails, there's no incentive to do it better. And then when you execute it, there's also no incentive to do it better. There's a consistent incentive to do less or more. So like you're constantly behaviorally trying to do the least amount of work to get by. It doesn't feel great to want to do and go beyond the call. Like, hey guys, watch this. If we can execute this 5-man hypo and then execute the 5-man reverse, right? The reverse situation, the boss takes like a 15% hit to defense, or like literally a 15% visual HP loss. That would immediately get people to want to hypo properly so quickly and then do the reverse mechanic. I think the reason why I'm using that example is because there is an incentive to follow-ups, and I think follow-ups are a great idea. I haven't there are a couple follow-ups, like, but they're punishment. Like, for example, the Hallister storm, or more like the giant storm, right, from Fangbreaker Island, where I kept hiding behind the totem, like, because I thought the totem was trying, like, I was expecting a Hallister blast because the giant was like channeling, and I'm like, wait, should I get behind? So I was like using line of sight because I thought that's what they're going to do, where they do a follow-up technique where ice blocks go up, and then you need to avoid, you need to use the ice block to prevent the ice blast, right? That kind of thing. That's punishment on punishment. So to me, that's like, oh, if you didn't fail the first mechanic, you might fail the second mechanic. Instead of, hey, if you can succeed in the first mechanic and you also succeed really well in the second mechanic, you get rewarded. If you succeed in the first mechanic but you didn't quite nail the second mechanic, it's not a wipe. That's kind of the problem I have with seeing what Neverwinter design is like now. In my opinion, it's negative on negative, and oftentimes it's all or none multiple times. In order to increase the difficulty of the game, it is multiple punishments on top of multiple punishments, and most of them are all or none. You either do it all or you fail at any point. There's one point of failure in everything. So like, if they tried to do a complex mechanic, it's okay, you succeeded in the first step, great. If you fail the second step, it doesn't matter if you succeed in the first step, you failed. And then you add a third step. If you fail the third step, it doesn't matter if you do the second or first step. It's kind of incrementally being a negative punishment. Rarely is it ever the other way around, where it goes the full spectrum. I know I'm being nitpicky here. It's probably fairly nitpicky from the idea of game design, right? I get it. In game design, you do whatever you want. You can make it as punishing as you want. You can drive your player base away. You can prevent your players from growing or like getting new players, and then you can keep, you know, pandering and sucking up to players that are very high aptitude and they want you to make harder content despite being angry at you for making punishment content, right? Like cheap deaths and all that stuff. All of that is very true. The perspective that I'm coming from is behavioralism, behavioral psychology, and I'm not a psychology expert, so that's a big disclaimer. I'm more of a person who educates. I feel like I qualify as an educator in most capacity, and oftentimes when you try to use and rely solely on negative reinforcement in order to get people to learn and also become independent thinkers of themselves, right? You give some homework and then they go beyond, above and beyond, incentivizing with positive incentive, even if it's extra credits or a form of self-expression or even accolades. Usually accolades is the cheapest form. Video games do that. Hey, here's a badge for having a no death, right? That they exist in Neverwinter. Achievements exist in Neverwinter. It's rarely ever habitually tied to the actual mechanic, the mechanic of the thing, right? The reason why I'm suggesting this is because that's where new players, addressing the new player and returning player problem, where you also get a on the same page of a existing player, like the normal player, as that one person says, the normal player, the end game, right? I'm not an end game player. I don't fulfill this person's requirements. And despite that, I don't particularly think I found anything difficult to read. Now the thing is, how do you address a player not having to explain something because you want to do it, an advanced player or an experienced player, versus a new player who can see that there's potential benefits for constantly executing well, like working consistently again and again to do it well. We wiped like what, 6 times on the second boss, And the very last run, it was like immaculate. But there's also no incentive. Like, what I mean is, it was great. Everything worked really well. I did the, the call out for the cleanse, and then, like, it looked really clean. However, there's no incentive to do any more than that. Like, the boss doesn't go down faster, technically. It doesn't go any faster when you execute something. Like, literally in the boss. You can argue, well, the boss will get longer if you're terrible at it. That's the negative reinforcement. That's what I mean by the negative reinforcement. Nearly everything, whenever you, like, I would say 90% of things you talk about in Neverwinter is from a negative perspective. You are trying to prevent something bad from happening. You are rarely ever rewarded, literally rewarded in a game mechanic sense, for doing something really well. Okay, like, someone can say like, nah, that never works in video games. Who would love that stuff? Have you ever seen people play Souls-like games? Or roguelike games? Like, we can list the most, currently popular types of reward high risk systems. Perfect parries, perfect dodges, right? Just framing, a perfect execution, so perfect input versus latency input, right? Things that are not executed sufficient for someone to want to do the same thing over and over and over again. Actually, if I had to emphasize fighting games, when you get a perfect parry, when you get a perfect counter, Virtual Fighter is around the corner, Virtual Fighter Crossroads. And one of the really wonderful things about Virtual Fighter is the inputs are often not complex. It's incredibly intuitive and it's quick to pick up. Actually, the interview with the RGG studios on it, they're trying to preserve that. All of the inputs are not complex. It is the level of your aptitude. So it's easy to get into, difficult to master. And one of the core essentials of people constantly playing a fighting game, like, nothing is actually changing per se in the fighting game. Like, it's not like new mechanics show up or anything like that. It's the timing of the mechanics. It's the reward for being on time, being perfectly on time, being a little early, being a little late. And you're wondering, oh, well, those are fighting games. They're action games. And it's like, well, this is an action game. But if you're saying that can't possibly work when it isn't an action game, because this isn't an action game. Someone could argue MMOs are not an action game. There's like Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur is a turn-based game with an action response window. So in most cases, and that's kind of the idea, like when you think about game mechanics, and it's like, oh yeah, this game, it has a perfect parry. It's like, oh, this game, it has a parry. The reason why that is kind of in the thing is because you can get so habitually addicted to the reward of executing a just frame, a just dodge, a perfect parry, that regardless of what the rest of the mechanic of the game has, like how cool it is and all that, it's still in there. I play PSO2 NGS. It's not like swimming in story or it's setting or something like that, but boy howdy, when you like perfect dodge iframe, read the boss, reposition with an attack positioning, and then it repositions perfectly, and then you attack the boss by spatial positioning, right? This is an action MMO, right? Neverwinter is an action MMO. There's less tab targeting, but that still exists. So when you do an attack, there are positional attacks. So there's another way. You have dodges, reposition, parry, counterattack, and iframes. So all 5 of those are habitual to an action game. Like, it's very, very rare to not have one of these 5 things in any form of an action game, despite being turn-based or not. Okay, so we can make an argument for turn-based, but Clair Obscura kind of just threw that out the window because they incorporated a turn-based thing. However, the other things are broadcast. The animations are literally the same. And the camera is fixed. Neverwinter still has a freeform camera, and it has vectors. It has an X and Y vector along the ground. Like, we're not going to even get to Z, you know, like, technically Z vector is the other way, but the Neverwinter doesn't even operate on 3 dimensions when it comes to targeting, right? Whenever there's like a ramp and stuff, things get crazy. Like, it doesn't work really well. But used to have 2 positional things. So being rewarded for doing positioning better is fantastic. Infernal Citadel is my way to refer to that because the panel on the ground is X position. So Neverwinter is part of that, but it's only punishment for all those things. You get punished for the X and Y, so where you are in position, right? X and Y. You get you can circumvent things with the iframe, so that's really satisfying. There are classes that can't do that. Paladins cannot do that. They can't iframe something. They can just block something. You could argue like fighters, right? Fighters can just block something, you know, hit the block right at the time. All of those things, that's one of the nice things about Neverwinter. They do exist. The just dodging, right? The iframing, the dodge rolling, and then maybe pitch perfect blocking, or like you know, you hit tab and then you shift and then you negate. All of that is incredibly satisfying in Neverwinter. It doesn't translate to the mechanics of the boss yet, and I'm really excited if that's where if there's an opportunity for that in NGS, for example, PSO2 NGS, which is another workhorse. There's not like it's a consistent player base. It's not like it's not growing. It's trying to preserve its player base. So it's slightly 10% above Neverwinter when it comes to like the traffic metrics that I use. And they're about the same. And what they do is that they reward the players to unload. Like, the bosses are multiphasic. They're 4 to 5 things. They're all screen filling. Everything is screen filling. Like, literally every player gets a big, gigantic target on them nowadays, right? And the idea is, when you successfully do something, when the team successfully do something, there's always windows to punish the boss because you execute it. If you don't execute like the perfect version, you still get to semi-punish the boss. Like, there are still windows, you do it normally, but when you execute that perfect stuff, right, the stuff that goes beyond average, like, hey, all 5 party members successfully done this, the boss goes down, and you get to slap the boss around for like 5%, and then the boss goes back up, right? You can decide when to do that. Those things are incredibly habit forming if they're attached to positive reinforcement. Usually this game isn't. You either get punished more, or you do the thing and it's normal. So every single time when a run fails, it's because someone did something wrong or not good enough. Not how well they did it. Like the difference between, hey guys, you know that boss, it was 50 times longer because our execution was terrible, right? So you might be saying, well, wouldn't that just make people lazy? Like, they would be lazy on trying to get the boss done quicker. Are you serious? We're gonna have that argument now? Remember that we were talking about how time, like most people's concern now, at least in my opinion, the large majority of people who play live service games, they measure their value based on the amount of time that they have. So if you are going to expedite a boss battle by enforcing execution of higher level mechanical movements or iframing or like part of the boss's mechanic, that is one of the greatest incentives right now in live service games. How much tactical, long, slow burn, in my opinion. Like when I'm studying a language, I'm not speed running Japanese. I'm deliberately meandering to allow myself to methodically meditate and build a habit. So that's perfectly fine. However, in live service games, the one value that drives, in my opinion, incentivizes engagement, retention, and feeling of value is being able to do a lot of things well and being rewarded by time saved. So in this case, yeah, you could jack up, like if you're worried your boss health is too low, jack it up. However, when you jack up the HP, incentivize lowering that HP or making that HP go down faster by higher execution, because then it is a positively motivated thing in order to save time, which is what Neverwinter, in my opinion, is about. Because that person that was toxic near the end, legitimately toxic, they started shouting, like they start talking about names and being drugged and like being stupid and moronic because they didn't have the patience to sit there and evaluate that they miscommunicated, in my opinion. They said, hey, there are two spines. And like, okay. So both the players switched out their spine. You didn't say which one to switch. So the two nice players, they're like, oh, okay, I should switch. And then now someone's like, hey guys, now there are no spines. Can one of you switch? And then someone switched, but they both switched again. And then when someone said, okay, this guy switched to spine and this guy switched it, but that guy already swapped, and then the other guy swapped to something different, so it already worked. And then the guy told him, now there's two again. It's because the guy told so impatiently, that person didn't wait to see who actually swapped, and if it's okay, they simply just said it. So that to me is what Neverwinter is incentivizing. They're incentivizing impatience, and most of the mechanics are there to make things longer. If I had to hit a nail on the coffin right now, I'm preaching to the choir. Whether you're a beginner, a new player, a mid-gamer, as they call it now, apparently, a mid-gamer or end-gamer, the one thing that most of, in my opinion, the Neverwinter remaining player base, which kind of includes myself, is time. Anytime something increases the amount of time you need to play this game, redundantly, I'm not saying increase the amount of time played because there's a lot of content, there's a lot of things to play, there's a lot of mobility. That's a different story. That's not what Neverwinter has in spades. Like, production costs, I can see is really tight. All hats off to the developers that have to work on a tight budget and whatnot, or meet a certain deadline because of publisher demands. That's fair. Crunch time, I get it, right? Even the patches feel like they're rushed. So there is that for sure. However, if your design is constantly trying to get a player to play longer by reductively using negative reinforcement, then every single thing you do is negative. Like, oh hey, we decided to lower the currency for the weeklies. Okay, that's just a sorry excuse to increase the playtime. It's like, hey, we decide to triple the boss value of the HP of the boss value because people said the boss was too easy. That's artificially inflating the boss mechanic, like the boss's length. It didn't offer like a higher complexity or difficulty. It's attrition, right? And then oftentimes this is where miscommunication or like out of touch happens. When someone who designed the boss, they're like, oh, the boss is getting melted. Let me increase the rate of the boss's, like, let me double the boss's HP pool, right? However, this person might not necessarily be concerned with the idea is like, okay, so if you increase the boss's HP pool by 10%, now imagine how much 10% means when you have to run the dungeon 600 times. So when you increase the rate of anything in your dungeon, it is multiplied and amplified by how someone else is dictating how long or how many times you have to run the dungeon. So it might not feel like 5% is a lot to a dungeon for any one run. Take that 5% and multiply by the number of times you have to run the boss. That is how I feel that the developers are being out of touch with the players. The players are playing across multiple runs, multiple times, multiple negative sources of reinforcement. So if you're gonna run a dungeon for 600 times and the whole dungeon is predicated on negative reinforcement, then what is the most logical human thing to do is to minimize as much time as possible, because otherwise the only incentive to run a dungeon is to avoid the negative reinforcement on your way to getting the loot. So now that brings up the next thing, which is loot. Loot is so deterministic about how long they want you to play that it is a negative thing. So the two most top complaint is the loot is too rare, right? Because that's the only incentive. It's nothing about the boss mechanics, because the boss mechanics are negative reinforcement. They're consistently negative reinforcement. You are there to execute, otherwise you are punished. So the whole time you play a dungeon is to be punished for being in that dungeon, not for like reward. Like sometimes dungeons can have really spectacular graphics, right? Fun stories or set pieces and fun little interactions. Those are rewards too. However, the dungeons are kind of void of that now. Like there's no like funny hallway with a funny gimmick where chickens dance around or something to reward the player for being in the dungeon. Today, the dungeon that we played today, right? Like Jodenskar, it doesn't look that great. It's 3 corridors attached to 3 arenas. Mechanically, it was incredibly satisfying. I think the mechanics are really wonderful. It built up and it's nice. The music was fantastic. But there's no like sensory, like music was great. So that's a good sensory thing. Visually, it can be a sensory thing to reward someone to want to be in the dungeon. The alternative is to make your mechanics rewarding in itself for doing excellent, mediocre, and punished for being bad, right? Because like someone could argue that never works. Like how could a game not have good graphics, not good music, no like mediocre music, mediocre graphics, mediocre like fidelity of your characters, mediocre response time, and still be addictive? I don't think someone has to go too far to imagine what that game looks like. Cookie clicker. How about a clicker game? Do you think that do you think it has all of those things? You're clicking on the same image over and over again. In fact, there's another game where it's a simulator and it's about selling products, and all it is a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet has different numbers, and you just keep clicking and getting more assignments and juggling more tasks, and everything is done text-based with a couple of like ASICs related stuff. This game was phenomenal. Basically, you're staring at text, and there's no incentive for like HD graphics and things like that. It's really about the reward for actions done and reward for actions done well versus the punishment for actions done mediocre and the actions and heavy punishment for the actions done poorly, right? Not you either execute and you get the normal experience or you get punished. So the whole time you basically just spend the whole time avoiding something bad from happening. So anytime you fail a boss, is who punished everyone. That's it. That in my opinion is that's one of the biggest drivers for why whenever someone has to say, oh, I have to run this dungeon 600 times, man, I have to run this 600 times. And in those 600 times, I hope that I can avoid punishment by being with bad players or being tired myself or making bad moves myself. That is the incentive. And that is not a fun factor. That is a pressure factor. It is a negative reinforcement factor. The whole idea is when you think about the fun dungeons, right? There are fun dungeons historically in Cryptic's thing. There are dungeons that people like to play because the mechanics reward the player for doing it well. Less punishing if you do it okay, so you can get by, and then brutally punish when you're just like not paying attention at all. It is looking forward to playing the mechanics of the dungeon. Right now, my favorite part is that, now I'm a little biased, so I gravitate on positive reinforcement. When someone asks me, how do I become less depressed? How do I stop being addicted to doom scrolling? How do I develop a routine in order to study a language an hour every single day? Positive reinforcement. It's the highest effort and most difficult source to find. But hear me out. It's high effort, hard to find. If you can nail it, right? It's a habit for life. That's how the initial game, that's how a live service game first hooks a player and develops a cult following or even a smash hit. The core of their mechanics created positive reinforcement, not negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement is the cheap stuff, in my opinion. It's the cheap stuff that is very easily accessible and it's chronic online. FOMO is cheap, right? It's easy to produce. It's cost effective. It takes less time. FOMO. That to me, when someone has to use FOMO, like a developer, as respectful as I can, because there are places where negative reinforcement may be useful, I suppose. Like when someone needs to quit a life-threatening habit, negative reinforcement is probably what you're probably left with that. And so I can, outside of cherry picking, we can say that in most cases, positive reinforcement is the thing that gets noted about a game. Why is Souls-like games, for example, see someone like fail and die 100 times over, and yet they come back for more? Because in its mechanical loop, there's a positive reinforcement to take risks and do well, right? It is incredibly addictive to do well, not average, not like mediocre, well. And then mediocre is sufficient. So there are times where, okay, I could have done it better, but at least it's not a negative experience. In Neverwinter, when you wipe, it's always a negative experience. Like 99% of the time is a negative experience. Now, I'm going to lower that percentage a little bit down for today's thing. It was like a 90% chance because the tank was very encouraging. I was new and we communicated. I took the time to communicate. And the other two, they were like trying to find their own way. You could see their movements changing, and then someone was typing voluntarily. That is the source of positive reinforcement in Neverwinter. It's player-based. Players have the agency to create positive reinforcement. Now, is that because the game, in my opinion, the game developer or the publisher cultivated the player? No, I disagree. I completely disagree that the development of the game and the game desire, like the game design, is what encouraged such people to exist in a game. I actually would give the credit to those players. So the wizard and the warlock and the, I only remember Slim, the name of the tank, because they talked the most and they were very encouraging. You remember the players because the structure of Neverwinter does not encourage that. If it did, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. Like, because if it did in day one, you wouldn't have a complete laundry wall of narcissistic what about me, what about us, and just get good mentality over like 10 years of cultivation. If you want to see a contrast in types of design, you can look to like certain language learning models. Their community, right? Like when you look at the community, there are far more people in those communities than Neverwinter Online. And thus more than 50% of them encourage each other. Even when they fail, like, oh, you had a bad day, don't worry about it. I did this, maybe this can help. That is what it feels like when the design language and the community are working together. In Neverwinter, the developer, what they design, in my opinion, more than half the time, more than 50% of the time, the thing the developer creates as Cryptic, and I'm specifically talking about Cryptic right now because I'm being a bit critical. Cryptic's design is the reason why there is animosity in the player base. Like, it is their design that sparks controversy between the player base. Like, more often than not, so more than 50% of the time, when they introduce new content, it creates conflicts of interest between the player base. That, to me, has been happening ever since the beginning, in my opinion. Like, maybe we can excuse the honeymoon period for the first 6 months, because like those first 6 months, that was euphoric, in my opinion. It was like a second coming of World of Warcraft, even possibly. You know, I was sitting in PE and I was literally just talking to 4 players. Like, we just sit in a party chat and we converse over like Ventrilo or TeamSpeak. I forgot which one we used before. I think it was TeamSpeak. Ventrilo is like a little bit earlier, much earlier. World of Warcraft and earlier, right? So we were in TeamSpeak, and you just chat and you do things because that was the honeymoon period. But then after, it's like the cynicism just keeps on pouring. Like, hey, did you get the rare loot? It's like, I didn't get the rare loot. I'm unlucky. It's not even people who get lucky anymore. It's people who are less unlucky. Like, that sounds like a double negative, but when you play this game and you look at the loot, there's no transparency in loot drop rates and whatnot, so no one can determine if they're lucky, right? There's no transparency. Like, the developer doesn't disclose. They give you, I already criticized this, they advertise on this new module where, oh, hey, look at all our loot, and there's no transparency in drop rate, so to me, it's irrelevant if that loot exists if you can't get it, or if you're unlikely to get it. And because there's no transparency, anyone can guess if they got lucky or not. It's a constant guessing game, and that, to me, is a developer's decision, not a player-based decision. The developer decided to obfuscate the drop rate, and then the community manager, like Kairi, would say like, oh, you know, I'm just passing along information, or they believe it, I'm passing on the information. We believe the drop rate is fair. This is 10 times the more than, we increased it 10 times more than the test beta, you know, like the when you test before a module release. But there's no numbers. Like, you can't tell. And then when the player base determines, like, dude, the drop rate really sucks. Like, it still sucks. You say 10x, but we don't see 10x. Like, how does the math work? And rarely does it ever get any more than that. So then when someone argues, hey, the drop rates are too low, someone luckier than that person will say, well, I did 100 runs. I got what I needed. Like, but you don't know if that person is lucky. What you often hear is that person got less unlucky. As in 100 runs sound like that person got normal. That is the normal, expected, ideal experience that the developer is pushing. And yet, more than 50% of the player base get less unlucky, like get more unlucky. So it always feels like it's average and everybody's below because there's no point of reference. I talked about this during HanziHero, right? When you're doing comparative analyses, you need a point of reference. What's the control? There's no data. There's no transparency on what the control is or the expected control for Cryptic's thing. And in fact, I almost feel like that is a deliberate and intentional withholding of information that creates cynicism and division and conflict of interest on the player base. Like anytime new content comes out, it creates more strife, not against the developer unanimously, against the player base. So if you want a testament to what I'm saying about negative reinforcement, generally speaking, I don't think Cryptic has an overall success rate where when they release content, it doesn't create strife among its player base. And when the game is left to lull, like, you know, just left to do nothing, less people actually fight. I would argue when the lull period sets, most people are on the same page. They might all dislike Cryptic for being like lazy and not but they're typically on the same page because time passed, right? Like for example, right now a hot topic is reverting of gear, like Masters Soul Harvest stuff and like the old gear, right? Old gear was it lulled out, as in there was enough that everyone agreed on something. And then Cryptic decide, hey, let's go change that. And they create division. And then immediately that change created people like, oh, you know, the gear was being abused anyways. Versus, we need that gear because we're tank players and, you know, tank versus DPS argument. That's what I mean, in my opinion, of Cryptic's patching design, mechanical design, and reward design. It is trying to reach an ideal payout or how unlucky you get. It's never you get luckier or you get rewarded for doing better and constantly incentivizing to add more. It's subtracting, constantly subtracting. So when you're constantly subtracting and you're expecting players to play more, right? You want player time to go up, then that time becomes less and less valuable, consistently less valuable. If you're playing a dungeon that's filled with negative reinforcement, all your time is less valuable because the whole goal is to prevent a negative experience from happening, not a positive experience from happening, like getting the loot. Not even the loot is a positive experience anymore. And that plays into the recent Discord thread of a returning player and says the game is surprisingly unrewarding even for new/returning player because you only get negative reinforcement. You have to get super lucky to even have a source of positive reinforcement. So that's kind of where I want to end with this. I have one more week of coverage, so next week we'll see how it leads up to Yodenskar, right? I saw the 3 bosses. It's really cool. Like the first boss showed up in the third boss, like the big Ramahaz, or I forgot what they're called, but those little like centipede looking like snake things. It showed up in the final boss. I don't know if the second boss showed up. I don't think the second boss showed up because they were another giant, but it was really neat. I really liked it. We're gonna try to do one more run maybe on the 5th week and celebrate because I think it's great. It's fun, and I have to reiterate, despite being really critical, right? I hope I didn't hurt anybody's feelings or they have counter arguments and whatnot. I welcome them. Like, feel free to express your opinions and then make a cogent argument or some what have you, right? The idea is I do believe in a win-win situation. I'm not looking for a win-lose situation. or a lose-lose situation. And oftentimes it feels like it's a lose-lose situation or a lose and lose even harder situation. That's what it feels like in this game. Every time they come up with new gear is all the gear you get FOMO from. All the gear that you miss a window from. There's not enough player base, so when you miss the window of a module, then getting it would be nearly impossible. And then there's no quality of life increase for lowering the requirements to get gear from a previous campaign. All these things flow into one theme. Neverwinter is a bag of negative reinforcements. And the way Cryptic, at least in my opinion, or the publisher, Art Games, the way they think is to design people to retain players and keep them playing is through FOMO, and which is a form of negative reinforcement. That is the consistent way that Neverwinter keeps, is like Paige said, good to see that it's still alive. Yeah, it's still alive by negative reinforcement. FOMO, over investment of time that you can no longer get back, right? Legacy, as in you played this game so long, you don't want to give it up, right? Comfort, all of that is losing the comfort. Losing the comfort is the negative reinforcement. The fear of losing the comfort. The fear of the game changing completely from the way you like it. The fear, most of these things come from fear. At least any sort of negative reinforcement. Like, I want to feel powerful. I don't want that be taken from me. So the gear gets changed and that power could be taken from you. New gear is the new power. So that's the incentive. So missing, getting your old gear, fearing that your old gear becomes less relevant for the new gear is negative reinforcement. Right? You get new gear because your old gear no longer is useful anymore. That's the perspective of most of the players. For me, when I play something like even a gacha game, right? Neverwinter is not a gacha game, although it has a loot box, right? That's a form of chance. Despite them writing the probabilities and all that. A gacha game, when you get a character, it's added to your roster. And yes, gacha games still have to contend with power creep, right? That's one of the banes of live servers. This game legitimately is designed to power creep. It is designed to replace your gear. At least in gacha games, for example, you are collecting something. So when you invest in collecting someone, that person is permanently in your utility, and you can still continue to use that character over time. So it is building horizontally. Despite some power creep, which is often kept to a minimum by introducing mechanical uniqueness and use cases. So lots of live service games introduce new over and over again, new subsystems that do not overlap with existing subsystems in order to collect things so they don't overlap. So you look forward to the next content because it's not going to circumvent the FOMO and the negativity that comes with losing something that already exists. So Neverwinter, I'll echo someone that is far more influential, I would say, or even works directly with Cryptic as a content creator. The direction of this game hasn't really changed. However, the double downing on the direction that they have is creating a live service problem. Cycling gear, and constantly feeding on negative emotion and becoming constantly the fear of becoming irrelevant and all the stuff that you've done, constantly churning in irrelevancy, like the next mod will make certain things irrelevant again and again and again. That is going to play a game out of fear, only that when you get lucky is to prevent yourself from losing something or missing out on something. That is horrifying. And if you're wondering, then, hey Maku, you play this game for over getting close to 12 years. It's closing in on 12 years because next month is 12 years. Like, don't you feel most of this? I don't play the game for that. For a while now. Like, the thing that is fear-inducing, I actually circumvent it. I replace it with something else. I substitute. So like if you're looking at my character, right? There isn't even anything from the last 3 mods. Yeah, there's nothing on this character from the last 3 mods. Maybe this thing? No. Like, I didn't do Soul Harvest. Actually, if you want to go even closer, here is even less. This is even further back. The average module was 3 to 4 modules ago. So, no, I don't necessarily experience that. But yes, I understand it. I can empathize with the idea of working really hard to get these things and it gets phased out. Because that is the nature of how Cryptic designs conflicts of interest and predicate on thinking that negative reinforcement is the best form of reinforcement for habits. As in playing your game. The habit is playing your game, right? The best reinforcement, in my opinion, that Cryptic arguably, debatably, one of the top 3. Let's say the top 3 reasons why Cryptic still had Cryptic had a dedicated following, they still play to this day, is the combat system, right? One of the things that often comes up in the top 3 to 5 that hooks a player is the combat system. And the combat system is predicated on action reward. As in, you can play really well, you can play really mediocre, but if you play mediocre, it's still kind of good enough, and you play really poorly, but you're often trying to incentivize the mechanics, the core mechanics of the action part is trying to incentivize better play. Like you get rewarded for dealing more damage or working smoother. It feels good to play. The dungeons don't follow the same thing. The dungeon legitimately continue to feel awful to play. Or like you're trying your best to not have an awful experience. That's not the same as having a challenging, fun experience. It's punishment because you're trying your best not to be punished. And then you put an icing on the cake by dropping the drop rate down to non-existent. So now you spend like hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to get a drop rate that only leaves you sour. That is the story of the current module. It's, in my opinion, it was the story of the last 3 modules. Whoever leadership it was, or maybe decision making, it's kind of a perfect storm at the moment. And now, like there was an advertisement that an old leader and old recruitments of other older developers are coming back as a form of new leadership. We'll see what they do. In my opinion, if the idea is to triple down on using negative reinforcement and increasing player time, then players will naturally decrease time, not increase time, as a form of resistance. So you would continue to escalate how efficient the players can get. Like, legitimately, the first thing you do when you have a new module is to find the most efficient route to minimize the negative unfun of your value of your time. I had a blast, by the way. So today in the dungeon, I had a blast playing the dungeon. It's a shame I couldn't do it last week, right? And I actually don't expect to do it next week, largely because the vast majority of people will see the dungeon as a pain in the butt to get to the reward because they've already done it hundreds of times, and it's simply a test of endurance, not a test of like rest, excitement, fun. Like, it's not that. It's how much pain can you endure. And I think that is archaic. It's incredibly archaic. It's something that works really well, and it still works to this day, right? Like, you still have other games, like subscription-based games. You have to make your money's worth. That's endurance based on money's worth, right? To me, there are arguably better ways than that. Making the effort to establish a positive reinforcement on top of what already exists. The combat is a positive reinforcement, in my opinion. It's not sufficient to hold Neverwinter up and grow its audience. It's enough to mitigate the attrition that's happening in the community. So anyways, I wanted to leave on a more neutral note. I had a blast today. There's nothing more satisfying, in my opinion, than running the dungeon and seeing the stuff. Looking at the end of the treasure, like I have no frame of reference to be sour about gear, because like I didn't even look at the gear. I basically re-rolled until the gear is not red, and then I accept it. And then I'll look at it maybe like sometime later, right? Like we can look at it now. Like I got a gear that it's a weapon. I'm never going to use it because it's a bard class. I mean, I could give it to my bard character, but the chances of me running multiple times is so low already, I wouldn't get to that. And then I got this piece, which is for my tank. And that's it. Like, that's how brief it is. It's like, this is a mediocre mod, by the way, because it deals with seconds in combat. I get it. Dungeons are pretty much boss rushes at this point, right? So that can be neat if I get a chance to run the dungeon, which is not guaranteed. And then you have a weapon of like so many weapons, and those weapons are going to be irrelevant to you, because another notorious thing about Cryptic is playing multiple characters are heavily tiered and specifically selectively done in a way that is a hazard to one's health. Like, playing multiple characters is incredibly at the victim of whoever designs the drop rates, because you don't go halfsies like, hey, you can have some of these equipment go to your other characters. No, it's all or none in this case. At this point, you either commit to the idea that you have a lot of loot, make all the loots communicatable, you know, like exchangeable between your characters, so players could be at least look forward to using the stuff, or you just sit in the back. Like, I don't even get rid of equipment. Look at all this, like one here, one here, one here, one here. Like, I just increase my bag size. I don't really discard things. So there's so many things that are everywhere in this bag. Like, look at all these boxes that are obfuscating value. Like, look at all these boxes. I don't even open them anymore. Like, these are all the different passes, all the different rewards. Like, there's so many of these boxes. They don't do anything. Like, you just have a bunch of bags and all that. Like, you play, you get these things, and they just sit in your bag because they're not complete. It's either all or none for like hundreds of hours or not. Like, so basically I just keep increasing my character size and my bag size, and we just dump characters. Like, I have characters where there are like 40 companions, the same companions. Like, there are 3 characters that have like 15 of the same companions just stacked on each other due to an event, because that's all you can do. So like 20 plus characters right now, and each of the characters have a specific storage space because they contain something that's so redundant and irrelevant that you have so many of them, and I can't even be bothered to discard them. Like, I have so many companions, and so like other gears, like heavy redundant things, like, oh yeah, I'll just toss it over here and that's it. Happens, I'm telling you. All right, on that note, today was a blast. Maybe next week we'll send the biting cold module off with a positive note. Maybe we'll squeeze in another Yoden Scar run. I'm not doing a Masters run, obviously. Like, the idea of even trying to sit here and look at a Masters run, like, since I've been talking, right, I can tell you, since I've been talking, I can tell you how many people look for a Jotun scar. 1? No. Oh, it's that same guy actually. That same guy is looking for another run. One advance Jotun scar in 1.5 hours. Wait, let me do this math properly. Yes, 1.5 hours. 1 Jotun scar. So, and it's an advanced Jotun scar, let alone a master's one. So, and also masters are typically arranged in alliances and guilds, so I can't even do that really. I don't have an investment in people like excuse me, obviously I'm no better or worse than the people who play Neverwinter, because I play Neverwinter too. I feel like to be a little bit empathetic, it would require me to invest in a game in which I don't think the developers can reciprocate the investment. So not reflecting or taking a dig at the people who play this game, who like invest a lot of time in guilds and alliances and then curating their team to like slap and spank all of the developers' designs. I prefer my MMO experience to actually be MMO, as in just randomly pick up people and go, right? Like play serendipitously, not curated to expect the same player experience. And it was fun looking at how the players adapt, like all the players in the dungeon over time, right? That's cool. I'm probably never going to cross paths with those 3 players again, or 4, especially the 4th one. That last guy, really toxic. So probably not going to cross paths with him again. And that's kind of the experience that I enjoy. Serendipitous adventuring, right? When you go on an adventure, you cross paths, right? Yes, certainly you can bring a party with you and create great you know, bonds and whatnot, and you can stay with a consistent same party member that is in the D&D spirit, right? Bring a party member, so that's good for those who like it. Nowadays, I'm more of a Geralt, where you serendipitously meet up with party members, and those party members are temporary, right? Then you move on into the next one, and then you form a new party. That is kind of the experience that I look for. So that is to make a disclaimer. Whoever says like, oh, well, that's part of MMOs. You form close-knit groups and you stay with them. I get it. So hopefully they continue to do that. So no dig at those people. Personally, for me, I like meeting new people. I like going on an adventure that deals with seeing and interacting with new people over and over again. It would be great if I had a party with me to do these things. I don't think I'm invested enough in Neverwinter to do that. So that's perfectly on me. I in no way, at least I don't sound like I'm complaining about something. I absolutely love today's experience. Would it have been great if it was the same 4 players I usually play every new content with? Probably, yeah. Like, is it available? No, it's not available. So I like to be happy with more than just that. So it's not that I can't appreciate having 4 best buds to get on and like rip the developer a new one on their design and then go on a forum and say, hey, this game is too easy. That would be fun to do. I don't have that. I have this. As some people are referring to it now, I'm a mid gamer. The mid group. The people that they can't complete masters because the end gamers think that the mid gamers are just bad players. They're just players that aren't good enough, right? So that is a very different take. There are players that choose not to do it, at least in my opinion. So if I had to rebuttal, I'm a player who choose not to invest hundreds and thousands of hours giving myself a pat on the back because the developer decided, hey, we're just going to be complacent and splinter you guys some more. Make it even harder to have a master's experience without relying on a master class in nepotism. That is, at least in my opinion. Nepotism is great when it works for you. I do not belong to a nepotistic group, so I don't feel the general togetherness that we have. You know, like, I don't have a village to gatekeep, right? So then I frolic and have adventures. I visit different villages. And that's probably where the metaphor is. So if you like that metaphor, this game is probably not for you. And I can still say that with a smile because I don't think I put my chips in that category. I like playing this game for today. Today was a great example. The last 2 hours or so. That's why I play Neverwinter. If you like the other type of content where you watch someone run with their best like pals and bros 100 times over the same dungeon, go for it. I can't provide that. So next week it's not going to be a master's run. Last module, someone literally just came by to talk about masters, and I'm like, all right, great. And then the module before that, again, a person comes by and they talk about their master experience, and then it's like, oh, do you want to run through it? I can get a group or something like that. It's like, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, hey, let's queue up, see what happens. In fact, it was great of that other person, like 2 modules and 1 module go to volunteers, like, oh, I'll join. That's great. I like that part. I like when someone says they're not too good for advance, or they're not too good, or like they're worried, like, oh man, I don't want to do this because it's going to take longer. That is the type of sentiment that I get all the time. Like, oh, well, let's just get some players that do it right and quick, because I don't want to really be playing this dungeon with like a bunch of newbies and then constantly like looking for group experience only, please. I don't want to wipe more than once. That type of thing. Negative reinforcement. And I'm actually not really blaming the player base anymore, because it's been close to 12 years. 12 years to change, in my opinion. 12 years to decide not to use or try to build something that isn't negative reinforcement. The person that joined last in this run was the most sour point in the run. And they literally said, hey, you guys are so dumb. I'm surprised you even, no wonder you got here. It took you so long to get here. You can't even follow simple instructions. That is the type of nepotism that I think about when it comes to Neverwinter. And it's not necessarily that guy. I don't think that guy is like a, I think it's cherry picked. Like that guy is simply a bad actor. Possibly. That doesn't mean Cryptic did anything about it. Make it more positive reinforcing. I don't think many of the designs that Cryptic has done was predicated on promoting and raising the community as a whole. They promoted rarity. There are people who have, and there are people who have not. There are people who are lucky and people who are not. There are established people who are consistently lucky, quote unquote lucky, because they have higher opportunities, and there are consistent people who don't. Nepotistic. It is incredibly nepotistic. I tried that for a bit. Vault of the Star Hardcore was the last time I attempted to partake and participate in nepotistic behavior. And what happened? That group, including the guilds, like guild little drama, splintered. It splintered everything. And it was a design choice that Cryptic made, in my opinion. So, cue the maybe it'll change, and that's where I'm going to leave it. Perhaps the new leadership that was made, the old leadership made new, may change something. I'll still continue to cover the next module for 5 weeks, because I don't expect it ever to change beyond 4 weeks, actually. So, not anytime soon. So next week will be our final. I'm kind of doing a wrap up here because I got to do Jotun Scar today. It's not guaranteed that week 5 will be more exciting than this. It's usually on the very unlikely case. So with that said, if you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did when I was elated about writing a dungeon. I got a visit from someone who talked about it, right? Someone who's been playing for 10 years. That's awesome. I haven't... We could have nerded out for all the 10 years, right? Anyways, so until then, you're more than welcome to follow along. Or pick it up for yourself. Maybe you have a different take. Maybe new players will find this very different take from me because I'm not a new player. It would be fun to hear, or it would be very enlightening and educational to hear from someone else. Usually new players go to the Discord and they post like a long laundry list of how it feels unrewarding to play this game. Hopefully, maybe that dialogue changes, perhaps not. Until next time, play responsibly, right? Use your time responsibly. Do what you want to do, right? You're more than entitled to your own opinions and the way you choose to use your time and value your things. Until next time, I'll see you guys on the last week, 1 week from now, right? So thank you. Take care. See you on the next one. Bye-bye.